Welcome to America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Happy weekend to everyone watching. Live look at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. About 40 minutes away from the opener. Here at Belmont at the Big A. Monmouth Park at the Jersey Shore, about 20 minutes away from their first on the card. Get you to our team out there in just a little bit. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, Jonathan Kitchen. Good to be with this trio. We haven't worked together for a while. As we're into this final meet here in the history of this racetrack, where you're the winningest rider of all time. It will remain that way forever. And we're saying our final goodbyes to this special place here in New York.
Yeah, kind of bittersweet, you know. At least I will never get past. I mean, I'm sure if it's stuck around long enough, someone would eventually pass me. But a lot of great names over the years that won a lot of races here. So to even be in a mention with names like Angel Cordero, George Velasquez, Eddie Maple is a big deal.
I got to feel like for you, Richie, this has got to feel like your childhood home being sold away, and you're sitting in your bedroom that one last time. I can imagine that's what these next few weeks will be like for you.
You know, it was funny because obviously I was in Arkansas all winter in my time in exile. Came back, and it really struck me as I walked into the building that, wow, this isn't going to be here that much longer. And you start thinking about all the time you spent here from the time I was 10 years old until current day. So it is, a little more emotional than I would have thought it would have hit me, but it's definitely getting there.
We're going to continue to remember this special racetrack up until the final couple of days. You can come out for closing day, closing weekend, June 27th, 28th. Certainly we would love to have you, but if not, we have you covered. Featured today on the card, weather permitting, we should get this one in. We're going to get hit a little bit harder, I believe, tomorrow with the rain. But the Paradise Creek 6 furlongs on the turf. And let's start with Intricate Spirit for Miguel Clement. Manny Franco will be aboard coming out of a stakes race at Keeneland. But Miguel, horse who was a graded stakes winner as a 2-year-old on this turf last October.
You know, it's just kind of interesting. Doesn't it feel like, Jonathan, that this is a horse that maybe we saw the best of him at 2, and he didn't quite make that step forward to 3?
Well, based off of his race at Gulfstream Park in March, I would have liked him today in this spot. But unfortunately, there was a race in between where I didn't think he really had too many excuses, right? The race kind of fell apart a little bit. There's some other horses that closed in that race. And Intricate Spirit, in my opinion, didn't really have a huge excuse. Now, he's going to add blinkers. Maybe that can get him to be a little bit sharper. But based off of that last performance, 3-1 is way too short for me.
Blinkers go on, so looking to get something more out of him. He'll make that equipment change. Third start of his 3-year-old campaign coming up this afternoon. And yeah, if you believe he is beatable, and he doesn't look like a huge standout in here, there's several ways to go in this race. That intriguing feature race, that's the 7th on the card, 4:09 Eastern start time. And that'll be part of our Fox Sports 2 coverage when we swap networks. We move over to FS2 at 1:30 Eastern. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm here at Belmont at the Big A. And over at Monmouth, they have gotten some weather, sloppy and off the turf in the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, so a bunch of scratches in the turf races, so adjust your handicapping accordingly.
All right, you can play it all right there at Naira Bets. Get a $25 free bet for the Belmont Stakes. Belmont at Saratoga Week, right around the corner. Belmont 25, that code to use at sign up. Get a $25 free play and that $200 deposit match sign up bonus right there at nairabets.com. 17 minutes from kicking things off at Monmouth Park for their first on this Saturday card. Let's check in live with Lafitte Pinkai and Paula Duca.
Yeah, Greg, not exactly the monsoon of the 07 Breeders' Cup here at Monmouth Park, but the rain has been falling. A light drizzle and kind of chilly here in Oceanport. You're appropriately dressed for all this. I am not, unfortunately.
Yeah, you just forget down here in Oceanport, you're really close to the water. So whenever it's like 56, 57 degrees, I will always knock off 6 or 7 degrees. So a little windy out here. Rain, although the track right now is considered fast, and it hasn't got a ton of rain where it's a little bit off.
No turf racing this afternoon. Third Saturday of the meet. The first was a couple of weeks ago. Opening day, and Paco Lopez, 12-time Monmouth riding champ, won 3 races. Of course, he didn't win any races here last week, Saturday, Paul, because he was busy at Laurel Park racking up his first ever American Classic victory.
Yeah, I'm so happy for Paco. Obviously a compelling figure when it comes to the jockeys. I would say one of the, if not the most compelling figure in the whole sport. Suspended a little while ago, had to get his tack in Louisiana, got back aboard and won the second race of the Triple Crown for Chad Summers and Napoleon Solo. And when I was talking to Paco before the race, he said the big boy's got a big chance. He's soft on words, but he just has a knack to get things done. He does it his own way, but he's very good.
Didn't just ride, there goes the whip, didn't just ride the Preakness winner, a hand in the decision-making. Owner Al Gold after the Wood Memorial. Napoleon Solo ran 5th. Paco told him, quote, run in the Preakness, he'll be good in the Preakness. All came together. So, Paco Lopez, Preakness winning rider, and now back to business at Monmouth jockey standings after just 4 days. Paco in front, 10 wins, several live mounts today. Solid starts for Samuel Marin and Louis Rivera Jr. Good feature on him a little bit later on in the broadcast, 6 wins apiece. That is the story for the riders. As for the trainers, we say hello to Megan Burgess standing by trackside. Megan.
Hey boys, great to see you, Lafitte. And Kelly Breen has been off to an absolute electric start as far as the trainers are concerned. Certainly reminiscent of Mark Cassie's start, you could say, at Oaklawn over the winter, with Kelly Breen firing 8 for 15 these first 2 weeks of this meet. An incredible clip. 12 of those 15 runners have come in the money. As you can see, just these horses, some of these horses aren't even taking quite as much money as you would assume, as the sharp-dressed man Kelly Breen is, and that trademark fedora. Now, Kelly is a man, though, who has certainly overcome adversity. He's had 3 prior training titles right here at Monmouth Park, but 3 years ago, he suffered, he had some health issues. He had to have a neck surgery where he was in a brace, he was in a cane, he wasn't able to see people and really be involved that first year after that surgery. So he's certainly been able to overcome adversity from his days as working as an exercise rider right here at Monmouth Park back in the 80s. So Kelly, it's really nice to see such a classy individual make himself back into the winner's circle with a strong start, Lafitte, as he looks to keep this ball rolling.
There are fast starts, strong starts, Paul, and then there's that, what Kelly Breen's been doing here in Monmouth Park after just 4 days.
Yeah, I'm happy for Kelly. All the struggles that he had in Chronicle struggles, to be able to talk to him. He's walking a little bit better each and every day. 45 horses he brought here, and I remember when I talked to him opening day, he said, I brought more horses here. I want to be settled somewhere. This is where I started. This is my home here, and I think I'm going to have a big meet, and he's gotten off to a monster meet. And when you have Paco Lopez and Sammy Marin, although Sammy right now out with a little injury, on your side, it does help a little bit.
Belmont Stakes winning trainer Kelly Breen, 15 years ago, ruler on ice. Speaking of which, the Belmont Stakes 2 weeks from today, and a chance to see the Derby winner back in action. Golden Tempo revving his engines, breezing this morning and preparing for the 3rd and final jewel of the Triple Crown at Saratoga for the 3rd and final time. Just getting started on America's Day at the Races.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Right around the corner, it is Belmont at Saratoga Week. Final chance to see the third and final leg of the Triple Crown at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Tickets, of course, on sale now. Your chance to be there, BelmontStakes.com/tickets. We know who else is going to be there. The Kentucky Derby winner. Passed on the Preakness, Golden Tempo. We'll get back to action. Third and final leg of the Triple Crown. And was back at it this morning on the work tab, which we'll get to in a moment. Let's look back on that Kentucky Derby victory.
He was in another area code, and that was the right strategy, as it turns out, because everybody that was close, Jonathan, we were talking off camera about it, really kind of fell apart late.
Yeah, I mean, he was way far back. I mean, it doesn't happen all that often, the Kentucky Derby. Street Sense obviously was really far back. Mind That Bird, really far back. Giacomo. But Jose Ortiz made all the right moves, all the right decisions, especially right outside the 16th pole when he decided to shift outside of those two horses. He did everything right, and that's why he's got that blanket of roses draped over the horse whose back he's sitting on.
It's so nice to see the cherry red and black Phipps colors in the winner's circle at the Kentucky Derby.
No question. And you look, a lot of people going in, he was a big surprise. But he won that race. What's going forward, he could certainly improve out of that. And I'll ask you this question after we look at this workout here. This was at Keeneland earlier today, 5 furlongs. His second of 3 works for the Belmont Stakes. He went a minute and a fifth. Jose Ortiz aboard, working with a 4-year-old stakes place runner named So Sandy.
When we talk about workouts, obviously we're always talking about times that kind of correlate with that work. Forget time. Look at the way this horse is doing things. Look at the way he's traveling, the smoothness, the contained energy. If you looked at that, it didn't look like he was doing anything at all, and then he goes a minute and a fifth in basically an open gallop. Looks like he might have taken a step forward since that Derby.
And I think he'll have to. I mean, if you look at what happened from a race dynamic standpoint, I think most will agree that the pace was pretty honest. The race fell apart. I think from a figure standpoint, not the fastest Kentucky Derby ever run. So I think that if you think about all the other horses that are going to come back that are hopefully they'll get better trips, he might not get as good of a trip. He's going to probably need to take a step forward to win a race like the Belmont Stakes at 1.25 miles.
Plan is, and this is a look at who's going to line up against him. It's going to be a loaded field for the Belmont. Work again next Friday, then ship to Saratoga on Saturday for Cherie DeVaux, but not many are passing on this Belmont Stakes.
No, a nice big full field, and again, you have an opportunity to be a part of history. This will be the last time, I'm certain, in history that you will see the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
As I look at this, I think about all the awesome horses that are going to be running there and how great of a Belmont Stakes it's going to be, but I can't help in the back of my mind think about the undercard as well. It's one of my favorite parts about Belmont Stakes is the undercard is always sensational.
One of the great days of racing. Back to the question, though, of Golden Tempo, Mig, and JK too. Obviously, he probably would need to move forward, to your point, but still relatively lightly raced. Did he just get a setup that day, or is he a horse who could go on and win another leg of the Triple Crown?
Well, I think that's a good question that needs to be answered still. We have opinions. My personal opinion is that he got the setup. But horses change, they evolve, and maybe he's a horse that is going to continue to improve and take those steps forward. He's going to have to show me first, though. And the other thing, too, is, like now this is 2 years in a row where the Derby winner did not go on to the Preakness. And it's a shame because we would like the opportunity for a potential Triple Crown coming into the Belmont. Maybe it was less important to people this year because they're thinking, well, it's 1.25 miles the Belmont. There'd be an asterisk next to it if we were to win the Triple Crown with that. But if you want to give a horse an opportunity to be proclaimed great, you got to give him the opportunity at the Triple Crown. And the only one that has that opportunity after sundown on Kentucky Derby Day is the Kentucky Derby winner. Yeah,
I mean, I think that to answer that question about do I think he can win the Belmont, he certainly can, right? He did get it set up, but there's a lot of horses in that race that got setups, including one of the horses that was going in as the favorite in Renegade, who got that exact same setup. He did have a little trouble early, but still wasn't able to win. So that's racing. Horses are going to get setups. Horses are not going to get setups. I think Golden Tempo is a deserving winner of the Kentucky Derby. It's not like one of those years where, I feel dirty by who won the Derby. But I do think he's going to have to take a step forward if some of these other 3-year-olds who are also growing up as well take their step forward.
So pass on the Preakness. He'll come back. Belmont at Saratoga. Let's send it out to the Jersey Shore. Lafitte, Paulie, who should be watching out for in terms of who could step up in that Belmont Stakes outside of the Derby winner?
Yeah, Greg, these unconventional Triple Crowns of the 2020s, Belmont Stakes 2 weeks from today. Looking at that list of probables, Paul, yeah, what's your biggest takeaway?
Well, I think Chief Wallaby's going to be the favorite. If I'm going to just call it out right now,
Renegade.
I will. I honestly think he will be. It's Belmont's backyard. Obviously, I know Ty Pletcher does a lot of good work there, but I think those two horses will be fighting for favoritism. I honestly think I'm kind of in the same camp as JK. Can Golden Tempo win again? Yeah, he can. And he most certainly can. We'll see how good of a racehorse he is. Like Mick said, he's going to have to show it, but when you have all the great guns going in that race, it's going to be very interesting how it pans out. And when you look at those probables, you don't see a lot of front-end speed in there, and you're wondering what's going to happen. I think you'll see some late entries of some horses that got some speed.
Wagering will be interesting. Golden Tempo, the upset in the Derby. He's not going to be some big price in the Belmont Stakes. Like Rich Strike won the Derby at 80-1. He was 4-1 at post time for the Belmont. So many interesting layers and storylines going into the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown. One final time here at Saratoga as we make this monumental shift and segue from Triple Crown conversation to the $7,500 claimers to kick off the 8-race program at Monmouth Park. All for sale, restricted, non-winners through lifetime, so they're all 2 for something. Take out Delightful Ava. Field of 4, take out number 5 Special Affair as well as they hit the track moments ago. And we'll start with Pat's Chrome Compass by a Derby winner with a Derby winning rider in the saddle. We just touched on Rich Strike. Sonny Leone to ride Pat's Chrome Compass as that's a live look moments away from this post-parade, Paulie. And we'll discuss, like, somebody at home wants to bet this race, hell-bent to bet this race, how you handle fields this small and how to play these races.
Yeah, very interesting. By the way, it is fast right now. It's not sloppy enough. It's fast enough. I don't know. To be honest with you, you got a 3-horse field in the next race. Do you want to focus maybe on an early double? You know, the 4-horse in here, Princess Gladys, she's going to be your favorite with Paco aboard. That's just the bottom line because he wants to play for Michael Dini. I like the other Michael Dini runner in here.
We start with mare trained by Pat McBurney, and there she is. Pat's Chrome Compass, 9-5 with Sonny Leone.
Winner in the non-2 condition, now faces non-winners at 3, so a step up in class here.
Tap Rixie, number 2, quick 5-year-old mare.
Yeah, it does bring some speed to the party, but will she have any stick late?
There she is, the gray filly, followed by aforementioned Princess Gladys, and first of several morning line favorites to be ridden by Paco Lopez.
I guess she's the mare to beat, but she struggles getting out of the gate. I think that's her big hiccup in here.
Gold stamp to the outside, and Francisco Martinez, can he keep his feet in the stirrups? If he can do so, look out.
Yeah, this horse got dead left last time out, and he almost fell off. The time before that, not a good break. You know, the 2 fillies that are going to be favored here, I think the 4 and 6 are the 2 fillies to beat, even though the 2 has taken some money. I like the 6 a little better. If she can break from the gate, I think she can outstep the 4 early.
Early pick 5 starts here. These female sprinters. Who's it going to be in the opener, Monmouth Park? So much to do on a Saturday, even on a day like this with the rain falling at Monmouth Park. And so much to choose from, Megan, from which horses to bet to which food trucks to hit.
Exactly, Lafitte. Now, Paulie warned me about this when I first got to Monmouth, is the food truck festival that's going on. And while it might be a little gloomy, a little rainy, everybody's out here with the umbrellas, the beanies, the jackets, and they are enjoying the carnival of food that surrounds me. And any chance I get to stuff my face, I'm going to take, as I am sitting right here by this funnel cake. By the way, I did put on your tablet feed, if that's okay. And honestly, the energy is great here at Monmouth. I know the weather might not be so great for this Memorial Day weekend, but, you know, I'm still going to have a bite of this as I run back to check out these horses for the first race, Lafitte.
Funnel cake here at Monmouth Park. The food trucks, yeah, it's you know, look, the crowd here, they're ready for it. They're prepared. Not going to let the rainfall dampen their spirits on this third Saturday of the meet.
I've said this from the beginning. You come here to Monmouth Park, cuisine-wise, it's the best. It really is.
Awesome.
They have so many food trucks out here, and you can do your own grilling as well, which a lot of people do. As you see Paco Lopez, we talked about Paco doing his own thing. This is a horse that's been a bad gate horse, and I think he's showing the horse the gate. He does his own thing. He's a little bit of a horse whisperer.
Look, marches to the beat of his own drum. That's one way to put it. We wind up talking more baseball on a horse racing show than we probably should, but Red Sox fans and one of the most clutch hitters in playoff history in Manny Ramirez, he marched to the beat of his own drum, and we would just say, well, there's Manny being Manny. Horse racing is just Paco being Paco.
It is. And he got criticized for a ride he had at Parks right before the Preakness, where a horse was lugging at him. He was looking around, and everybody all over social media said, what is he doing? He's looking around. Well, he was looking around on Napoleon Solo as well when he won the Preakness. That's just what he does.
Speaking of Triple Crown victories, who could forget this scene? Sonny Leone. Rich Strike shocking the world 2021 madness in Louisville. Paul wasn't in the race the day before the Derby.
It's still amazing to me that they didn't even have shirts. He wasn't even on the shirt, the Kentucky Derby shirt. They had to make his own shirt about 2 weeks later. I think everybody still thought that was Happy Jack, but it ended up being Sonny Leone riding the pine. My goodness.
Was on the bubble, waiting to get in. Athelia Road scratched. Rich Strike drew in, and the rest is history. Kentucky Derby winning jockey Sonny Leone. Like we said, he's a Derby winner. He was the first of 3 over the next 5 years to skip the Preakness. Connections voluntarily skipping the Preakness Stakes, him Sovereignty, and now with the Derby winner Golden Tempo. And like I said, he's a Derby winner. He's going to get bet 80-1 in the dirt, 4-1 at post time of the Belmont Stakes.
Mind that bird got bet. I consider Golden Tempo not a poor man's, kind of like a Giacomo. Won a broken down race. I think he's got a little bit better quality.
Meltdown that year, though. This race looked like a meltdown, but really, it wasn't.
I think he's
that
a better
fast
version.
throughout.
Better version. So I still think he's got quality, definitely. We'll see how good he is.
What will he do in the Belmont Stakes? Find out 2 weeks from today. What will happen in this opener? To kick off the 8-race program from Monmouth Park, filing into the gate, the voice of Monmouth standing by, Matt Ditterman, with the call. Race 1, Monmouth live on FS1.
Princess Gladys. Gold stamp outside post. 8 races today. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Princess Gladys wins the start, but the gray Tap Rixie is quicker, strides in front. Here's Pat's Chrome Compass moving up in his level second. Now third as Gold Stamp passed her. Princess Gladys, who won the break, drops to the back as the quartet heads down the backstretch. Tap Rixie making play on the lead. A length in front of Gold Stamp second. Pat's Chrome Compass level third with Princess Gladys. So the 2 runners at the back together, only 2 behind with a half mile to go. Tap Rixie on the lead now a half length. Gold Stamp a little bit closer going into the turn. Princess Gladys into the 3rd position, 3 deep, and a length back to Pat's Chrome Compass, stays on the rail as they round the far turn. Tap Rixie drops anchor on the lead, and Gold Stamp finds herself in front. Tap Rixie gives way on the fence. Princess Gladys into second here, then Tap Rixie third, and Pat's Chrome Compass hasn't picked up her feet as they hit the quarter pole. Gold Stamp on the lead, about 4 paths off the rail as she comes off the corner. Princess Gladys right behind, chasing hard in second. Gold Stamp 1 furlong to go. Princess Gladys right up alongside now, and these 2 match their motors with 1 furlong to go, and Princess Gladys has surged to the lead. Princess Gladys a length in front, now it's a length and a half, and here's your winner of the opener, Princess Gladys. Photo for second here, maybe Gold Stamp over Pat's Chrome Compass and Tap Rixie, who checked in 4th.
Princess Gladys, Preakness winning rider Paco Lopez strikes in the opener at Monmouth Park.
He won this race out of the gate. He got this mare out of the gate in good order. She's been breaking 9th or 10th and second to last in her previous starts. But when she got out of the gate, he was able to rate her a little bit and just showing her the crop here. It gets really tight here for second between the 6 and the 2. The 2 dove late at the rail. That's going to be really tight. But no doubt about your winner. And like we said, Paco likes to show some style.
Paco Lopez, not just the Preakness, 3 wins last Saturday at Laurel Park, and after the Preakness came back and won the 14th and final. Right back to work, right back to the winner's circle here at Monmouth, where he's working on a 13th riding title.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it. .44 and 4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Crude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godeye.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Top left corner, that's where you can play it all summer long and beyond. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Belmont 25, code to use for new customers that sign up to get all those bonuses. Surprise, surprise. Paco Lopez, 43% win rate early on in this Monmouth meet. Takes the opener for the Mike Deeney barn.
Very short price, got it done easily. You see Paco already easing up before they hit the 16th hole, won quite easily, and he rides a lot of good horses. You know, like the man says, right? Good horse like a loaded gun. Go off in anybody's hands.
You know, and I think it's Paco Lopez is a great example of like the chicken or the egg, right? Like, is he moving horses up, or is he getting the best horses because he wins at 43%? You know, it's one of those deals. He delivers, so that's why he gets all the good ones.
Yep.
We're closing in on the opener here. Belmont at the Big A. We're going to kick things off with a 6-furlong sprint, $20,000 maiden claiming race. So everybody for sale in here for that $20,000 price. Hafu, Linda Rice just claimed this one away from Fausto Gutierrez. Right now the favorite. Slight drop down to the lowest level he'll have run yet in his third career start. New gelding gets Lasix and 3-year-old debut coming up. We'll have more in this field, including the post parade, when we come back from a timeout. We'll continue to remember New York City's racetrack into its final meet ever when we come back. Hi, Maggie.
Hey.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, cool.
As we continue celebrating the Big A, we turn back the clock to a day when the spotlight of the racing world shined on Queens. In 1985, the Breeders' Cup brought championship racing and a host of memorable races to Aqueduct Racetrack. In just the second Breeders' Cup ever, 42,000 fans witnessed 7 races and the best horses from around the world. The juvenile fillies led off the card with Twilight Ridge for Hall of Fame trainer D. Wayne Lucas. And the juvenile Tasso nosed out Stormcat with Lafitte Pinkai aboard for Neil Drysdale. Chris McCarron guided the multi-talented Hall of Famer precisionist to a score in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
What a finish! Here comes Precisionist to snatch the victory in the final strides.
In the mile, the brilliant Gray Cozine helped secure his Eclipse Award as champion turf horse.
Cozine powers up now to take the lead, and it's going to be Cozine to win it, and a flawless ride by a jubilant Walter Guerra.
The turf marked the first win in the Breeders' Cup for a British-trained horse when the 4-year-old filly Pebbles bested Strawberry Road.
Pebbles is game and determined. Strawberry Road driving hard. They're running out of ground. England's super filly, Pebbles, has won it.
Life's Magic added another championship moment, capturing the distaff.
Life's Magic has left the field behind in the wake of a devastating performance.
And the $3 Million Classic, the richest race in the world at the time, Proud Truth surged to victory for trainer John Veach.
Proud Truth ahead, Gate Dancer, those two a driving finish. Proud Truth has won it.
For one spectacular autumn day, the championships of racing belong to the Big A, and the 1985 Breeders' Cup remains one of the most memorable moments in the rich history of Aqueduct.
So many great moments here at Aqueduct, and Mig, part of that 1985 Breeders' Cup that we just showed you.
Yeah, finished third in the turf on Moorjane for Tommy Skiffington at a big price. Followed Pat Ettery on Pebbles all the way through. Steve Cawthon was on Strawberry Road. And when we turned for home, Ettery cut the corner and got through, and I followed him. And then he drifted off the rail, and I'm like, there it is. And I couldn't make up that length and a half. I mean, they were world-class turf performers. Moorjane ran some race. And he's buried next to 4-Star Dave in Saratoga, Moorjane. Yeah.
You've taken me there a couple of times.
That's maybe the most tranquil place in all of Saratoga Racetrack.
Incredible spot. We're going to get to the post parade here this first on this Saturday card, Belmont of the Big A. We're 5 minutes to post. Their horses are out on the track already. Here's Rumble, Young Man Rumble, David Donkbarn now.
Yeah, I love the name, but is going to have to show more than what we've seen at least the last time.
Javier Castellano aboard, 5-1. The favorite, Linda Rice Claim, in the 3-year-old debut for Hafu.
Yeah, I like this horse quite a bit. You think the figures might look a little bit light, but those were as a 2-year-old. This horse switches barns to Linda Rice, gelded, grow up a little bit. I think the 2 could be tough.
0 for 11 to this point with Lyle Crane.
Yeah, but a couple races that would put this horse in the frame. I've been impressed with Jamie Rodriguez, guys. I think he's made a real nice impression riding here at Aqueduct.
Blinkers come off for the first time for Bootsy Zarasco.
Dropping slightly more in class again. Dom Schettino, 3 for 3 at the meet.
Only dirt start for Gaborone. It left a lot to be desired. Rudy Rodriguez trains.
I agree with you, Wolfie. I don't see this one in this group.
Bigger price next door on Jamaica Red, who's a new gelding.
Would be a surprise unless the gelding really turns things around for this guy. Does have races early in the career that would be competitive.
And then vying for favoritism on the outside, slight step up in class, but a good effort from Maiden 16 last start, Charlie Charmer.
Yeah, I mean, the horse ran pretty good last time. I still don't quite trust that. 2 bad performances, 1 good one. I'm going to side with the bad ones for now.
Mig, where are you going to wind up?
Well, I had to pick the race with the 8 on top, Charlie Charmer, but I got the race 8-2-1. Hafu certainly makes a lot of sense, and listening to Jonathan talk about him kind of made more sense.
8-5 kind of sense, JK?
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to have a little bit of creativity to get to the 8-5. You have to say this horse is going to take a significant step forward. A lot of times you get 8-5 on a horse, you know who they are, you've seen them run, you know their performance, you know what's going to happen. This one's a little bit more, you're still kind of hoping that this horse is going to run better than they did when they were a 2-year-old.
3 minutes of post here to kick off this card. Belmont at the Big A. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look here at your favorite. That's number 2, Hafu, who will make his first start for trainer Linda Rice off the claim, off the layoff as well. And the layoff is the most disconcerting factor that I think is present, because Linda kind of lamenting to me that it's been an uphill battle to get him back to the races. And from my perspective, I can kind of see that. I wish he looked a bit more fit, considering he comes back as a gelding, and 2, that he gets Lasix, because both of those 2 things will often lighten a horse up a bit. Now, I did default to him. I had originally picked the 4 here on the handicapping show earlier on, so I'm a little handcuffed to the 2 here. But I just wish he looked a bit more fit, to be honest, coming in here off of what was an actually okay maiden 30 there at Keeneland. The winner was a first-time starter, Spring Hawk, who would actually be claimed out of that race and go on to be okay, kind of posting higher 70 buyer speed figures in some dirt sprints later on in his career. But Hafu, you know, he picked his way through traffic when the field kind of gapped out around the turn, and he stayed on well. I thought it was a decent effort despite it being a slower figure. So if he runs a race similar, I think he'll be competitive here. I just wish he looked a bit more fit. If you're going to take a short price, as number 5 is the horse that I had second, who, you know, just based upon appearances, I think I would end up on if I wasn't handcuffed to the 2 already. I think he's run well enough here. He's got good tactical speed here for Dominic Scatino. Was wired by El Paco last time out. Looks fine. You know, probably one of those horses that looked a little bit better once he got the tack on, kind of blew himself up a bit, and is looking good out on the racetrack. As we'll check in with the horse who could be the speed if Ricardo Santana wanted him to be. I don't know how fast he is naturally, but Charlie Charmer does have the advantage of drawing outside. But that was in a maiden 12.5. Now, I know this is now the bottom, now that we're at the Belmont at the Big A meeting, but I just feel as though these horses might still be a little bit tougher than what he faced last time. He ran very gamely, but he also never switched leads, and you could really see him shortening stride through the lane beneath Ricardo Santana, as he is a very short-coupled horse. He looks good overall, and he's very, very sharp, so that's why I kind of mentioned look for him to be forward here yet again. I just don't know if I want him at a short price against this field today. Greg?
All right, we're getting 7-2 right now on Charlie Charmer, who we're going to take a look at in action where he just missed April 10th, and we'll see what Maggie was talking about here, not switching leads.
Yeah, and also a day where, you know, it seemed like that was a period of time when the inside it was playing, you know, good here at Aqueduct, and he was the one kind of in that chase mode on the outside, and, you know, again, just being a bit green, wrong lead. You can see he's on the inside lead, and that's just ripe to get picked off. You know, you want to find that little more energy. They switch their leads properly, they usually find. Just got nipped, did everything but win.
Yeah, my issue there is that, you know, that's the bottom, right? Maiden 16, and not that Maiden 20 is that much higher up, but, you know, it's still, I just getting caught in those situations with a couple of horses that seem a little bit more live. I mean, it's definitely concerning to hear Maggie's, you know, she picked the 2, but she was a little bit indecisive on it. What she saw on paper versus what she was seeing on the racetrack. That's a little bit of a concern for me, but I'm going to ride with the 2. I think this horse is going to take a step forward on maturity and age and the trainer change and the gelding, and I think that could put that one in the winner's circle, despite maybe not being 100% ready to rock.
Even money on the 2 for Linda Rice, just claimed. Short price here to kick off this Saturday card. Belmont at the Big A on our FS1 coverage. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Opener, Belmont at the Big A. All set. And they're off. Good speed at the rail from Rumble, Young Man Rumble, but plenty of company as Loch Corain is going to be in that early mix as they all vie for the front. In between horses, Bootsy's a Rascal, and up on the far outside, that's Charlie Charmer. Loch Corain now puts a neck in front of Bootsy's a Rascal, who's back to second at the rail. Rumble, Young Man Rumble. Jamaica Red is in that mix too, is in the green cap with the yellow sleeves, and they're in between horses now taking third. Out wider, Charlie Charmer. Behind that leading group is Hafu, who's going to take the overland route, and the trailer, Gabaron. They work into the far turn. turn, 22-4. The opening quarter mile at the rail, it's Loch Corain. Bootsy's a Rascal is all in. Fully extended here for Manny Franco is not cutting the margin yet. And 3 wide, it's Charlie Charmer. Charlie Charmer, Ricardo Santana Jr. on the move. Coming after the leader, Loch Corain. Bootsy's a Rascal still battles on. And Hafu is trying to make up late ground for Savachi. Tips out to the grandstand side, 46-4. The half-mile time, Charlie Charmer lugging in is trying to catch the leader, Loch Corain, who hugs that rail. And trying to catch them both is Hafu. Hafu starts to roll 3 wide and now just brushes there with in between horses Charlie Charmer, who's still with a nose advantage. Hafu to the outside, Charlie Charmer to the inside. These two noses apart, down to the line together. Hafu, Charlie Charmer. It's a photo. Head bob back and forth. Charlie Charmer, Hafu, Loch Corain, and Bootsy's a Rascal.
Photo finish in the opener, maybe inside. What'd you guys think?
Heads up and down on the wire. They're bobbing. I thought the inside might have come back, but it depends on who got the best bob. Inside here, outside, inside, barely.
Charlie Charmer, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Gustavo Rodriguez, and 3-1, beating an even money favorite.
Yeah, Charlie Charmer, again, didn't change leads again, but fought hard. Maybe it was also a little bit of Hafu just kind of hanging a touch, although there was some contact right there, and I don't know if the 8 might have stepped out. Guys, that might be something we can look at, but he probably did need to race the 2, Hafu.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? It's inches, absolute inches, but the inside horse kept digging in.
3 rallies and unofficially posted. Now it is the 8, 8-2-3-5. Ricardo Santana Jr. on Charlie Charmer. Let's go back to Maggie.
And guys, I was hoping we could see a head-on here because as you're watching, and we'll check it out now, when it was live on the pan, it looked as though the 2 drifted in to meet the 8 Charlie Charmer. And I was like, pull your stick through, your crop through, Sahin Savachi, which I will throw that back to Mig, with the question of, would you have switched your crop to your left hand? Because it felt as though he just needed that extra inch, and considering Hafu did not want to run straight, I thought that the crop in that inside hand would have been beneficial. Mig, what do you think?
Agree 100%, Maggie, especially watching the head on there. And basically what he did was make the 8 Charlie Charmer gamer by coming into him, and you get beat an inch. That little bit of contact slowing your momentum down as you're getting to him, I would want to stay away from him. I'd have gone left-handed and drifted away from him 2 or 3 pats. You don't want to pick a fight with a horse that is stopping and you're getting to them. And basically, he engaged him. You should have stayed away from him.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, one of the things in racing that has taught me is you can't be too results-oriented. I'd like the 2. I bet the 2. I would do it all over again. Broke a step slow. That probably didn't work out perfectly. Kind of got into a spot, had to circle 3 or 4 wide. That probably didn't help. He probably ran the best race, and sure, maybe if he was a little bit more fit, he would have been able to overcome those 2 pieces of small adversity, but ultimately, he ran a winning race. He just didn't win.
Right.
So 8-2-3-5, 3-1, minor upset here in this opener to kick off our Saturday card. Back to Monmouth Race 2, off the turf today. This one meant for the grass main track now at 1/16. Off the turf, this maiden special weight. Let's go to Lafitte and Paulie.
Getting cold, Paul. Not gonna lie. Starting to get cold.
Hey, listen, the set, we have some hand warmers. You need some more?
I got like 11 more if you have them hanging around would be appreciated. And I have more time to complain about it because we only have 3 horses to meet
over here.
in this second race. You saw 2 Martinis, Olats, and to the outside. There were 3 of them drawn. Main track only. Only one's running. Painter Pretty. Even money to the outside. Paco looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, so you have 2 3-year-old fillies with a 1 and 7. You have a 4-year-old filly in the 4. The main track only usually draws all the money, and it'll probably go slightly off as a favorite over the 1 here with Paco aboard.
Just 3 of them. Early pick for next Monmouth Park. Race 2, you're looking at 2 Martinis. Megan is trackside. What are you observing as she gets set for her career debut, this well-bred filly for Chad Brown?
Beautifully bred, as you mentioned, Lafitte, and she's one that does stand out as the best looking individual of the two others in this group from that inside, as she was sharp into paddock. Now she is a first-time starter. The majority of the speed, also with the scratches that reduce this field down to shreds, has been taken out. But I'd imagine she'd be forwardly placed from the inside, though. In this short field, the pace dynamics can certainly play. As you'll see, she's getting quite a spirited warm-up under Jose Gomez as he's kind of getting her more engaged. But she is a daughter of Into Mischief out of Strike Charmer, who was a graded stakes winner going long on turf as this horse was initially entered for the grass. But her sire, they tend to do better on the main track. I don't see how she shouldn't take to this fast dirt track today, as I was quite surprised with the scratches of some of the other main track onlys. But she's got a steady tab of consistent Chad Brown-esque work. She's been in racing in company with an unraced mate. She traveled nicely there on April the 12th. Looked like she wanted to do more. I really liked the way she moved, and she was under a snug hold in the late stages, galloped out ahead of the mate. She's kind of a broader, stouter individual and almost looks as if maybe she could probably benefit from the race, but in this kind of situation, she surely looks like she should fare well. Moving on to the number 4, Olats, for Lindsay Schultz, one that just looks like she would fare better on the grass. She is a daughter of Lope de Vega. The dam was unraced, the second dam a maiden, and no winners from the two other siblings to race. I just wasn't too keen on her. Back on April the 23rd, it was a quicker tempo, going longer, and then she just weakened there at the 1.125 miles. So she does get to cut back a bit. I just wasn't too thrilled with her physically. But the other Lindsay Schultz horse that does stay in this race, the number 7, Painter Pretty, who's one I'm familiar with from Oaklawn Park, where she did debut there on a muddy sealed surface, now gets to the fast track today. And she's one that she was more petite. I questioned the ground with her. She did breeze 10-3 at that 2-year-old May sale in 2025. She strided out nicely over the wet going that day, which she won't have. And the sire Painter just better on the dirt, though she kind of looks like she could take to the grass. She's kind of angular behind. She's kind of tiny and unassuming, but she does look a bit quicker. Last time out, she took a bigger bump when a horse came over on her from the break that day. She broke wide, and then she was just in chase mode, never really able to save a step of ground and tired late. So I do expect her, Lafitte, to take a step forward, but my eye could not escape the current 3-5 favorite.
Team Spores, 2 martinis, even money. Another look at Olats, just 3 of them. Paul, again, someone at home watching, they want the action. They're hell-bent on playing this type of race. When you only have 3 horses, what is the best way to maximize an opportunity? What's the approach and strategy?
That's a good play. Good question. You know, I think the 1's going to go off around. I think the 1 and 7 are both going to go off around even money or 4-5, somewhere in that area. I don't know. Maybe you start yourself a little bit of a pick 3 in this race. I do like the Rudy Rod charge in race number 3, the 4.
All right.
I do think the 7's going to be tough in here. Now, Chad's runner, the 1, meant for the turf, but you know his runners are always ready. This horse was working well in Florida. Lindsay Schultz is so good from sprint to route. The 7 gets the main track only, and you get Paco aboard. And like I said, I think this horse will end up being slight favorite over the 1.
Who do you think will be where early on? And again, this is a little bit of a guess with 2 martinis. It's her first career start, so kind of a wild card as far as what her approach and style will be.
I think the 7 horse will break and Paco will go to the front end. The thing about Paco usually is he waits for somebody on the inside to go, and he likes to lay second. He's not a kind of guy that usually guns to the front end. So maybe he'll wait. I don't know if he wants the first-time starter to get in front of him. He might let the 4, the horse that's kind of proven and, you know, does have some races, no dirt races, he might let that horse go in front of him. So I actually think this race will sit 4-7. The 1, you just never know what's going to happen.
The debuting filly, Painter Pretty, Paco Lopez looking to sweep the early double. It's always a little bit head scratching. I'm sure there's a good reason, but you have a grass race taken off the turf. It's on the main track. You have 3 fillies that were entered main track only, and of those 3, only 1 is competing in the form of Painter Pretty.
Yeah, the outside filly, Teanita, would have been a giant favorite here for sure. You just wonder if these horses are cross-entered. None of these horses really worked over the Mama Strip. So that's what you end up with, a 3-horse field, 3 fillies here.
Paco, we're going to go back-to-back on Painter Pretty. 3 of them. Graduation day. for one. Who will it be? We're about to find out. Second race from Monmouth Park, live on FS1. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Into the outside, Painter Pretty. We're ready to go. And we're off. Olot's in the middle of the pack here, is up on the pace. 2 Martinis. Jose Gomez getting to work aboard this filly here. Now she goes to the lead. Painter Pretty taking the second spot, and Olot's will sit off the top pair who do battle on the lead. They're moving right along here for a 3-horse field. On the lead, 2 Martinis has company from Painter Pretty, who's matching her hard, and these two open up 5 on Olot's, who's off the pace with that turf pedigree. Let's see if she can run on the dirt effectively today. On to the backstretch here. It's the first-time starter, 2 Martinis with Jose Gomez, but Paco Lopez not letting that one get an easy lead. And in fact, Paco and Painter Pretty's going to stride in front now. So Painter Pretty going to the front, and 2 Martinis now gets a tap on the shoulder and loses contact with Painter Pretty, who opens up 2.5 now. 2 Martinis gets off the rail in second, joined by Olot's and Jorge Vargas Jr. as they approach the half-mile pole now, and 2 Martinis dropping to the back. Halfway home, Painter Pretty, the leader, getting a breather. Olot's right on the heels of her stablemate, tried to move forward, had to tap on the brakes, and 2 Martinis continues to try here on the outside in second, still niggled along as they round the far turn. Painter Pretty asked for more by Paco now. 2 Martinis right there to the outside, and Olot's is third on the fence, being asked to pick it up as they round the far turn. Painter Pretty, 2 Martinis right there. 2 Martinis coming back and grabs the lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Painter Pretty trying to stick to her. Olot's back in third. It was not her day today. They're off the turn. 2 Martinis trying to put away Painter Pretty, who's stubborn on the rail. 2 Martinis with a furlong to go. Leads the way length from Painter Pretty. Big space back to Olot's. They're coming to the 16th pole. It's 2 Martinis. Painter Pretty now shifting to the outside when it got tight down on the fence, but 2 Martinis coming to the line has got it. Well done, 2 Martinis. First time out, she breaks the bait. Painter Pretty was second. Olot's third across the finish.
Team Spores debuting filly, a well-bred filly by Into Mischief. 2 Martinis in the second. Valiant Painter Pretty, the runner-up.
Well, interesting run race for only 3 horses. At one point, you thought the 7 was going to win this race, then the 1, and then on the backside, I thought the 4 was going to run by both of these horses. But Jose Gomez, giving a little medicine to Paco Lopez, said, you know what? You want to put me in the rail on the backside? I'm going to put you in the rail at the top of the lane here. 2 Martinis. This is impressive. This horse got sent from the lead. I know it's only a 3-horse race, but I thought well done.
2 Martinis, 174 in the second. Monmouth Park. Back to Aqueduct, Greg, where Charlie Charmer wins a tight one in the opener.
Extra dirty in that stretch run for 2 Martinis. Back here.
Like that.
Charlie Charmer, yeah, kicks things off. Much better finish than what we saw back on April the 10th.
He was game, still on his wrong lead, still making mistakes, but fought intensely. I think Maggie picked up a great point with the 2-horse Hafu. That would have been one where the rider maybe should have had the crop in his left hand.
$8.72 for the win. Minor upset to kick off his Saturday card. Race 2, and you'll see this when we swap over to our FS2 coverage, which we're going to do here momentarily at the bottom of the hour. 6 furlongs, $55,000 maiden claiming event for everyone for sale in this race. Swagging, Linda Rice off the claim again, 8-5 favorite with the 3.
The horse that has more recency than Hafu did in the last race, who ran a winning race.
Absolutely.
All right, this one's going to kick off in early pick 4. Rest of this card, all you got to do, pick up the remote, swap on over to Fox Sports 2, and we're going to be there the rest of the afternoon. That's where you can catch the rest of America's Day at the races, so catch us over there after this short timeout. We're about 12 minutes away, race 2. Again, start of the early pick 4, Belmont at the Big A. Much more coming up from Monmouth as well. We'll see you on the other side right after this.
the classic sire.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Good to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Live look at Aqueduct Racetrack, South Ozone Park, New York. We're 8 minutes away from race 2 on this Saturday card. Our feature later today on the lawn, the Paradise Creek 3-year-old sprinting on the turf. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin. Good to be with you two as we look forward to a very competitive feature later today in that Paradise Creek.
It really is competitive, and these turf sprints tend to be competitive anyway. Less margin for error, right? The shorter the field, and then turf races are about trips, and especially sprinting. You want to save ground, you want to be forward, but maybe not get burnt up in a duel. It's kind of tricky, and for years we did not run turf sprints in New York. It wasn't only till the last 15, 20 years that turf sprints became more prevalent.
And I kind of like the way we do it too, right? It's like, especially when we get Belmont back, you have the 7 furlong variety of a turf sprint all the way down to the 5.5 that we'll get at Saratoga. So there's opportunities there for horses to do different things or to not do different things. Some good betting opportunities as well.
That's race 7 later on the card this afternoon. Part of obviously the Pick 6, late Pick 5. We got race 2 coming up in the more immediate future. You can play all of it right there at Naira Bets. Get a $25 free bet in the Belmont final ever to take place at Saratoga, June the 6th. Punch in Belmont 25 to get that free play and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus right there at NairaBets.com. So our first live action here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage will be race 2, Belmont at the Big A, 6 furlongs. $55,000 maiden claiming race. Everyone for sale for that price in this spot. We have 3 of them on the board. The 1, the 3, the 4, Mig, at 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the public having a hard time settling on one. Captain Fluff and stuff started on turf. I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of dirt pedigree, but Chad Brown seems to do pretty well with whatever surface he picks for his horses.
Yeah, but I think that's the point that I would like to make about why I don't understand the 1 is if Chad felt like this horse needed to go a mile on the turf first time out, Chad doesn't usually miss with that.
Yeah.
And now he shows up in for a tag, sprinting on the dirt. Screams give up.
Was that your nickname before the MiG really kind of settled in and everyone started calling you that?
Captain Fluff and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, every now and then some of the old timers still call me that. Yeah.
This one debuted at a mile on the grass, and now quickly plans have changed here for start number 2.
Yeah, I just don't see it myself. I agree. I thought the race strictly ran between the 3 and 4. I kind of discounted the 1 because I didn't like that move either, Jonathan.
But you get Chad Brown, you get Flavien Prat, you're going to get pari-mutuel money bet on the horse.
Yeah, so here is start number 2 for Captain Fluff and Stuff Chad Brown. Flavien Prat is mentioned, dirt debut.
Yeah, the mare was more turf, and she really hasn't produced up to this point, and the stallion is certainly more turf.
8-5 favorite, swagging Linda Rice off the claim.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. Ran a big race last time at Keeneland, comes in similar kind of conditions.
Preakness winning trainer Chad Summers, Feroce, blinkers on and Lasix.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're looking for this horse to improve, you got a couple things to hang your hat on, the blinkers and the Lasix.
Mr. RT next door will shorten up from turf to dirt.
Yeah, does have a couple races, though, that would be competitive here if he runs his A race.
First-time starter, not taking much attention. Here is Fess.
Yeah, not taking much attention, and rightfully so. There's just not a whole lot to lean on. The trainer stats aren't great with first-time starters either. 6%, excuse me, throughout his career.
And into the light, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn is dropping to the lowest level he's run at yet.
I think he's aided by the outside post. He's out of that mare By the Light, who's been just a prolific brood mare over the years. And maybe this horse is just taking those incremental steps, and you'll see the best of him today. 9-1 is actually a little bit inviting to me.
4 minutes to post. Here, race 2, Belmont at the Big A. Let's head downstairs and check it with Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll check in with the 3 inside runners in this field who are well, I think 2 of them are the main players in here, but we'll start with the one that's got me scratching my head, and that is number 1, who arguably has the best name in this field, Captain Fluff and Stuff, as he gets on the dirt for his second start. And, you know, I looked up a stat for this, for instance, Chad Brown with turf to dirt move, maiden special weight to maiden claiming, only 4 for 24 with a 68-cent ROI. So it's not a successful move. It's I don't think this horse is much, and so I'm just kind of, you know, I wouldn't mind if he slipped through and got claimed here. And they only paid $87,000 for this horse as well. You go back generations, as the guys were talking about with the pedigree, the second dam, she was a graded stakes winner on the turf. And yes, one of the half siblings won a very low-level dirt sprint, but this guy does look more turf meant, to be honest, when you just look at his foot. But I will say he is quite a strong individual. He's carrying a lot of muscle mass and conditioning, which is something you like to see, and he's moving well enough over the dirt. It's just at a short price. It's kind of like, why? And the why is because of the connections, which I get, but yeah, no. As we'll move on to number 3, I'm going to say swaging. That's what Kurt Becker called him. And I always thought if it was swagging, it would be 2 G's. But swaging comes in here for Linda Rice. First off, the claim in which he took pressure from every point of the call in his last effort, which was dropping down for the 50 for the first time. He was a beaten favorite, but he took pressure from the outside. Then a horse kind of went on a suicide mission up the rail. He took pressure there. He fended them all off, and then eventually he was just dueled into submission. He is certainly acting like a horse that will have speed yet again. He came into the paddock like a bull in the china shop, and he is a big boy too. So physically, he's imposing and impressive. And for me, he feels like the right favorite in here. Looks as though Linda has him fine-tuned and razor sharp into this effort here. We'll see if he can break through and get his maiden broken. However, I did go for slightly better price in number 4, Feroce, who is a horse that I have been chasing a bit, getting Lasix and blinkers on, just a shortcut cheater blinker for his 4th career start, as he also takes the drop in class. Not a bad effort against tougher field last time out, and just looks that much more fit, tucked up and defined, having that race under his belt, kind of second off the layoff this time around. So I'm going to try with him. I think he could be setting up shop right outside of swaging in here, and hopefully he's hanging around late too, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. 5-2, Dylan Davis on the 4, who just left our screen, but here is the even money favorite. It was getting opportunity number 6 now. Dropped in for the first time for a tag last time out. That was at Keeneland in this race.
Well, and as Maggie talked about, kind of took pressure from, every side and was game all the way to the finish, showed good speed. Speed's a good thing to have in situations like this, huh?
Absolutely. And look, I think when you look at maiden 50s at places like Keeneland, people want to win races at Keeneland. I'd compare it to something like a little Saratoga. People want to maiden 50 at Saratoga, maiden 50 at Keeneland, at Churchill, at these big racetracks. It means a little bit more. And the fact that they claimed this horse here, the horse ran well that day, had a couple of races before that at Fairgrounds. It was also a pretty good race, so it's not like they're tricking them. And then, when was the last time that Linda brought a horse from Kentucky and they didn't improve a little bit? Sure, I'm sure it happens from time to time when you're playing this game, but so often they do run well and run better. And if this horse improves a little bit, or at least just runs back to the race down at Keeneland, it'd be very tough to beat, especially when you look at the board. And I think we are all in agreement that the one is overbet.
It's connection money, right?
Yeah. So the even money that you're getting on the 3 right now is meant to be an overlay, considering the fact that the 1 is taking all that money.
Do you kind of look at this race and it's if the 1 wins, and certainly the 1 could win. Chad Brown does this all the time. But is it the 3 and the 4? Is it a 2-horse race?
Yeah, look, you're right. Let's say that as a disclaimer, and this is not us trying to cover our rear ends by saying that we don't like the 1. The 1, sometimes horses like this just have a little bit of a class edge, and it doesn't matter if they like the dirt or not. They can just be better than these other horses. I don't think this is one of those, but certainly it can happen. Yes, I believe it's just the 3 and the 4.
Listen, I picked the 4, agreeing that the 3 and the 4 are, to me, the most logical ones. I like the 7, Into the Light, at 12-1 better than I do the 1, Captain Fluff and stuff, and agreeing with you. Not that the 1 would shock me if he wins. I just said 3-1. I'd rather take a swing at a bigger price with a horse that's showing steady improvement.
Getting a lot easier company as well. 13-1 from that outside post for the 7. Here's the 4, though, for Chad Summers. Dylan Davis aboard as we kick off the early pick 4 on this Saturday card on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Here's Chris Griffin with a call.
Fess. Into the Light. Last hello to the outside. Fess just hesitates briefly. Fess goes in and back out. Now have Fess in, Into the Light. Christopher Elliott to the outside. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Captain Fluff and Stuff. Into the Light from the outside, flashes early speed, and there's Swaging from in between horses. Jamie Rodriguez, Swaging with a head advantage. Into the Light, stalking to the outside in second. Captain Fluff and Stuff was off a step slow, has moved to the inside of Feroce, who's back to 4th. Far outside, that's Fess, who's on the move, and Mr. RT, Edgard, Zayas, they're the trailer as they work up the backstretch. Swaging battles it out here with Into the Light. They work into the turn together through a 23.11, opening quarter mile. Feroce is now in the clear. A stalking 3rd is to the outside of Captain Fluff and Stuff. Then comes Fess, who's in 5th, and the trailer, Mr. RT. Swaging trying to dispatch of Into the Light, who continues to keep coming after this leader. It's Swaging with a nose advantage as they reach the top of the stretch. Feroce was stalking off that early tempo, 46-4 the half-mile time, and here comes Feroce after Into the Light, who's starting to win the battle against Swaging, who's got to dig deep, and now Swaging has come right back and responds. Swaging at the rail, Into the Light just won't go away in between horses, and Feroce still trying to catch the top 2. Inside the final 16th, it's Swaging with a neck advantage. Into the Light's been there the entire journey. Give it to Swaging, who earns it. Into the Light 2nd, then a late run there in a photo. Captain Fluff and Stuff with Feroce.
Swaging got a battle from Into the Light, that class dropper. Good call, Mig. That one comes up just short, though. Favorite gets the win for Linda Rice.
And just much like he showed at Keeneland, that determination, he was taking pressure throughout from the runner-up Into the Light. He just kept finding. This horse has got a lot of grit, a lot of determination.
Yeah, look, Swaging looked in trouble from the 3/8 pole home. Looked like he was going to get past. Probably did get past a few times, it feels like, but just never would give in. Mig, great job pointing out that 7 into the light. That horse ran huge and in fact was very unlucky in defeat. He would have probably beat any other situation like this outside of this very gutsy horse to the inside of him that was probably better than him on paper, so he's got nothing to be ashamed of.
No, but a horse that definitely has been taking incremental steps forward and a little bit unlucky with the 4, Feroce. He kind of got off a little bit bumbling beginning, if you will.
3 to 5. Jamie Rodriguez for Linda Rice. Formful start to this early pick 4. It's Swaging career start number 6 for the victory.
Hall of Champions, best of the best who have competed here at Monmouth Park. Ali Sheba, Ghost Sapper, both Breeders' Cup Classic winners and Horse of the Year. Flaxman Holdings, main sequence, 2014 Breeders' Cup Turf winner. English Channel was right here in 2007. Breeders' Cup Turf win in a bog, and about 40 minutes later, Curlin, his victory, splashing home in the Breeders' Cup Classic, also a Horse of the Year. Celebrating the best of the best who have raced here at Monmouth Park. He's Paul LaDuca. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Paul, you've been coming here many, many years.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite moment here that you've witnessed at Monmouth?
It would probably be 2007. I had a filly running in Philly juveniles, and she was on the outside, and she really didn't have much of a chance. But a lot of people forget that Curlin wasn't even a favorite in that race. Actually, Street Sense was, and Hard Spun was in that race. Any given Saturday,
Lawyer Ron was in that race.
And I'll never forget, I won a ton of money on Friday. I lost so much on Saturday, and I'll never forget they were in the paddock, and my father goes, Awesome Gem's going to run third in this race. And I remember I keyed all 4 horses with Awesome Gem third, who came close in the California horse. But that's one of the best Breeders' Cup Classics a lot of people don't talk about.
You did good on that Friday. That was the first ever 2-day Breeders' Cups taking place here, the lone Breeders' Cup at Monmouth Park back in '07. We're not going to see any Ghost Zapper or Curlin types this next upcoming race at Monmouth Park. In fact, just $12,500 claimers here, and a post-parade momentarily. Mile and a 16th the distance, while Duck Duck Goose is the favorite. You are leading in another direction.
Yeah, I'm going to land on the 4. Although Duck Duck Goose is taking a lot of money. Just horse got hit down in the fixed odds from about 3 to 1 down to a little bit under, about 4 to 5 or so. I like the Rudy Rodriguez charge. He owns and trains the Gray Gelding here, the 4.
But just rolling the dice against Kelly Breen in the early stages of this Monmouth meeting. It feels like you're facing a firing squad.
Yeah, you know, this horse went around, is 2 for 2 around. I know modest buyers, but it's 2 for 2 around 2 turns. You do get Paco, and I would think Paco's going to be on the full send here with the other 4 runners.
Make the turn. Let's meet the field. There he is, the odds-on favorite. Duck Duck Goose 1 to 2 currently.
Slow fractions last time, but it was really game, this New York bred. And like I said, 2 for 2 around 2 turns.
Chaos coming out, foil out, Enduring Angel in, Paul's top selection.
Yeah, there's Enduring Angel. Jose Gomez looking for 2 in a row, takes this one away from the post parade.
Graduated at Aqueduct in January, currently 7 to 2. Then AWOL, we know where he is, and there's Chantal Sutherland aboard.
Sort of ran around in a circle when the Duck Duck Goose kind of took this last race gate to wire.
Christmas Spirit number 6 we saw, Monmouth debut for the Maryland bred, then Tell Cotton to the outside, Tall Cotton at 9 to 1.
Yeah, Brad's Equine Adventure, the owner there on the 7. I talked to Wayne Potts. He said, listen, that ownership, Toledo Horses down to Will Rogers down, they were trying to win the ownership title. I actually like the 6 a little bit better than the 7, but you're getting your price if you like the outside gelding.
Monmouth's pick 6 starts here. Jersey Shore 6, 3rd race. In moments, we check in with Megan trackside.
Thanks, Lafitte. And while I have all the admiration and respect in the world for Kelly Breen, who it's been lovely getting to know him, today is actually the 3-year anniversary of that surgery and some of that adversity that I spoke earlier on the FS1 portion of the show about what Kelly Breen has gone through in the last few years. But as far as the number 1, Duck Duck Goose, I am perplexed yet again how this horse is the current 3 to 5 favorite. I mean, he towers in no way over this field. Last time out, I was absolutely in shock that Paco managed to get this horse home, and now he's up in tag. So it's just not quite clicking to me, even though the connections in the clip and Paco being aboard, and now with the 2 coming out of this race, some of the scratches have scratched some of the speed down, so at least he will be obviously sent from that inside, where him being forward has been his key. But I'm still dubious with him. I mean, glacially slow pace last time out around 2 turns. Now, he looked fine. I want no part of him at that 4 to 5 current price. Now the number 4, Enduring Angel, gets the gelding angle there for Rudy Rodriguez. Now, on the 23rd of January, he did beat a weak field with no next out winners from 9 to run back. The race fell apart. It was quicker for the level, and he managed to take advantage of that. Barely got there under a drive. He's fine. He was 11 to 1 that day. Maybe last time out was the time for him as he faces winners for the first time. I thought he was interesting, but ultimately I preferred the number 6, Christmas Spirit for Mike Trombetta. Cumulatively, this horse just is faster than the rest of this field. I'm quite surprised you're fetching the 4 to 1 currently. I'm sure it'll take more money. Last time out, he was wired by a dominant winner. Horses did do some closing on the dirt that day, but the speed did well with Logical Horses, where he came off a tepid pace. He took a few strides for him as he was steadied at the break, and then he kind of had to get into that rhythm, whereas he's usually sharper from the gate, and he has that speed. So I'd expect Sonny Leone to get him forward and sharp on or near the lead, as Mike Trombetta is shrewd when it's sending these horses to Monmouth, where he does have smaller numbers, but he's just strong. Past 3 years at a 23% clip doing so. So 7 to 2, give me every part of the number 6, Christmas Spirit, Lafitte.
With Sonny Leone, Christmas Spirit, directly to his inside is AWOL number 5 and Chantal Sutherland, in some of her brightest moments in the sport aboard this gelding. Game on, dude. who racked up more than $6.4 million, 16 of 34 lifetime, 2 of those wins in the Hollywood Gold Cup, and that runaway performance in 2012 with Chantal in the saddle.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will look back, well, now they're looking back and realize how good of a horse Game On Dude really was. Had a lot of different riders, but, you know, Bob Baffert, the trainer of Game On Dude, kept this horse in such good form for so long. You might say maybe the competition out in California wasn't maybe cracked up to what it'd be, but, you know, he beat everybody in front of him. And she almost got him home in the Classic, getting passed by Drosselmeyer late.
And Mike Smith in deep stretch. Chantal and Game On Dude trying to steal that Breeders' Cup Classic. Only 3 times Santa Anita handicap winner ever, Game On Dude.
That's ridiculous. It really is. I mean, the durability that he had, and he won it with punishing speed.
Sutherland here aboard AWOL at 9-1. There goes Enduring Angel. Your top selection, Megan going with the 6, Christmas Spirit. Ron Lombardi's homebred, though, is favored from the inside with Paco, Duck, Duck, Goose. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Working with Christmas Spirit to come up. And then after Christmas Spirit, Tall Cotton to the outside post. Still trying with Christmas Spirit, Sonny Leone for the Mike Trombetta barn. Tall Cotton to the outside post. Start of the Jersey Shore 6 here. Races 3 through 8, Tall Cotton outside. Now he's in. We're ready to go. And we're up. Tall Cotton blasts out of the outside post and is sent for speed. Duck, Duck, Goose off the maiden win. The first race of the year here at Monmouth is close to the pace first start against winners. And Duck, Duck, Goose has the lead from Christmas Spirit's second. Tall Cotton deep on the course as they go into the first turn. Enduring Angel down inside into the 4th position. AWOL at the rear as the quintet rounds the clubhouse turn. Duck, Duck, Goose making play on the lead here. Slows the tempo down, leads a half length from Christmas Spirit, pressing on the outside. Gap of 2 to Tall Cotton, Enduring Angel down on the rail, and AWOL, who's 3 wide, about to join that pair. As the 5 runners approach the backstretch, they're separated by 4 lengths here. Duck, Duck, Goose, a 9-5 favorite, leads narrowly from Christmas Spirit, 2-1 the second choice. Pressing, they're 2 lengths clear of another pair. Enduring Angel, Tall Cotton, the chestnut, sticks his head out and claims the 3rd position narrowly from Enduring Angel. Gap of 2 to AWOL, who can only see backside with a half mile to go now. Duck, Duck, Goose is the leader, a neck in front. Christmas Spirit there on the outside, shown more rain as they go into the far turn. They're still 2 clear of Tall Cotton. Enduring Angel down on the inside, saving ground on the far turn, waiting for some racing room. Enduring Angel looks to have some horse in the blue jacket. Nowhere for him to go right now. Gap of 3 to AWOL as they round the far turn. Duck, Duck, Goose has got a short head behind Christmas Spirit, who's got the lead at the quarter pole. Christmas Spirit on top here. Duck, Duck, Goose not going away without a fight. And these 2 are off the turn with Christmas Spirit still a narrow leader. Enduring Angel trying to get into it in the 3-path third. 1 furlong to go. Christmas Spirit on top. Here comes Enduring Angel on the outside. Look to be loaded on the far turn. He's trying to reel in Christmas Spirit. Christmas Spirit finding more, and he's got the winning spirit on this May afternoon. Christmas Spirit edges out Enduring Angel. Duck, Duck, Goose was 3rd. Then Tall Cotton 4th. AWOL 5th.
Feeling the presence of the hard-charging Enduring Angel. Christmas Spirit digs in, finds more. Well done, Megan. Christmas Spirit in the 3rd at Monmouth Park. Paul, Enduring Angel, your top gelding for a moment. A few strides. Looks like he's going to get there.
Yeah, you know what? As soon as this horse got to the hip of the 6th, this 6 horse saw him and re-rallied here. Good call by Megan. You look at this horse's races, just better around 2 turns and got the job day. Christmas in June.
Widening in the end. Another look at the start of the race. Paco on Duck, Duck, Goose, kind of shifting out a little bit. Duck, Duck, Goose had nothing late. Christmas Spirit did 6-4, 1-7 here. back in New York Aqueduct, Greg Swaging, showing us what he's made of.
Yeah, indeed. Early pick 4 here, Belmont of the Big A. Swaging Linda Rice, Kentucky claim, right back to the winner's circle first off the claim with Jamie Rodriguez.
Well, swaging is a process that forms metal under pressure. Well, swaging knows how to take pressure and keep finding, and held off Into the Light, who ran well at a good price.
I was hoping it was swagging, but I guess there'd be an extra G in there. You know.
We learned something new today. I didn't know what swaging was, but we learned today. Race 3 starts a mandatory pay pick 5, 1-turn mile. Non-winners have 2 life in this spot, and they're all for sale for $20,000. Right now it is Red Miller. John Terranova, the 7, who is favored. Dylan Davis will ride.
John Terranova with Dylan Davis seems like more and more of his go-to guy. Well drawn towards the outside, only 1 horse outside of him for this 1 mile try.
Good chance, though, it's going to be this one who's favored when the gates open. Salming for Ray Handel, trying to pick up his 2nd win in his 10th career start. Christopher Elliott will ride from the rail when we come back.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the 3rd leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Right around the corner, Belmont at Saratoga Week. Final chance to see the 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown and the incredible lineup. That entire week of action at historic Saratoga. This is the lineup. Starts off with New York Showcase Day on Wednesday, and then things get very serious very fast with a lot of stars coming out, including on Friday when we'll see 3-year-old fillies line up in the Acorn, including the Kentucky Oaks winner back in action, putting that perfect record on the line for Chad Brown, always a runner.
To win the Oaks in her 3rd start, quite an achievement, and speaks volumes for her ability, and Chad Brown getting the most out of her early on, and she's already very well accomplished at the mile and a furlong distance, which the Acorn is now a mile and a furlong. I'm an old guy, I remember when it was a mile.
Absolutely, but I will say this. I think the biggest question this night coming into this race was whether or not always a runner had enough seasoning going into that race. Well, she got a little bit more, and she passed that test I think she'll be very tough to beat if she runs that race or it moves up off of that race. She should be tough to beat, depending on who shows up.
It's just the third start of her career. Third different racetrack she won at, not to mention, under the lights, all that crowd. And Prom Queen, we know, showing up. Counting Stars is showing up. She handled Counting Stars pretty easily in the Kentucky Oaks.
And the mile and an eighth looks like that's really her game. She wants the mile and an eighth. 2 for 2 at the mile and an eighth distance now, 3 for 3 overall. She's very good. I mean, like, beyond classy, just the way she does things. She just seems super intelligent, handles kickback, handles traffic. She just handles it all. And now she'll be running from her stall. I mean, she's based in Saratoga. They just got to lead her over.
That's coming up on Friday, Belmont at Saratoga week. We can't wait. We hope to see you there again. If not, don't worry. We have you covered with coverage all week long. Here's our post parade to kick off a mandatory pay pick 5. Salming, Ray Handel, our colleague who's up on the desk every now and again. Christopher Elliott rides.
Yeah, dropping to the lowest level yet. From the inside, has to work out a trip.
Big price. Next door, Daytona Moonshine.
Yeah, this you can't even see in his past performances the last time this horse has been under double digits. Not particularly quick either.
19 starts to get that first win for Daytona Moonshine. Here is Thorsness, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
You got to respect that this horse is pretty consistent. It just runs kind of the same race every single time. Would it be good enough here is the question.
Rudy Rodriguez trains the 4 Raging Sea Captain.
Yeah, this horse isn't impossible. I mean, it had some dicey starts, but if you look 3 races back, that race could put him in the mix.
Whitby for Mark Hennig has some pace.
Yeah, I think could play out to be the main speed here, and speed's always dangerous.
Edgar Zayas on Fiscal Drag for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, my big concern is the best race was on a sloppy racetrack, so is that what moved that one up?
Red Miller still favored right now, the 7.
Ran on well last time off a bit of a freshening. Could take a step forward here.
And outside, Noguchi, Linda Rice, and potentially more pace here.
This horse has been under 3-1 like 9 times. Finally got the win last time. I think that was just probably circumstantial.
We were wondering where she was. She's finally joined us downstairs, Acacia Clement.
Just in time for a little bit of light rain, but really it's not too bad out here. But starting to the rail with the number 1 Salming, I think on paper this is the horse to beat. I think he's been running against much tougher in his last couple of starts, and honestly from a pure physical perspective as well, he really just looks best. And he's always been a very attractive individual as he comes out off of a 3rd place finish that has turned out to be a live race as well. The 2nd place finisher, Sequential, came back to win again, to win with an 81 Buyer speed figure, and there was another horse that came back to win. He does run with a shadow roll, as a lot of race horses do, but I did notice that last time he was pretty high-headed early on when coming out of the gate. It's just kind of how he runs, and I think that's sometimes why we have seen this horse with some trouble at the starts of his races. You need to kind of give him his head and let him get going. So I think that he is coming out of, like I said, some tougher races, and a horse that I think is the one to beat. Now, the number 7, Red Miller, coming out of a race where he was favored last time out, and he just was totally outfooted and taken for speed. And he didn't look to me to be moving the most comfortably early on in that race either. Dylan Davis tried getting him to the rail. It ran up the inside late a little bit there. So we'll see if it is possible for him to turn things around, but he is coming out of a race at the same level. It took him a little bit of time to get going in the warm-up, but he did level out quite nicely once he got going. If he's able to get into the race a little bit more, that could be a positive, and he has been given a strong warm-up by Dylan here, but like I said, he just was totally outfooted last time out. Now, the number 5, Whitby, he's a horse that does not like kickback and does not handle kickback well at all. He got into a bit of a pace duel last time out, but he's a horse that needs to be alone on the front end. I don't know if that's going to happen in here, but since he's been able to use his speed and be able to put himself in a position where he can avoid kickback, it has been a benefit for him. He's another one that took some time to get going in the warm-up out there. I wish I had seen him extending a little bit more, but that being said, he is a horse, like I said, who has been better once he's been braking better. He broke sharply last time out. We'll see if he can control things in here, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Yeah, we'll find out very shortly here. 3-1. Red Miller, there he is, the 7. Holding as the top choice on the board. And, Mig, you see that come back off a short layoff back on May 9th, and then a quick 3-furlong drill. Prior to that effort, we'll see. Sorry, that was prior. I thought that was coming into this race. My eyes deceived me here. 7-2, though. Very mild favorite here.
Yeah, mild favorite. His lack of speed does concern me, and Acacia just addressed that. Dirt racing, I want forward position, Jonathan. I don't want to rely on deep closers.
Yeah, I mean, deep closers on the dirt aren't my thing anyways at short prices. Also, this horse was odds on last time and wasn't able to get it done. Starting to lose trust in a horse like this.
Meanwhile, Noguchi outside. Pratt for Linda Rice. Finally broke through. It took 11 starts to do it, and now it's going to get winners for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously connections are going to be respected, no doubt. But, boy, it took this horse 11 times to break his maiden, and you're going from maiden 20 to winners 20. It's a lot more difficult.
But, yeah, records have really, it's non-winners at 2 for a reason. No one with a sparkling record in this group. So we'll see who steps up to kick off this mandatory pay pick 5. There's Thorsness. Another one who wants to be forward with Kendrick Carmouche. Chris Griffin. Race 3 on the Saturday card from Belmont at the Big A.
Here this afternoon. Noguchi. Last to load. Noguchi. Flavien Pratt. All set. And they're off. Good speed from the gray. Whitby right out towards the front and to the far outside. Noguchi is in that early mix too. Thorsness is joining them, and at the rail here comes Salming. Salming and Christopher Elliott now forwardly placed with a head in front as Thorsness is back to second. Whitby is towards the far outside now as a challenging third as Raging Sea Captain is in between horses now in fourth. At the rail, losing ground, Daytona Moonshine just got passed by Red Miller. Noguchi broke with the leaders, is now second to last, and the trailer Fiscal Drag. 23.58 the opening quarter mile. And on the front end, it's Salming with a neck in front. Salming is still in front of Thorsness, who's chased throughout, and Raging Sea Captain is slotted in behind them in third. Whitby is free running, center of the racetrack. In fourth comes the gray. That's Jimmy Rodriguez on Whitby, and in fifth, it's Red Miller. Just behind them in sixth, Noguchi is trying to make up some ground with less than a half mile to go, 47.23 that half mile time. Uncorking a rally from the back is late running Daytona Moonshine with now the trailer Fiscal Dragged. Thorsness can wait no longer, and Thorsness is ready to challenge Salming, and Thorsness puts ahead in front. Salming fights on here at the rail. Raging Sea Captain is trying to catch them, now back to fourth, and Whitby is progressing slowly. They reach the top of the stretch, and Thorsness, Kendrick Carmouche in hand. They reach the top of the stretch and now gets the cue to try to win the race. Salming won't go away at the rail, just keeps fighting on as they approach a final furlong. Here comes Red Miller and Dylan Davis there on the grandstand side with a run too. It's Thorsness trying to find this final 16th, and Thorsness is still at about 2 in front. Whitby, Raging Sea Captain, Red Miller, give it to Thorsness to win it. Whitby second, then Raging Sea Captain, and Red Miller finished fourth.
Thorsness with race 3. The victory at 5-1. Kendrick Carmouche, Jeremiah Engelhardt, Team Penny Racing.
Looked like a winner every step of the way. Hustled along early to get that forward position by Kendrick. When he put his hands down on the backstretch, this horse got so comfortable, and he always looked like he was going a little bit better than the one Salming, and he was able to hold off Whitby, who looked a little bit one pace, Jonathan, but just kind of kept plugging away.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up in a good position. You know, I think it says a lot about the race we saw previously. Being inside speed is not always easy. You're getting pressure from outside horses. They're getting to dictate you to you rather than you dictating to them. And Thorsness just got a great trip on the outside from Kendrick and was able to stalk that speed and hold off the horses coming from out of it.
3-5, 4-7. And a 5-1 victory here in the third. Belmont of the Big A. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We'll get into a pick 4 as well. That man, he's done pretty well in the Jersey Shore's premier race. Looking for a 10th. Haskell, that would be Crude Velocity, who will chat when we come back. He's got a date before that race, though. Stay with us.
Some of the greatest Haskell winners in the Hall of Champions. Serena's Song, she was an absolute machine. Skip Away, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, monster. War Emblem, Derby winner, Preakness winner, Haskell winner. 6 years later, Big Brown, Derby winner, Preakness winner, Haskell winner. Rachel Alexandra the Great knew how to handle the boys, didn't she? Did so on several occasions. An American Pharaoh, biggest crowd ever seen at Monmouth Park when the Triple Crown winner came to town to win the Haskell. And the damage trainer Bob Baffert has done in Monmouth's signature race, the Naira Bets Haskell. 9 wins, Paul, and counting.
Yeah, pretty good group there, right? A point given. You might argue, even though he got American Pharaoh on there, that might have been the best of the ones that he's trained. But he's won it with horses like Coil from a little bit off pace, horses that are more of a sprinters. But he's got a darn good one coming into this year.
Yeah, a 10th, perhaps. That's the goal, Crude Velocity. But first, we'll see him Belmont Stakes Saturday in the Woody Stevens, where he'll tangle with Englishmen once again. Made short work of Englishmen in front of a packed house at Churchill Downs, Derby Day and the Pat Day Mile.
Well, they were two of the best horses in the race by far, and he just went by Englishmen. And, you know, if all the Bob Baffert's runners that ran on Kentucky Derby weekend, he's the only one that won, and obviously he's got immense kind of talent. And, you know, a lot of people, Bob could have went to the Preakness, probably would end up being the favorite into the Preakness. He's like, let's go somewhere else, and then we'll go to the Haskell after that.
We're not even on the Belmont yet, and that Haskell is shaping up as a strong one, with the presence of Crude Velocity, Napoleon Solo, Preakness winner, and the Puma. Bob Baffert describing this colt as saying he knew he was really, really special, and he says he's just freaky. The Crude Velocity, he's really, really freaky good.
That's some high praise, especially when you have a guy like Bob Baffert who's trained some of the freakiest horses we've ever seen. For him to say that about Crude Velocity, he must have the goods. And I think for him being more patient, he's even showing that, okay, I got something special here. Let's go a little bit inning by inning instead of like trying to jump the gun here. Like I said, he would have been the favorite in the Preakness. Decided not to go there. Like I said, when Bob says something like that, it means this horse could be special.
Next stop, Woody Stevens, head-to-head once again with Englishmen. Crude Velocity, Woody Stevens, Belmont Stakes, Saturday, 2 weeks from today. 4th race, Monmouth. We saw number 1, Giants Triumph, who was acting up in the saddling area and a late scratch. Giants Triumph is out. How does that change, Paul, the complexion of the race?
Well, I think the 7 horse just clicked down probably from about 3 to 5. Is going to end up going off at 1 to 5 here. Horse that got really left in the gate last time with a bad break. Switches to Paco Lopez, who was actually listed on the 5. He's now riding the 7. You know, with the 1 getting scratched, he just takes more money away from the wagering on the 7 here.
Off the turf of the main track, mile and a 16th, $16,000 maiden claimers. For those that remain, we meet the field, starting with all the luck here, currently 3 to 1.
0 for 19 lifetime. The gate kind of gets in his way most of the time. He's going to have to get lucky today.
Number 5, Restless Passion at 3 to 1. Francisco Martinez takes over.
I would think this horse is going to show a little bit of speed. The fact that Paco was listed on this horse, I would think it's got to be somewhat live.
Number 6, Lumber Legacy, stretches out.
Yeah, stretches out. He's got a couple decent races to go to. The Son of Justify.
Frataleone to the outside, entered main track, only draws in with Paco.
And this horse was giant last time. Probably should have won the race with a better break, and that's why you're going to see probably 1 to 5 by the all said and done.
4th race here, Monmouth Park, off the turf for the main track. Megan, the story with number 1, Giants Triumph, the late scratch. What led to him defecting from this 4th race?
Well, it was quite a chaotic paddock. First, the number 7 came in. He was breathing fire and sharp, as was the 5. And then the 1, Giants Triumph, was actually pretty collected. And then it all broke loose when he flipped, and he just completely became erratic and was unfortunately scratched. When they do flip over, it's almost an automatic scratch, as we've seen on some of the biggest stages in racing in the Kentucky Derby, and in, of course, this $16,000 maiden claimer, and a precaution, of course, for the animal, as we hope that everything is all good there as far as that Alexis Delgado trainee. But with this field scratched down, of course, even further, there's just not any pace. We're going to see what happens as far as number 5, Restless Passion, who I'm sure will be aggressive, but Paco lands elsewhere. He lands to the outside on the number 7, Fred Alone, who's currently 1-2. Now, I will say he ran really well after a tough start, stumbling last time out there on May 16th. Quick turnaround, obviously, seeing as how we just saw him nearly be able to break through for the 12-5 tag, now in for 16. Now, again, back on April the 3rd, there his 2-3 back race on the dirt where he's been kind of trying to be a turf horse, maybe trying to see what will work with them. He showed more speed, took a bump and chased 3 wide, where he was just kind of hustled along around. He did gallop out nicely. He really wasn't wanting to swap leads cleanly. He kind of fought his head down the lane, so he needs to kind of put things together mentally, not only in his races, but it's very obvious in the way he behaves in the paddock. He was just very cantankerous. He was reluctant to get the tack on. They took him outside. He was incredibly sharp, which for him could be the controlling speed as Paco aboard, draws the outside, paceless race. You connect the dots and kind of see where I'm taking him, as he should control up there at a short price and has the races that should be able to handle this field. I have no issues with them. But as far as number 5, Restless Passion, who will now be ridden by Francisco Martinez, he also has a bit of speed, and he was just as sharp, if not on the edge of bubbling over, as was the 7. I didn't mind his last race on the grass, as he does get back to the main track here, but ultimately Lafitte, I couldn't look past the 3-5 favorite.
Fred Alone, Megan, despite some of the concerns you mentioned, behavior, as we keep our eyes on Fred Alone and the fact that he's been really geared up since arriving, since getting the tack on and from the paddock to the post parade, Fred Alone, and the fact that, yeah, he does have a lot to clean up as far as when he straightens out, when the real running starts in the stretch, he's still making mistakes.
Yeah, he is. He's a 3-year-old. You have the rest of the horses in here are all geldings, so maybe he's telling everybody, maybe I should be gelding, maybe not. His last race was really good, though. I mean, he really stumbled badly. That's a legit comment line. I like the ground that he make up, but I think Megan's right. I think Paco breaks and just sits. You have a couple horses here like the 6 horse. I think we'll show some speed. And I think the 5, the Art of the Mike Dini runner, will show some speed. I just, I always try to beat the favorites. I just don't know how they beat the 7 here.
How about all the luck at 2-1 with Sonny Leone here, and in competitive races this winter and spring at Tampa?
Yeah, I mean, Patrick McBurney's had a barn here for so long too, and a horse that's very consistent. 9 placings in 19 tries. I actually think this horse, if I was going to play this race, I'd play a cold 7-3.
7-3 for Paul. If that's the result, it would be a second one in the afternoon for Paco Lopez on the odds-on favorite, Fred Alone. It's post time for the 4th race live from Monmouth Park. Here's Matt Ditterman.
Fred Alone outside. And we're up. Fred Alone from the far outside broke very sharply today. Restless Passion. Francisco Martinez wants that one in front. Lumber Legacy sent hard too by Jose Gomez. And these two hook up with Fred Alone right behind them in 3rd. All the luck on the fence 4th as the quartet hits the first turn run. Good clip early on the front end here. Restless Passion has the lead of a half length. Lumber Legacy pressing on the outside with the ears pricked. Happy to be where he's at. Gap of a length and a half to Fred Alone in 3rd. Gets the perfect trip here. 4 clear of all the luck as they swing up the backstretch. Restless Passion, Francisco Martinez. Just a neck in front of Lumber Legacy, Jose Gomez there on the outside. Paco Lopez has Fred Alone, the 3-5 favorite, right behind that pair. On a little bit of a hold right now, going okay. Gap of 3 to all the luck still with Sonny Leone at the rear as they approach the half-mile pole. Restless Passion, Lumber Legacy slowing the pace down here in the 2nd quarter mile. They're still a neck apart with Fred Alone 3rd, and Sonny Leone getting to work now, and all the luck trying to move up on the outside of horses, and now Restless Passion gives way. Lumber Legacy finds himself in front. Fred Alone is going to stay on the outside to come and tackle him, and Fred Alone is moving better than Lumber Legacy, rounding the turn, goes to the lead. Lumber Legacy behind in second. All the Luck now 4 lengths off the pace under a hard ride. Restless Passion has given way, not being persevered with. Top of the lane, Fred Alone well off the fence as he comes off the turn. He's clear by 3. Lumber Legacy, All the Luck into the second position he goes. But with 1 furlong to go, it's Fred Alone coasting. Fred Alone, the main track only entrant, is clear by 4 with a 16th to go. All the Luck's going to have to work for it to get second. Looks like he's going to, though. Fred Alone, no doubt about it, though. He's your winner over All the Luck, then Lumber Legacy. And here comes Restless Passion. He'll cross the line in 4th.
Crosses the wire in front. Paco lets him wander a bit towards the outside rail. Looked like he might be in a tough spot entering the far turn. No such concerns, Paul. Fratelloni rolls in race 4.
Yeah, just the big gray in the middle of the racetrack. Just much the best. And got the best trip. When you're 3 to 5 and you got 2 horses in front of you dueling, I thought the 6 ran a game race. I understand the 7 wins this race at a big prize, and the 3 picks him up. But look where the 5 ends up in this race, about 15 lengths back. 6 really battled as much as he could, but no chance for the main track. Only 3 to 5 is actually a gift.
Odds on 2 wins, Paco, thus far. 7-3, 6-5 here at Monmouth Park. Back to Aqueduct to clean up race 3.
All right, thanks, you guys. Thorsness, as selected by the MIG. Jeremiah Engelhardt, Kendrick Carmouche, Team Penny Racing.
A nice game effort by him. Worked out a beautiful trip, and a horse that's been kind of steadily improving and gets it done. Good try by Whitby to be second. Just kind of one pace, kept doggedly staying on.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the battle. I think staying on the outside and not being stuck down on the inside, you're allowed to kind of be a little bit more grindy, to kind of grind away at the leader. And while there's some other horses that were running at him late, he was never really in danger.
Started 0 for 8. Now he's 2 for his last 4. $12.80 for the win. Thorsness the victory. Whitby, Raging Sea Captain, complete that trifecta. That comes back $143 and change for 50 cents. Race 4 on the turf, sprinting in this New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming event. And Raynham Hall has had quite a few opportunities. Will shorten up in distance. The 9, the current favorite at 3 to 1. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And I do think that experience could be key in this race. We'll take a look at a couple of first-time starters, as there is a lot happening in this race, whether it's horses trying the turf or getting back to the grass or debuting. And the number 3, Sonora Knight, debuting for Dave Donk, does have a lovely turf pedigree. The dam was a 2-time turf winner, and this filly is the half-sister to Liner Wright, who was an all-turf runner. I believe actually runs tomorrow, but for much of his career with Dave Donk, and very much a turf horse. So there is pedigree to suggest that she is debuting in the right spot, and she does pick up Flavian Pratt for her debut. Now, typically for the barn, you might think you'd like to see them after a race or 2, but I will say this horse is a horse that, first of all, she looked a lot better once they put the tack on. She kind of puffed herself up, filled herself out, looks very well spotted. She does look fit enough coming in here. She's been bright and happy in the paddock. I think that she should handle the grass with no problem. If anything, she could probably strengthen that top line a little bit, but the shape and making of a nice horse is there. And like I said, she has the pedigree to suggest that she's in the right place. The number 6, Blue Authenticity, does have a pedigree that could go either way. There's turf and dirt in there. The dam, beautiful, but Blue was really talented. She was a dirt horse, a dirt sprinter, placed in the grade 1 test as well. But 2 out of her 3 foals were turf winners, and there is a bit of grass in there as well. Now, this is a filly. She came in with the training saddle, cotton in her ears, a lot of steps to keep her quiet, as she is a rather energetic type. She does have a bit of a turf hoof, and she looks fit, certainly, for the debut. But it seems that mentally she is one that can be a little bit of a challenge. And with that training saddle, it's just so that it's not jarring when the actual racing tack goes on their back. So just to kind of limit the new experiences when they come over for race day for their first start. So trying to keep her settled. She hasn't done anything so far. She's keeping it under wraps, which definitely is good news. But guys, it's a big day for my husband, Miguel, as he took the train down from Saratoga and then took the A train from Penn Station by himself and actually made it here for his first runner of the day. So very proud moment.
Well done, Miguel Clement, getting around on the public transportation.
I like it, the intrepid traveler.
There's some delays today, so he got to see Ralph Avenue.
Okay, nice.
I know it's our favorite stop.
The
all
local
the way down.
train.
Yeah, the local train all the way down.
7 minutes to post here in the fourth. Of course, Miguel, he has one of the main players in the feature later today in that Paradise Creek. He'll send out Intricate Spirit still to come. There he is, Mr. MTA Traveler himself. For the first-time starter, talking things over with Manny Franco. Flavien Prat, he'll be on a first-timer coming up in this fourth race, Belmont of the Big A. Could he be headed for another record-breaking summer at Saratoga? Stay with us. Prat with more work to do when we come back.
Claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1, Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class. On the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. That is where we're moving all the furniture to pretty soon after we wrap up Saratoga summer season. Brand new reimagined Belmont Park, September 18th, new opening, and more money on the line as well. Purse increases starting in September. In the allowance category, they jumped by 15% from $100,000 to $115,000. Maiden special weights, 18% increase from $85,000 to $100,000.
Might be a good time for a comeback. Might be a good time for a comeback, huh?
Sounds like it.
With these purses and new building. Got a tour the other day.
What'd you think?
Pretty impressive. And the things that people can't see, the tunnel system that was put in, the drainage system that was put in, the irrigation system that was put in, they've done an amazing job there. And I know people like to complain. I think they'll be impressed with what they see.
Turf debut for Atira to kick off our post parade here for the 4th.
Yeah, Bai Yaupan gets 23% with his dirt sprinters, only 9% with his turf sprinters.
Fairy godmother, Ray Handel, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, going to get back to the turf. Debuted on the turf and didn't run too poorly that first time out.
Keisha brought up the pedigree here. Sister to Linerite, it was pretty good on the grass for David Donk. Sonora Night.
Yeah, and the mare was a 3-time winner on the turf and taking money, too.
Edgar Zayas, Rider Change, Rock Steady Babe.
Yeah, there has been some siblings that have won on the grass, so that there's a possibility that the switch of surface could help.
I've thought so many times Frog Hollow Summer is going to break through. 0 for 9 now.
0 for 9, but has speed, and speed can be dangerous.
First-time starter for Miguel Clement, Blue Authenticity.
I mean, the pedigree suggests this horse is well mint here. We'll see if Miguel can get this one to run well first time out on the same day that he rode the A-Train.
David Duggan, first-time starter next door with a 7.
Yeah, not taking a lot of money. Dave does really good work. Is a half to Win Dancer, who was a one-time winner on turf.
Rudy Rodriguez Barn, Raynham Hall with Jose Lezcano.
Well, turning back in distance, and turf sprints were pretty good as a 2-year-old.
First-time starter at 42 to 1. Here's Just Love S.
You just don't get a lot of confidence from the connections that they're going to have this one ready to run first time out.
Pick 4 pool starts here. And it is the 9 Raynham Hall holding on to favoritism there in the background with Jose Lezcano there in that red cap. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And taking a look at Raynham Hall, as this is a horse who does have turf experience in contrast to a lot of the others in this field, and has actually run okay sprinting on the grass before, though she is a little bit of a tall and leggy type of individual. She's very sharp, and she has that demeanor to suggest that she should be fine going shorter. So I don't mind the cutback for her either. She was pressing a long shot pace setter last time out and just kind of flattened. She did switch her leads very late in that last race, though. But like I said, I have no problems with her on the cutback in here. And if you go back to her second race of her career, she finished second when sprinting on the grass. She certainly has shown some ability to run shorter on the turf. Now, the number 2, Fairy Godmother, going back to the grass as well for Ray Handel, debuting. She actually broke running when on the turf and had a far outside post, so she was 3 wide throughout. But she's by Cairo Prince. The dam's only win was on the grass. The second dam was a stakes winner on turf, and there was a sibling to win on it. So pedigree would suggest that turf would be her jam as well. I tried to get her back on the grass last time. She's another one that has a lot of leg to her, but she's a very handy, lightly boned type of filly, and sometimes those types just really do appreciate a switch back to the turf, as they have an easier time pushing off of when on the turf versus on the dirt. The number 5, Frog Hollow Summer, I agree. There have been so many times when I thought that today was the day for her. She does run in a hood. She's saddled with the pony. That's something that Carlos Martin does a lot, but she is a very energetic type, very sharp, always the case with her, and they do keep that hood on throughout the running of the race to try and muffle sound and keep her calm, but she has plenty of early speed. The big question is, with her having been exposed at this level so many times, will she be able to seal the deal? And I think sometimes, maybe mentally, she gets in her own way a little bit. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. About to enter the starting gate here shortly. Look at this board, JK, and what sort of jumps out at you is where the value may lie.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the thing that shocks me the most here is the amount of money the 9 is taking. I mean, I understand that there's a lot to see here. This horse has run a few, was won enough times, but I run enough times, excuse me, but I just think probably they're just grasping at that one because there's something to hold on to. I think the 6 is interesting. I guess the fact that this one does have a pretty good pedigree and shows up in here for a tag probably indicates that the mornings haven't been the most impressive. I'm going to go with the 3. When Dave Donk goes for some, I know he has the access to a lot of good riders, but when he gets the Irads, the Johnnies, the Flavians, he usually puts them on one that's left.
Yeah.
There is Pratt on the 3 stepping in. We mentioned this one, a sister to, I always pronounce it Linerite, I guess, for David Donk, who is fairly talented on the grass. So we'll see if this one can.
So say that name.
Take after that.
Sonora Night.
Sonora Night.
Okay. Just checking.
5 to 1. Set for the 4th. Chris Griffin the call.
And they're off. Raynham Hall broke sharply, and so did Frog Hollow Summer in between horses Blue Authenticity and the early mix 2. Frog Hollow Summer with a nose in front, but here at the rail rushing up, Jamie Rodriguez and Atira now sprinting away. Very keen on the front end as Atira is up by a full length. Now taking a clear second, that's Blue Authenticity. Out wider, Just Love S. Frog Hollow Summer broke sharply and on the lead is back to fourth with Raynham Hall in pursuit from fifth. Rocksteady Babe is mid-pack in behind them. Then comes Fairy Godmother towards the back end of the field. Camille's Legacy and the Triller. Sonora Night as they work around this turn. 22.69 for that opening quarter mile. Now more settled Atira. Atira with a half-length advantage. Here comes Blue Authenticity ranging up to the outside. Raynham Hall tipping to the outside for Lescano. And Frog Hollow Summer in fourth. They reach the top of the lane, cornering wide. At the top of the lane was Atira. Atira trying to straighten up here, but here comes Blue Authenticity on the outside. Blue Authenticity pushes by, and here with a rush, Fairy Godmother is just lifting, and now Fairy Godmother in an instant is up by 2. 3 widening lengths. No doubt who's best here. Fairy Godmother just opening up on this field to dominate. Fairy Godmother won it. Blue Authenticity, then Raynham Hall and Rocksteady Babe.
Don't see margins like that in turf sprints a whole lot. Fairy Godmother just much the best. Getting back to the turf for the first time since her debut here in start number 5.
Boy, she looked like she just jumped in at the 8th hole, didn't she? Just really kicked on.
So funny. I was literally saying, I was just about to say, you know, famous track announcer Trevor Denman used to always say, it looks like they just jumped in at the quarter pole. It's exactly what it looked like. Yeah. It looked like she literally was not involved in the first part of the race, and she just had a full tank and just ran right by them like they were all standing still.
That was a major performance from her, by far and away her best to date, and kicked on nicely. Fairy Godmother, would she like click her heels together? And
5 to, it seemed like it, 5-1 on your winner. 2-6-9-4 finish. Breaks her maiden career start number 5. We're gonna take a timeout. Luis Rivera Jr. Jersey Shore starting to feel like home. 4-win weekend, just 4-win Sunday, I should say, including a pickup Mount Stakes victory for Chad Brown. Stay with us.
So glad you could join us on this Saturday afternoon. America's Day at the Races live look, Monmouth Park. Riders up post parade momentarily, but first, welcoming Megan Burgess to the broadcast, to the set. Megan Burgess, but no funnel cake.
I'm sorry. I did charge it to your credit card, as I discussed earlier.
Yeah, and it didn't make it
I
up here.
appreciate that. We also have fried Oreos for you, but knowing you and your
Is any of this
habits,
showing up anytime soon?
knowing him, he would not eat it. You and Mig both. He would not eat that.
But
I know
can
you
complain
guys.
about you not bringing it up here. That's
true.
where the real fun
That's
is.
okay.
Yeah, so no funnel cake, but we do have a 5th race coming up. And as you can hear, a call to post parade, just a $6,250 claiming sprint. Fillies and mares, field updated odds. The 6 is out, 5 strong. The last bullet's mine, Megan. 6-5 is the current favorite. Paco Lopez, keep your eye on Magnolia Wind with Louis Rivera in the saddle. Louis Rivera, young upstart rider. He is on the ascend and off to a terrific start this meet at Monmouth Park. It's only 5 days in, but tied for second in the standings, coming off a terrific Sunday of which he won 4 races. Louis Rivera here riding well at Monmouth Park and doing exactly what he always wanted to do, ride thoroughbreds.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to do in my life. So I think since I was a kid, since I was like 10 years old, I was, just wanting to be a jockey.
Jockey Luis Rivera Jr. got his start at a young age, where he attended jockey school in Puerto Rico.
It was a nice experience because you get to start all the way from the bottom to the top, like from walking horses all the way to breezing horses. And it showed you a bunch of stuff in the game. Being from a country that has like a lot of good riders, it makes you feel awesome, being part of the leagues of jockeys, My whole life, I always wanted to come to the United States. No matter what track I'll be riding in, I just wanted to come to the United States to ride. Since I started watching racing, since I was young, my whole life I was aiming, to be here.
Can Lady Milagro get there? A 16th to go. It's Lady Milagro. She's still up by 2.5. Lady Milagro at 51-1. Lady Milagro, Luis Rivera Jr. pumps his fist. 51-1 shot in the autumn days.
As soon as I passed the wire, it was the greatest feeling of my life because winning a stake is another feeling than winning any other race. Right after a while, whenever I stopped the horse, I took a moment just to look at the sky and thank God because, man, it was a long way to get here, and it felt awesome.
Rivera Jr.'s dream was to be a jockey at a young age, and he had some strong jockey role models to learn from.
I grew up next to the track, and my dad was a jockey, but every single day after the races, he called me because, he rides from Monday to Thursday. So whenever I'm riding, he's free, and the only thing he's doing is watching my races. And after every race, he texts me, oh, you did this good, you did this bad. He always trying to teach me how to be a better jockey after every single race. The best feeling is riding with your dad. No matter if you got the worst horse in the race, it's another feeling to ride with him. That was the best thing in racing. I have won stakes, I have won a lot of races, but I just want to beat him. That's all. I just want to beat and show him who's the best. I already knew this is what I wanted to do since I was a kid. So I know this is my passion. I can't imagine being more than a month without riding horses. This is what I really like. I really like the adrenaline whenever the gates open. I like the adrenaline during the race. I like the adrenaline in the turf races whenever you're swerving in and out horses. Is another feeling. Maybe I haven't achieved all my goals, but at least I made it. One of my goals since I was a kid was to become a jockey, and right now I'm living out of it, so it feels great. It feels amazing.
Living a dream, following in his father's footsteps, and how much he enjoyed riding with and beating his dad, Luis Rivera.
There's so many stories of these jockey-father combinations. We think of Louis, but we also know of, Christopher Elliott, Stuart Elliott, just so many of these familial ties. It's really fun to watch with Louis giving the number 5 a spirited warm-up, Lafitte, but also he really took opportunity last weekend when Paco was out of town. Some unfortunate injuries that did happen. Aaron Cancel will be out for a little bit of time. Sammy Marin had that injury, so he was able to kind of capitalize on some of those unfortunate, but as in this game, those opportunities that these guys get, and he's taking advantage of it.
You saw Magnolia Wind revving his engines, giving Rivera All he could handle in the warm-up here as we get closer to post time with 4 minutes out. A 3-2 current favorite with the last bullet's mine. Paco Paul seeking a third on the afternoon. How'd you see this one unfolding?
Well, I do think that's the mare to beat. She's a 9-year-old, but she looked absolutely tremendous on the racetrack coming out for 9. But Michael Simone will have 2 horses in here. He has the 5 as well. And I actually thought the 2 and the 5 were the kind of players here, but we'll start with the 5, Magnolia Win. Claimed last time for the Michelle Castillo barn. You know, a 3-time winner, a good effort. Last 2 efforts. This horse is actually in really good form. Last 2 efforts, really good. Almost shocked the field at 34-1. And then last time in a 5,000 non-winners, a 2 in the year, went off as your favorite, got to the lead at the top of the lane and just relinquished late. But that number would probably play here. 53 is probably right in that ballpark. Now the 4 in here popped the Champagne Row for Francisco Martinez. A mare by Connect. Very honest, loves Monmouth. 3 of the 9 wins have come here at Monmouth Racetrack. Been doing a lot of her late work at Parks, and if you look, she's been pretty consistent. Now, she does have a win in a non-wagering event where the next out winner did come, who ran 3rd in that race, came back to win. Another mare that's in really good form. You just wonder, are those 2 mares fast enough? And that's why I kind of landed on the 2 in here. The last bullet's mine for Paco. You know, Michael claimed this horse 4 back. Off the claim, he went in really tough in some optional claimers. That was actually a really tough field. Then next time, dropped for the 5,000 winner. Then he, shipped his horse to Charlestown. Those races at Charlestown can be run very fast, and that was actually a very salty race when she was 3-1 on that day, Lafitte. I think this is a more reasonable spot. She does have enough pace in here. I think the other pace in this race might be her stablemate, the 5. But I'll land on the 9-year-old. Like I said, she looked tremendous on the racetrack, the Florida bred.
The 9-year-old mare. Last bullet's mine. Paco Lopez, 8-5, Megan.
As far as she's concerned, she's one that sometimes these horses that kind of go through their races at Tampa can come back a fitter model of themselves as that track just plays a bit differently. It's kind of a deeper, sandier surface. So nice to see her being able to do that. She has speed, which I love. As far as though the main speed, I'd project it to be the number 3 as far as it's kind of what the Timeform US had it as. But as far as riders go and handicapping it off of that, Paco surely will be aggressive with the current favorite.
Typically is the last bullet's mine. Then number 4, what do you do with Pop the Champagne Row and how her form, solid recent form at Parks, and how that translates to the competition she's facing today?
She's one that has won here at Monmouth. She's 3 for 7 over the surface. She's got some good races here, and she's been incredibly consistent. I do like this horse, ultimately who I landed on, as sometimes these Parks shippers, sometimes they leave their better form in Pennsylvania. And I do admire and appreciate that she's one that can be rateable if she's ridden that way, although 2 back, that was a glacial pace that she was forward upon. And she's just been clearly well beat, but she's incredibly consistent, and that's what I enjoy about her. As to me, the number 2 is going to be the horse to beat. I mean, if this horse runs back, especially to that 2-back race at Tampa, she's going to be hard to get around, but perhaps consistency wins the battle. This is, to me, kind of tricky to look past the favorite.
And just the presence of Paco and the fact that, sure, when you go with him, when you pick a favorite that you're going to pay for it. Everything he rides on horses that figure, we discussed this with Rod Ortiz at Saratoga, right? Everything he rides seems to get overbet, but to even a further extreme with Paco Lopez here at Monmouth Park, especially in these smaller fields.
You have to discern as far as the horses he's on and really articulate to yourself, as especially a player, if this horse makes sense. Sometimes they do, sometimes they do not, and she does. Now, I will say she's taking a pretty precipitous drop in class out of a race that had absolutely no pace last time out, where she was, again, pinballed at the start. The short comment there, she had no chance, and now gets to the 6 furlongs with speed on a track where speed kills.
Only 5. This is the 5th day of the meet. You've been here for all 5 days. Anything you've noticed one way or the other in terms of trends, whether it is the track or you mentioned at the top of the show, we focused on riders and trainers that have gotten off to fast starts here at Monmouth Park. Is there anything you're kind of zeroing in on as we make our way through the first couple couple of weeks here at Monmouth Park.
Well, this is my first time ever being at Monmouth, so I have a short sample size, you could say, of experience here. But speed in these short sprint races is so incredibly important. I mean, these horses, especially the first weekend I was here, looked like they were running on treadmills behind the pace leader. So it's not as bad anymore. And horses have been closing, but the Juan Avila, Kelly Breen, Paco Lopez, the main shooters are right back at it yet again here, especially in the early parts of the meet.
Once an Eagle in. There goes the last bullet's mine. Kentucky Derby winning jockey, Preakness winning jockeys side by side to the inside. Sonny Leone, Once an Eagle, Paco Lopez, the last bullet's mine, even money favorite at post time. Matt Dinterman with the call. Race 5, Monmouth live on MS2.
To the outside post, Magnolia Win. Here's Magnolia Win coming up to the gate. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all the runners. From the middle of the field, Winky Winky put into plays, got the lead here. Magnolia Win taking second with the last bullet's mine down on the inside. Popped the Champagne Row fourth early. Once an Eagle at the back. The gray horses 5 lengths off the loose leader, Winky Winky, who leads the way by 2. The last bullet's mine chasing now into second. Magnolia Win third to the outside. Once an Eagle trying to gain some ground, but under some pressure to do it. Joining Pop the Champagne Row at the back as the quintet hits the far turn. Winky Winky into the turn, length in front. The last bullet's mine on the tail of the front runner rounding the far turn. Gap of 3. Magnolia Win gets a tap of the crop to get going here. Pop the Champagne Row. Once an Eagle still well behind as they hit the quarter pole. Winky Winky, narrow lead. The last bullet's mine, poised to pounce. And Magnolia Wind is getting the cue to go now. 3 wide in the swing off the turn. The last bullet's mine grabs the lead away from Winky Winky. The only one that can beat the last bullet's mine is Magnolia Wind. Furlong to go. The last bullet's mine clear by 1.5 lengths and confidently handled here. Magnolia Wind second, chasing hard, but the last bullet's mine is clear. The last bullet's mine to get the victory. Paco Lopez, hat trick for him here. Magnolia wins second, Winky Winky was third, and then Pop the Champagne Row, Once an Eagle.
That's right, 3 on the afternoon for 12-time Monmouth riding champ. Paco Lopez, as the favorite delivers, the last bullet's mine.
His speed, this horse kind of tracked just off that early pace setter as the Time Form US correctly predicted in the number 3 and then just powered away. And as we mentioned, sometimes Paco is just flat out on the best horse, as was the case. You heard it in Matt Dinterman's call, a hat trick for Paco, and not the first he's had in the short meet.
Wandering towards the outside.
Drifting along as she, sometimes with a 9-year-old mare, you're just not going to get the quirks quite out. Those old habits tend to die hard.
You saw her there, just a pro, the 9-year-old mare, and her 35th start, her 5th victory, and Monmouth debut, a victorious 1-2-5-3-4-1. 3 wins Paco at Monmouth thus far. When we come back, Javier Castellano, star Venezuelan Hall of Famer, riding at a high level. Haskell Mount already nailed down, perhaps the Puma Naira Betts Haskell bound. Stay tuned.
Blazing Salad. Mixed to get up into number Surfing Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
How magnificent
magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
But it's Tonalist with the narrow lead. California Chrome is there, wicked strong, late bit on the far outside. Commissioner hanging tough down toward the rail. Time ticking away in the Triple Crown. Commissioner down inside. Tonalist between horses. California Chrome laboring late. Here's the wire, and it's a photo finish that goes to Tonalist.
Tonalist in the 2014 Belmont Stakes. What a horse, and he would go on to do quite a bit after that as well with a couple of Jockey Club Gold Cups.
Well, I had the stamina to win the Belmont a 1.5 miles, but also had enough speed to get up going a mile in the Cigar Mile. So, I mean, pretty heady resume there.
Yeah, it was such a cool horse, you know, and obviously everyone, not everyone, I'd imagine the Clement family wasn't, but everyone else was a little angry at him on the day. We were looking at a chance at history with California Chrome, and Tonalist was good that day. Like you guys mentioned, came back on the Cigar Mile as well, and standing at Lane's End Farm.
We have a daughter of Tonalist right here. Whistler's Style. Katie Davis will ride. 10-time winners, won over $378,000 in the race that's going to kick off the Pick 6.
She's a player. I mean, her last race was good, but does she get the kind of pace she might need to help her late run? I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. How about you, JK?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like, you know, a lot of times in these dirt races, you see a lot of blazing speed. Even some of the horses that have a lot of those ones in their past performances, the ones that do have ones, the pace figures aren't that quick. I suppose the 3, Jackie the Joker, is the one who's meant to go to the front. Ricardo Santana has never been the type of rider that'll take that kind of speed away from a horse.
No.
Yeah, that one at 7-2. Jackie the Joker does look like logically the one who's going to be in front here. The favorite, though, the 4. Get into our post spread here in just a minute. Curlin's Magic, though, for Wayne Potts. Top choice on the board. Let's go back to this daughter of Tonalist, 8-year-old mare, 10-time winner from 64 starts.
Yeah, has a winning habit, comes off a nice win from off the pace. Just don't know that she's going to get a lot of help up on the front end.
Rider change, Omar Hernandez Moreno on troubled luck.
Yeah, I think it's worse than luck for this one. This horse is never really in the mix.
The speedster, and there's Ricardo Santana Jr. on Jackie the Joker.
Another 10-time winner, and I think she's the controlling speed here, which upgrades her as far as I'm concerned.
2-time winner at this 7/8 distance as well. Curlin's Magic not favored anymore for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, this horse was odds on 2 starts back for Linda and couldn't win. That's a concern.
There's Brooklyn Dance with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, this feels like this horse is going in the wrong direction. Last couple races, pretty lean.
My First Love, 9-2, just claimed now in the Mike Baselli barn.
Yeah, this is where I landed. I mean, I think the Ken Armasi started to get this horse going in the right direction, got claimed, but I think Mike Maselli can probably keep that train going.
Another 10-time winner. Here's Floge.
Yeah, Antonio Arriaga getting back to that $10,000 level where this horse was 3rd behind Whistler's Style.
Baby Sassicaia was a winner, got claimed, and then won first off the claim for the new barn, Stephen Shower.
Back-to-back wins, but odds-on. I don't like horses at this level who have got their wins when they're odds-on favorites.
And then Luna Moth, big price outside for the Mitch Friedman barn.
Yeah, making the first start. No, actually it was a voided claim last time, excuse me, but ran okay last time. Feels like it'd have to improve to be competitive here.
Back to the 9-5 favorite now. So here's Baby Sassicaia. Won at odds on 1-2 for 20 non-winners of 2. And then claimed out of that race. Runs for Stephen Shower in this spot. Muddy seal track. Odds on again. And won. But it's going to be a more difficult task today.
Well, it's one of the things I've tried to pick up lately over the last few years is really understanding what the tote board tells you about previous races when you're evaluating performances. You know, look, if you looked at the past performances, it's been a long time between drinks of water for this horse in terms of the winner's circle. And finally, the 2 times they come in off of back-to-back wins, but both of those scenarios, the horse was odds-on, meaning it doesn't mean anything except for if a horse is odds-on, they're supposed to win. And the horse won. Now, the horse comes in here, he's favored, but he's not quite that short. There seems to be a little bit more going on in the race. I just think it's a mistake to assume that he's going to win again based on, she's going to win again, excuse me, based off of the fact that she's won her last 2 races as a very heavy favorite.
Sort of consistently, though, running the same numbers, just getting a lot easier company in those last couple of starts. To your point, as the odds reflect. Back with us, Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, look, I don't have that big of a knock against Baby Sassicaia in here. I just think because she's even money, you're getting better prices on other mares in here that make a good deal of sense. And one of them is good old Jockey the Joker. She's number 3. And while, yes, I wish you won't ever hear me saying this usually. I wish it rained more, but for her sake, I wish it would have rained more. As we have just experienced, if anything, a very light drizzle throughout the day here, so we are definitely fast. A horse that I don't think necessarily moves up tremendously on a wet track. I just think she handles it better than many others in here. Now, Ricardo Santana has actually kind of given her an interesting warm-up. I think because she's 7, it's been very much a building warm-up. He took her away from the pony, but then he brought her back to a trot, and then it was a slow canter, and then kind of got her really up underneath of herself. So I appreciate that, seeing what he's done with her, and he knows her well. She does look to be the clear speed in here too, and I just think at this level she is very competitive. She will be my selection here at 5-1, but another horse that looks as though she's doing very well heading in to this one is a horse coming off the back of a win too, and that's Whistler Style. April 26th was the day that it didn't hurt saving ground. She only saved ground around the turn because early on she was well out of it, as she usually is, but kept wide, and then down the lane she moved out again. So not necessarily with the racetrack either. She's just a horse that usually kind of looks like what she is, a horse that is devoid of any early speed because she's very quiet and kind of lackluster in her demeanor. But the last few times I've seen her, she has been very bright and happy and kind of tugging at her groom in the paddock. So I like to see that with her. Just looks as though she's doing very well right now for Emron Ibrahim, who is having a great year so far. So I think Whistler Style might run a bit better than she might look on paper. And then finally, My First Love. I think that is a fair enough price on her at 5-1 for Mike Maselli. First off the claim here. Yes, she hasn't won since she came back off the layoff. You know, she's a horse that has run a lot throughout her career, and it felt as though Rick Dutcher, with some intention, giving her some time off and bringing her back and getting the win. She has kept a heavy workload since then. Now, the front wraps do go back on. I do think it's kind of up to trainer preference when dealing with that. But she's one that, you know, maintains her good physical form. She looks great, but she was moving particularly well on this occasion, heading into this race here, and also gets Dylan Davis aboard for this try in the Mike Maselli barn, in which she's been in his barn before, Greg, and has run well in the past.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Loading up Dylan for Mike Maselli off the claim, 5-1 on the 6, but 6-5 favorite Baby Sassicaia. Odds on those back-to-back victories coming in this time here. Maybe a little bit more difficult proposition. We'll see if the win streak can remain intact. Manny Franco aboard. Pick 6 starts here on the Saturday card from Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin, the call.
Sasakaya. Lunamont. All set. And they're off. Baby Sasakaya with early speed towards the inside. Here comes Jockey the Joker. Jockey the Joker, front running right where she wants to be, is up by 2. Baby Sasakaya is now a distant second. Luna Moth in the green cap in third. My First Love progressing is in between horses in tandem with Curlin's Magic. At the rail, Troubled Luck starts to make up some ground too. On the far outside, that's Floge. They're going to be all mid-pack with a runaway leader. Now 6 lengths in front, it's Jockey the Joker. Brooklyn Dance is second to last. And far, far back, Whistler Style. 23.13, no turning back. Jockey the Joker trying to run them right off their feet is a very distant second is Baby Sasakaya, who starts to roll. Jockey the Joker trying to catch a breather here. It's Jockey the Joker, Ricardo Santana Jr. Baby Sasakaya is on the move. And here comes Manny Franco and Baby Sasakaya. They've cut into the margin now, still 4 back. 46.57 for a half-mile time. Jockey the Joker coming back to the field, reaches the top of the stretch. It's Jockey the Joker who's going to approach a final furlong, trying to get it, but Baby Sasakaya starts to range up on the outside. Jockey the Joker still with an advantage. A furlong left. It's Jockey the Joker. Baby Sasakaya catching with every stride. Jockey the Joker is almost there. Inside the final 16. Baby Sasakaya lunging to the outside. These two down to the line together. It's a photo. Jockey the Joker and Baby Sasakaya far back to Curlin's Magic and My First Love.
Jockey the Joker, diminishing margin, just able to hang on, and credit Ricardo Santana Jr. Aggressive move, and it pays off.
I love that he allowed Jockey the Joker to use her speed. He didn't try to throttle it. He didn't try to bring her back to the field. He didn't send her. He just allowed her to do her thing. And then when the favorite came calling, she dug in deep. It was close, but it looked like Jockey the Joker got it done for her 11th career victory.
Look, I understand this is just a claiming race, in the middle of the card at Aqueduct. Those kind of rides give me chills because it takes a level of courage to say, this is the plan and I'm going to stick with it, and everyone's going to see me if I'm wrong. Everyone's going to say I went too fast, I was too aggressive. You're not hiding in this situation when you make that decision. And Ricardo went out there, he went quick, he went fast, and he was rewarded for it. And I think that mistake that some riders make is not doing that, being passive and trying to walk the dog on the front end and hoping that you don't make a mistake. And I love rides like that.
Road to win.
Ride to win.
Not to lose.
Exactly. Ride to win and dare to be great. Anybody could ride that cookie cutter way. Think outside the box and let horses do their thing. I love that ride as well. And you're right. If you get beat, you get criticized. But you know what? When you're riding well, you don't care about anybody's criticism. You do what you know is right.
Well done. Ricardo Santana Jr. takes the initiative, and it pays off on Jockey the Joker. You're done for the day?
No, I'm going to be reporting later.
Reporting. Okay,
Yep.
so you get a little break here. Andy Sterling's coming on the desk, stepping in for Mig here after a short timeout. We'll be back. More to come, including our feature, Paradise Creek, where Miguel Clement's Intricate Spirit, graded stakes winner as a 2-year-old. We're going to pad that resume on the return. Back with you on our continuing coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. And we have new company. Joining us on the desk, Andy Serling, as mentioned, stepping in for Richie Migliori. Good to see you on the Saturday afternoon with our features still to come in the Paradise Creek. Looks like a very contentious field.
It does. It's a very wide open race. Be interesting to see how it's run. And I'm just happy that we really haven't had any substantial rain. So the main track has stayed fast and the turf courses are fine. So while it's supposed to rain overnight into tomorrow, we seem to have gotten through today unscathed, and all the MTOs are out the rest of the day.
I got a little bit on the getting on the train. I got a little bit of moisture.
Is it still in there?
It's gone now.
Race 5, let's wrap it up. Ricardo Santana Jr. aggressive early with Jockey the Joker and able to just hang on and win gate to wire. Great ride.
Andy wasn't on with us, but I know Andy, and I know he'll agree that he appreciates rides like that are ridden with aggression.
No question about it. You're riding the controlling speed. Stop letting everybody else in the race, making the 8 work enough. You know, you imagine this race, and I'm not saying it would have necessarily been different, but imagine he slows it down and the 8's in a comfortable stalking spot and they get into the stretch. That horse probably grinds him down, but think of the work he had to do to get there. Thinking about yesterday's 7th race when T-Craft ran that 97 buyer and the big win, and it made a real difference that Junior was aggressive. You know, horses just seem to run better when they get in that rhythm.
That's how tight it got late, but just enough to get it done for Jockey the Joker. A nose victory.
How is the 8 even money? How is that horse even money in that
People
race?
love ones in the past performances.
That's crazy.
$11.24 for the victory. You get 9-2 on Jockey the Joker. 11th career win for the 7-year-old mare by Practical Joke. Jimmy Ferraro. 2-win day for Ricardo Santana Jr. As we move on to race 6. Race away from the Paradise Creek. 6th race, mile 3/8 on the lawn in this maiden special weight, where the 8, here's Johnny. Ray Handel, 4 runner-ups in 6 starts. Ran very good, obviously, in the Grade 2 Pilgrim. Even in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf is still not yet won.
Real anomaly looking at the multi-race bets. The 2 is a $12 double, which is saying he's around even money here with a 9-2 shot winning. And the Ray Handel horse, who's 9-5 favorite right now, that horse is $22, the double. Yet in the pick 3, it's $30 with the 8, and it's $100 and change with the 2. So it seems like, who won the 4th race? 4th winner was 5-1. So we now have a parlay that's around $60, and if you get the 8 home in the pick 3, you're going to get 1 to 1,000. He's paying like he's $2.02.
Was the 4th race Ray Handel?
Yeah, it was 5-1.
So is it the Ray to Ray? Is it the Ray to Ray pick 3? Is that the one that's paying weird?
Well, yeah, except Ray didn't train the last winner, so you think it was a big Ray, all Ray?
Maybe.
Wow, that's quite a bet.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More action from the Jersey Shore when we return off the turf
Fair
today.
explanation.
Race 6 was meant for the grass. Now on the main track, it's been a Paco Lopez kind of Saturday. He's on the 2-5 favorite when we come back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes, plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
From the Shore's greatest stretch, welcome back. America's Day at the Races, FS2 Race 6 New Jersey Breds off the turf on the main track. A mile. Field and updated odds. Paco looking for a 4th win on the afternoon. Garden Gal, number 9, odds on 3 to 5. Post parade, Life Raft, 4th start, first career route.
The sire much better on dirt here. We saw on May the 9th looking to improve from that start.
Rewall, 3rd start, first career route.
Wrote ground the last time I saw her. Good so.
Gypsy Style, 14 race maiden, yet to hit the board.
It now takes the dirt off of the bench. We'll see how this horse fares. Probably needs the start, judging from the price.
Okay, number 6, Caitlin Said Run is running for purse money only. Listed as a scratch, is running for purse money only. Paul will explain shortly. 'Tis Awesome. Pictured 3-year-old debut. More speed since stretching out.
For sure. I like the speed angle, but this horse coming off of the bench, the trainer, don't love the angle there.
La Pluma, 3-year-old debut.
Not the Puma, but horse also coming off the layup, also gets to the dirt. Motown has some success there.
Paco Lopez, Garden Gal.
This horse is back races, especially now second off the bench. Competitive up there at 4 to 5.
Point to the star. Luis Rivera, contender, draws in.
Interesting. Most of the better races have come on the synthetic and turf.
And that's the field. These New Jersey bred maidens on the main track. All right, Paul, so what's the story here with number 6, Caitlin Said Run, listed as a scratch, but is competing?
Yeah, Lafitte, I was walking out here. I said, what's going on? Do you guys have the wrong saddle towel on a horse? And they basically said, no, the 6 horse in here, Caitlin Said Run, was listed as a scratch. Now, there was a miscommunication between the stewards, the owners, and the trainers about entering the horse and thought that the horse was a scratch. And they can't put the horse back in the tote system. The pick 3s and the pick 5s have started. So that's why you're not having the 6 right now in the wagering. She's going to run for purse money only. Very strange situation, but I was told that it happens every once in a while. And all you need to do, Lafitte, is dial 222-1500. That gets you the stewards here at Monmouth Park. Okay, let's get to this race. You know, the 3 fillies in here, the 7, 8, and 9. The 9's taking all the money in here for Paco Lopez, and the horse has got a bullet drill before that last race. I'll focus on the 7 here. 'Tis Awesome for Rory Houston. Very familiar with these New Jersey breds is Rory, a horse that, you know, making the 3-year-old debut, gets Lasix. You know, the 9's going to be tough to beat here. I'm just looking for somebody that maybe be able to jump up in here, making the first start as a 3-year-old, and will be able to maybe upset the 9 in here. And, you know, 'Tis Awesome has got a couple races to go to. It's just really tough to find anybody in here. You know, the inside fillies in here as well are really tough to get to. Because their dirt form is not good. I actually think the 1 is a little bit better than Look, but I kind of like La Pluma. I like the way she came out on the racetrack. She looked very good. She was betting her first 2 starts. I thought she ran even enough in her first start. And in her last start, around 2 terms at Delaware, she was okay in that race. And if you look at Jose Sanchez, he's 12% with horses in a route of ground. So I'm going to take a little bit of a shot with La Pluma here. At about 9 to 1, this horse should click down to about 6 to 1 or so over the 9 here, Lafitte.
An outsider, La Pluma. Best of luck, Paul. Appreciate the explanation regarding Caitlin Said Run, number 6. Again, listed there as a scratch, running for purse money only, Megan. It's a clerical error. It's unfortunate, really unfortunate, but it will happen from time to time.
It will, and as Paul gave out the steward's number, I'm sure
222-1500.
I'm sure many, maybe at home if you want to call in. I am kidding, but this horse, as far as number 6 is concerned,
Show up to the set in a minute.
I mean, has some decent works here at Monmouth, and some of these firsters, I will say it's been nice to see them getting those works on the surface. But as far as the current favorite, the 9 Garden Gal, it's going to take one of these horses to take kind of a more dramatic step forward. Is this horse showed speed last time out, gets the Paco effect, should be up there close to that early pace. And I took a shot with the 11, but a very tepid one, knowing that, I mean, this just isn't the best of fields. And just having speed, I think the 9's going to be dangerous. But wanted to take a little bit of a shot with the 11.
What does Rivera have to do with her early to put her in a good position with the outside post? And you can see where they're breaking from in that relatively short run to the first turn.
That's the key, right? The break is going to be key. This 4-year-old filly has a little bit of early speed. She needs to be put into the race and engaged, because if she gets too far off of things, it's going to leave her with too much to do. She's one you need to ask. I mean, this is a mare coming out of a $5,000 claiming race back into Maiden Special New Jersey Company. So I'm aware that it's quite the pivot. She's got to get a lot faster. We'll see if she can do that. First off, the claim for Jose Delgado.
Moving into line race 6, Monmouth Park. Last Saturday, Paco Lopez capturing a first ever American Classic in his career, Napoleon Solo in the Preakness at Laurel Park. Back to work at Monmouth today, the 12-time riding champ here in New Jersey. The leading rider, and having another big Saturday in Oceanport. 3 wins thus far, and on the odds-on favorite, Garden Gal, 3-5 at post time. Matt Dinneman with the call, race 6, Monmouth live, FS2.
La Pluma, post position 8. Gypsy Style coming up. Three back. Garden Gal about to walk forward. Caitlin said run just went in, number 6, running for purse money only. Point to that star to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of a slow start from Caitlin said run, who drops to the back and is running for purse money only. From the inside, Life Raft sent hard for speed, has the lead into the first turn. Life Raft hugs the inside as she goes into the first turn. Garden Gal crossing over from post 9 takes second and presses the front runner around the clubhouse turn. Tis Awesome runs in third. Rewall to the inside, point to that star, deep on the course, 5 lengths off the lead in the pink cap. A gap of 3 to 3 runners who line up here. Gypsy Style, Caitlin said run in the middle, and La Pluma, who's deep as they approach the backstretch. Life Raft with 5 furlongs to go. Narrow lead on Garden Gal, who is on a strong hold to relax right outside of Life Raft. Gap of 2 to Tis Awesome. Into the third position she goes and travels okay. A length and a quarter clear of Rewall, who's down on the rail. Then Gypsy Style, point to that star there even. 4 lengths clear of La Pluma, and Caitlin said run has given way far out of it now as they go into the far turn. Garden Gal, Paco Lopez sitting chilly, goes to the lead, sticks a nose in front, while Life Raft, Kendra Rivera all in. Tis Awesome making it a party of 3 wide with 5/16 to go, and these 3 pull clear, rather 2, as Life Raft is completely given way now. On the lead, Garden Gal with Tis Awesome. They're stride for stride. Tis Awesome's all in. Garden Gal, Paco looking around for some competition as they come down the lane, but the main competition is Tis Awesome. Tis Awesome with a furlong to go alongside Garden Gal in this final furlong. Garden Gal has to sprint in this final furlong here. Opens up 2 lengths. Now Rewall takes second and comes charging after Garden Gal. Going to make it tight. Rewall on the outside. Rewall tags Garden Gal in the shadow of the wire under Chantal Sutherland. Perfectly timed by horse and rider. Garden Gal's second, Tis Awesome third, and fourth was La Pluma.
At a massive price, 41-1, Rewall, Chantal Sutherland nails the favorite, Garden Gal, and Paco in the shadow of the wire.
I've learned in my very short time being here, some of these New Jersey bred races, maiden special races, can be quite the bombs away, almost like an Arkansas bred race. And Rewall, as I mentioned last time that she ran, she probably needed the ground, and this is really what this filly needed, as she needed to start first off the bench for Joanne Bertrand, who gets her in the winner's circle, her second win of the year. So smaller connections on the day, and a horse that had the right scenario. I mean, they were glacial. A mile and a 16, 49 and 1 there. Just no pace at all early. This was kind of a strange race, Lafitte.
All the credit to Rewall, but the favorite, Garden Gal, her own worst enemy. Pulling at Paco, rank too aggressive, and it cost her late. Has to settle for second today. Rewall, big upset in the 6th at Monmouth. Time for the 6th Aqueduct. Belmont at the Big A. Maggie's in the paddock as we get set for this late pick 5.
Thanks, Lafitte. And it's an interesting race to kick things off here in this late pick 5. We're going 1 mile and 3/8 on the turf for these maidens. And we'll begin with a horse who, for Chad Brown standards, has had his chances and has yet to deliver, as he appears to be hanging in well, nearly every one of his efforts. And that is number 2, Gold Sovereign. But he does have a pedigree that thrives at these distances, and also takes a little while, typically speaking, to get good. So I know he's a 4-year-old, and he hung last time at Keeneland. Going back to the last time he was at Keeneland, he hung, and the same thing at Kentucky Downs, and they were at similar distances to what he meets here. I just couldn't get past this English Channel Gold Kitten's Joy Cross, which you look at all of these successful Greatest Stakes turf marathoners, winners that are American bred, they generally have this pedigree. Now, he does look like that type of pedigree too, which often is not the most attractive. They tend to be smaller, kind of weedier looking horses. And that's exactly what Gold Sovereign is. So do I love him here physically? No, but I'm willing to give him one more try here to see if he can break through and not hang this time around. But standing in his way is the horse who is taking a lot of money. That's on the outside with number 8. Here's Johnny for his second start as a 3-year-old. He showed a lot of promise in his juvenile season with 3 consecutive runner-up efforts, including graded stakes efforts too, but he's still looking for that elusive win. Now, last time it was going 1 mile and a 16th for his return. He got away awkwardly and slowly, was towards the rear, kind of had a slight steady around the first turn, and then had a pretty good trip from there on out. He just ended up being second best behind West End Kid, who looks pretty good, who would also come back and win his next start with an 85 buyer. Now, if you watch that replay, you can watch the way that Here's Johnny moves. He kind of has that metronome galloping, kind of one-paced way of going. And for me, I think that does speak to more distance being well within his wheelhouse. And physically, he looks that way too. I've always liked him. I just think that maybe this distance will be to his liking, and I hope that Dylan Davis puts him in a forward position. Hopefully he breaks better today as he does apply those short cup cheater blinkers here, Greg. But this is an interesting field. Will it be Here's Johnny finally getting his picture taken today?
We've been waiting for this horse to get that first career win. 4 runner-ups, 6 starts, graded stakes placed on a couple of occasions. Ran a decent 5th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Still a maiden, however. We start with the 1 Organite in the post parade.
Yeah, I think Organite's very dangerous, second off a layoff, getting more ground, and he is, in my opinion, the overlay in this field.
Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown, Gold Sovereign.
You got to dig a little deeper, but his race at Kentucky Downs makes me feel like this 1 mile and 3/8 might be what he wants to be doing.
18-1, Miguel Clement and Chester Boy.
Well, he's not competitive his lone race. If you like him, you're assuming he's going to improve substantially, stretching out in distance.
Which he potentially could.
Of course he could.
Big number. Capricious Outcome, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables.
Yeah, I think this happens in these 1 mile and 3/8 races sometimes. You have some horses that show a little bit, and they haven't really been able to get over the hump. Let's just try to go a little bit further, see if it wakes them up.
Mortal Luck is not that.
He's had a lot of chances, this horse, and I just prefer slightly less, better horses with less races.
Peak Performer, he's coming out of a 1.5 mile race on synthetic.
He's had a lot of opportunities to go long and hasn't been able to get his picture taken.
For Sales Road, Manny Franco for Tad Pletcher.
Only in America do we actually accurately pronounce it for Sales Road. This is another one that will need to get faster, stretching out in distance.
And here's Johnny at 8-5. Blinkers go on.
He's always shown talent. Today is kind of the day for me. It's a little bit of a put up or shut up deal. If he can't get it done here, I'm going to start questioning his ability to win.
I agree. He probably won't be favored based on multis. I misspoke. The low pick 3 makes obvious sense.
He won't
with
be
these.
favored.
He won't be favored.
Wow.
The 9, it was the one who's super short in the pick 3. I was being idiotic earlier. I misread the board. No, the 2 is favored in doubles and pick 3.
It flipped over.
Favorite.
It flipped.
Yeah, and it just flipped. Yeah. I don't like the 2. He might win, but he's had a lot of chances.
Earn a split of $5,000 if you hit the late pick 5, which starts here. Belmont at the Big 8 today. Go to NYRABets.com. Got to opt in to take advantage and hopefully get a piece of that extra cash in your account. So here is the 8-5 favorite, the 2. Gold Sovereign. Pratt for Chad Brown. Homebred for Calumet.
Maggie's thinking, and I think I respect it, is you've got an English Channel from a Kitten's Joy Dam, so this horse is bred to go long. And this last race, which shows a 1 1/8. The problem is he tried a 1 5/16 at Kentucky Downs, which I think a lot of us will agree is probably farther than a 1 3/8 from a sense of a stamina test, even though it's a shorter distance. And he did the same thing he did here. He did his next start. He gets there and he hangs. I'm not saying he can't win. Of course he can win this race. But you've got a horse that's going to be favored for Chad Brown, whose horses win when they're supposed to, and he has failed multiple times at short prices.
But the one thing I'll say about him is while I'm a Here's Johnny fan, I think that race that Here's Johnny exits from Keeneland, where West and Kidd came back and won. There was the Juddmonte horse in there for Chad as well. I think it was a very productive race, a good race. I think Here's Johnny is going to run his race, but there's still some big question marks about whether or not he wants to win and whether or not he's going to appreciate the added distance. It's not I think it'd be foolish to assume he's going to appreciate the added distance.
No, I would never assume. I think that's fair. Now Ray thinks he will, because I asked Ray last week why he wasn't in a maiden race. He said, I want to wait for the one at 1 3/8. Now a lot of people also might not like him because he's a 3-year-old facing mostly older horses. That's not something I really care about. But this is a horse that ran a winning race in the Pilgrim and had an unlucky trip. He actually didn't run bad in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And by the way, the winner of that race came back and won the Irish Guineas today. And last time out, that was a sensational maiden race. And not only did the winner come back and win and improve his buyer figure 1 point, he's a Will Walden horse who, as far as I can tell, hasn't lost a race since he started training on his own. And the 3rd place finisher lost, but he improved his buyer figure 5 points, losing to a very promising horse from trainer Tom Morley.
Yeah, it's a good race. He's coming out of West End. Kid looked very good. We were on the air that day at Keeneland. With more as they make their way to the gate, let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with number 1, Organite in here. And he got a very aggressive warm-up, kind of under his own accord, too, for Dave Dong. And coming out of a shorter race, not that you're reinventing things here, but in his last 3 races, he's been beaten by horses that have been able to wire the field. So I'm wondering if they do get a little bit more aggressive with Organite, who now, as he comes back as a 4-year-old, has finally mentally matured quite a bit. He was always a bit of a bad actor going back to that 3-year-old season. I wish he looked a little better in his coat. I'm not going to lie, but I do like this distance for him, as he last year ran in a couple maiden races, a Bourbon for Toby, for instance. To be fair, full disclosure, very near and dear to my heart, but has turned into a decent horse. So I think there is still a bit of upside for Organite. As we move on to Chad's other horse at 9-1 is Capricious Outcome, who definitely, as relative to his stablemate, does not have a pedigree that says going 1 3/8 or more on the turf is what he wants to do. But he is built like it. He's very big. He's huge. I mean, he is every bit of 17 hands. So yes, that physical frame kind of equates to it. And he does come out of a race in which he did have a little bit of trouble. He kind of got so wet taking the overland route, and like I said, at Gulfstream, you need to be saving ground to be successful there. Next, we'll check in with one that has experience at these distances. That's number 6, Peak Performer. Once upon a time, I wrote, looks like he needs 1.5 miles. That was before he ever went 1.5 miles, but I still think he needs it. And 2, the argument could be made, Greg, is he a horse that's better on the synthetic as opposed to the turf, which he gets back to today?
All right, here we go. Thank you, Maggie. 8-5, Gold Sovereign, the 2 for Chad Brown, the favorite. As we kick off this late pick 5, pool over $323,000. Here's Johnny, 4 runner-ups, first 6 starts of his career, multiple graded stakes placed, 2-1 second choice.
Yeah, I kind of prefer him as you do, Jonathan. I'm not going to be shocked if we lose the 2, but I don't want to bet against him. I use the 1-8 in some doubles.
Here's Johnny. Dylan Davis aboard. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Good beginning from Gold Sovereign towards the inside. Has got early speed, is now going to give up the lead as Peak Performer moves up. And on the outside, it's Versailles Road. Versailles Road, Manny Franco will seize the lead, and they're up by about 3/4 of a length as Peak Performer wants to move in closer for Jose Lezcano. Tightly held at the rail there, Gold Sovereign. That's the top trio. Then comes Capricious Outcome as they slacken off the pace. The leader, Versailles Road, at a big number. Comfortable. Gold Sovereign is down towards the inside, just loping right along in 3rd, and Peak Performer out wider in the 2-path. Capricious Outcome is in behind them with Organite, who's a patiently ridden 5th. Just behind them, here's Johnny to the outside of Chester Boy and the trailer, Mortal Lock. The leader, Versailles Road. Versailles Road is comfortable. Manny Franco, Versailles Road up by a full length. Peak Performer is just a stalking second. Gold Sovereign saving all the ground for Flavien Prat in 3rd. Capricious Outcome. Ricardo Santana Jr. in 4th, and Organite still at the rail in 5th. Chester Boy is trying to pick up a spot to the inside of Here's Johnny, and the trailer, Mortal Lock. They work into that turn, and the leader, Versailles Road. Peak Performer moves in closer, and here's Peak Performer trying to challenge for that front end, is tugging. Just behind them is still Gold Sovereign at the rail in 3rd, and Capricious Outcome. They haven't changed the running order much as Organite has picked up 5th. Here's Johnny. 2 trailers, Chester Boy, and Mortal Lock has trailed throughout. 47.67, the posted half up on the board as Versailles Road is in front, is up by a half length. Peak Performer has been there throughout the journey, and Gold Sovereign's lost some ground at the rail, is now 4th. Capricious Outcome starts to make a move. Ricardo Santana Jr., they've taken the 3rd position, and Organite in between horses in 5th. Then Here's Johnny has been a touch wide. Chester Boy, Mortal Lock. Versailles Road will pick up the sprint, and Peak Performer has asked the question, not making up ground on the long shot, who starts to skip away. Gold Sovereign now rides the rail, and here comes Gold Sovereign, is now taking a challenging second, but Versailles Road has put about 3 on the field. Versailles Road at the top of the lane. Gold Sovereign with clear running room is trying to run this leader down. Versailles Road is trying to find a final furlong. Gold Sovereign continues to give chase. Versailles Road is not stopping yet. Gold Sovereign's going to have to earn it. Versailles Road at a big number. Versailles Road's going to take them all the way at 32-1. Gold Sovereign second, then Organite and Capricious Outcome.
Versailles Road completely dismissed on the tote board. Huge upset under Manny Franco for Todd Pletcher.
Credit Manny Franco for putting him in the front end when the 5 didn't show speed in there, and I don't know if he had trouble at the start. This horse went to the lead, and I mean, the posted fractions are fast. I don't believe them, especially given the final time, but the posted fractions were fast. It's never stopped.
Yeah, I mean, look, I still don't necessarily see it on paper, but if you let a horse get loose like that, these are the kind of outcomes that happen. I agree with you. I'm not really sure about the fractions.
They're wrong. There's no way they went 23 and change, 47 and 3, and then 206.96. It's just not possible. It just doesn't make any sense at all. I don't know, Nobody closed, but the 8 didn't get better with more distance. So Gold Sovereign does what he always does. He got a perfect trip, and he just was second best.
Well, if the pace... Here's the thing. Because a 32-1 shot wired the field, that makes Gold Sovereign's performance a little bit worse. Getting that perfect trip right in behind the fractions that allowed the 7 to stay on the wire of the field.
Didn't the 2 just run the same race he runs every time? Good trip, beaten about a length. He's just that kind of horse. I thought Organite would have run better. He didn't, he got a very good trip. Johnny had him right behind the 2. Pulled him out. He just wasn't good enough.
7-2, 1-4 finish, 32-1 upset here at Belmont at the Big A. It was a 41-1 upset back at Monmouth.
Yeah, shocking results. Both Belmont at the Big A and here at Monmouth Park. Daniel Castro's re-wall for trainer Joan Bertrone. Chantal Sutherland runs down the favorite Garden Gal and Deep Stretch.
Bree Walsh is one of those big, stout fillies that was so heavy and kind of just needed the fitness from her last race. A quicker turnaround. It gave her some good as she went from the 6 furlongs down to the mile and did so well. Needed the ground, got the race in her. 41-1, pays $80 here.
Triggering the upset, Chantel Sutherland with Paul moments ago in the winner's circle.
With winning rider Chantel Sutherland aboard the biggest long shot of the meet so far, the New Jersey-bred Rewill. When did you think you had a big shot?
I actually didn't till like the very end. When I saw Paco where he is, he's always kind of in front. I was dying to beat him, but I think around the coming out of the gate, I just sensed him. I want to change it up, and then on the backside, I was on the rail. It was nice and sweet there, and then Paco saw me coming through up the rail, and our entry was there. And thankfully he stayed and kept him out because Paco smashed him. Anyway, I was able to get around, and when he saw daylight, he kind of took off. I thought I had a chance, but you never know because Paco's pretty good at keeping on to the very end. But my horse is super game. Thank you to Joanne. You always catch me when I'm dirty. But thanks for the interview with Monmouth Park. I love being here. It's a little colder than Dubai, I must say. My eyes are watering, but I'm really happy to be here.
We were, the Gold Cup's coming up at Santa Anita. We showed some video of you on Game On Dude. Talk us, what was it like riding that big old boy?
It was amazing. Like, I was a rock star. Game On Dude was such an amazing horse. He's one of those horses that has such guts and game, and like putting all those great riders like Johnny Way and Garrett and oh my God, everybody. It was so fun, and I was in it. And Bob was just such an amazing guy to ride for. And we all love Jill, and it was just an amazing experience. Like, it's one of those things that you can't imagine how amazing it is till years have passed, and it's I'll never forget it.
You got Canuto in the next race, big shot?
Big shot, soup is hot, Paul.
Soup is hot. When she says the soup is hot, Chantel usually gets him home.
Canuto, she'll ride currently 9 to 5. There she goes, Chantel Sutherland, Game On Dude, front running wrecking ball, only 3-time big cap winner ever. Don't think he ever paid $84. Many of his biggest moments with Chantal in the saddle. We have the cross-country Pick 5 coming up next in race number 7 here at Monmouth. What do you make of Chantal's mount? Can she go back-to-back? And again, this one much more makes a lot more sense on paper.
She certainly can, and I will say credit to her and Paulie's little, as far as the good soup joke. It's not a joke. It's true. When she says the soup is hot, she's on a horse that's been doing really well. So I anticipate she could be right there in the winner's circle right again, Lafitte.
That's coming up next. The cross country Pick 5, race number 7 here at Monmouth Park. So our coverage continues on this Saturday afternoon. Much more from Belmont at the Big A here at Monmouth. Next, cross country Pick 5. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
America's Day of the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. 32-1 upset in the 6 for Sales Road. Manny Franco and Todd Pletcher team up.
A friend of mine pointed out the winner of his last race, which by the way was on synthetic, almost upset a field here as a long shot the other day. It was an all-winners of 1, I guess. So I guess it's a key. Could it be a key synthetic race for betting horses going long on the turf? That's an angle I'd never heard before.
There it is. I'm going to write that one down.
Yeah, keep that one.
Play Come Get Me and Catch Me If You Can. The favorite tried. Gold Sovereign. Can't complain about the trip he got.
No.
Pratt did everything perfect, just couldn't get there.
I don't know where you go if you couldn't win here unless, I'd love to know what the real fractions and times were because obviously they're inaccurate. Organite, I have a thing for Organite, but maybe he's just a pace-dependent horse, but he has been unlucky in some races. Who knows?
7-2-1, that 50-cent trifecta, $271 and change. Huge upset in the 6th. Paradise Creek is next, 6 furlongs on the outer turf for 3-year-olds. And right now, Intricate Spirit, the 2-1 favorite. Miguel Clement Barn, 3rd start of his 3-year-old campaign, looking for his first win this year.
Yeah, we were talking off air, and you said to me, do you kind of get all the love for Intricate Spirit? And I kind of agree with you. I think he's a major player, and he had that good race last year. And, you want to say, well, some of the horses didn't run that well at Keeneland, but for him to be favored in here and just assuming that he couldn't handle the turf at Keeneland, that's a little bit of a stretch. He's not 6-1. He's 2-1.
At a short price, and I know you're going to agree. The 8 being 16-1, I know it's early. The double doesn't suggest it's going to be that big of a price.
But he's not going to be that short.
But the 8 makes a ton of sense. I like the 6 as well. Azizum.
You like a George Weaver horse?
Yeah,
This is an upset.
It's the first time in the history
of
this show.
I can't believe that.
I didn't know you knew the name of that barn.
Amazing.
I'm going to pay you back for that.
I look forward to it.
Many people, big fans of that barn, but JK, yes, picks those horses every now and again.
I like the 8 too. I'm with you.
We're going to leave you. We're done with you for the day.
I can't believe you spent a half an hour with me. Obviously, you have good taste, just not that good.
Acacia Clement stepping in this seat. JK done as well. When are you back? Don't leave yet.
Saratoga next weekend.
We're not going to see you till then.
Getting us excited for Belmont at
Wow.
Saratoga.
If Jonathan in Saratoga on the show talking about getting excited doesn't do it for you, then you're obviously
Cross
dead.
Country Pick 5 is next after a short break.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the 3rd leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to naira.com/EMPTRI.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful.
He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back just in time for the cross-country Pick 5. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Alibi Lane. Paddock here at Monmouth Park. Horses left the paddock. Front side now. This rainy Saturday. In race 7, just moments away, you see the field updated odds. $7,500 claimer, sprinting 6 furlongs, non-winners 3 lifetime, all 2 for something. We start with Son of a Slew, who exits a series of turf routes.
Cuts back in distance, as you mentioned, and just has never fared on the dirt.
Canuto, Chantal Sutherland looking to go back-to-back.
And this horse just makes the most amount of sense. Kind of a bicycle horse. You do have to keep this horse engaged.
Number 3, Cassation, the 7-year-old, idle since January.
And a 7-year-old, as you mentioned, that comes off the bench, and it just his form has left a lot to be desired off that bench.
Your Mission has 2 wins, both on turf synthetic. Azteca Warrior out, Mambrino in at 2-1.
Should simplify things as the 5 had some speed, and now with the blinkers on, the number 6 should be in front.
The field for this 7th race. Cross-country Pick 5. Odds on Canuto with Chantal Sutherland. This one will not pay $84, as did the winner she just rode in race number 6. Paulie handicapping this 7th race. Lots to do at Monmouth Park on a Saturday, even when the rain is falling, including playing in the sand and building sandcastles.
Well, you're correct there, Lafitte. The last 20 minutes, I built this absolutely beautiful thing of a specimen. We're celebrating America 250 over here in the sandcastle. Always just, it's a staple here at Monmouth Park. As soon as you walk in the general admission, the food trucks are down there to the left. You get this beautiful sculpture here. We also have a New Jersey Devil fan going to go right by here. Who do you like in this race, sir?
All of them.
He likes all of them. So he's going to punch the all button here, Lafitte. I'm going to go with the 2, Canuto. By the way, Meg, you didn't tell me they named a truck after me, the Little Sicilian.
The Little Sicilian, one of 32 food trucks here this week at Monmouth Park. A 3-day food truck festival that begins today. I hear they're all out of funnel cake.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Megan. But yeah, continues throughout the weekend. 32 food trucks to choose from, including the Little Sicilian.
Anytime I can take advantage of a fried Oreo opportunity, Lafitte, I'm going to.
I'm with you.
I saved some for Andy, which I'm sure he's really excited about, and Mig. So get ready.
That couldn't have been a coincidence, right?
The fried Oreo? No,
the Little Sicilian and Paul. There's no way that was a coincidence.
And just the ambiance, his guests. I mean, it was all working for him.
The guest likes all of them in this 7th race to kick off the cross-country Pick 5. Who do you like?
I do like the 1-2 favorite Canuto, who is the horse to beat off of some of those Finger Lakes races going back to even Gulfstream over the fall. It ran that 87 Beyer speed figure at a near miss, back-to-back 87 Beyer speed figures for Jorge Delgado, where back on March the 13th, his last race on dirt, Lafitte, he showed speed just off the pace. The 2 ahead of him were next out winners. And as I mentioned in the post-parade, you really have to keep him going. But he can break slow. He has a tendency to do so, but he needs to be early and be put into position. Chantal needs to have this horse on his A game, especially when it comes to that position going forward.
In other words, for the uninitiated, if they're watching Canuto the favorite and they see Chantal Sutherland riding and he's not instantly responding, that's just Canuto kind of being Canuto.
Right, and a lot of the times, though, you'll see in his form lines when he is forward and on that early pace, it just does him better as he doesn't have as much work to do. But don't be afraid if you do see her getting after him, as we'll see how the number 6 Mambrino likely to be the fastest early.
Paco not on a favorite. This just in. Mambrino, second choice in the wagering. Canuto, 1-2. Cross-country pick 5 starts here. Matt Ditterman with the call, the 7th, live from Monmouth.
Outside, Mambrino rounds out the field. Here's Mambrino. We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of a stumble at the break for Son of a Slew. He recovered pretty quickly, though. Mambrino from the far outside on the lead. Here's Canuto firing forward to come and challenge. And the two favorites hook up early. Cassation right behind, tracking in third. Son of a Slew to the inside. Your Mission at the back. 5 or 6 behind the front running Canuto, who goes off as the 1-5 favorite. Heavily favored Canuto leads the parade here. 3 parts of a length ahead. Mambrino on a loose rein now on the outside second. Length and a half to Cassation, Son of a Slew. They're side by side, well clear of Your Mission as they go into the far turn. Canuto with 3 furlongs to go leads the way a half length. Mambrino sent upon. Cassation 3 wide, getting closer, rounding the far turn, and these 3 are now across the track, approaching the quarter pole. They've opened up 3 on Son of a Slew, and Your Mission, who's well behind. Top of the lane, Cassation trying to spring the upset here on the outside at 20-1. Mambrino fights on between horses. Canuto down on the inside. 1 furlong to go. Cassation, Mambrino, Canuto inside, very game. Canuto switches leads. Mambrino alongside. Cassation starts to weaken and is in third. Coming to the line, it's a battle. Canuto, and on the outside, Mambrino, photo finish. Canuto inside, maybe with a narrow edge, but it was tight between him and Mambrino, with Cassation third, Son of a Slew fourth, Your Mission fifth.
Beat Paco again. Perhaps. Deep stretch inside Canuto. Mambrino surges late with Paco.
Looks like from this angle, it was the inside horse who was able to switch leads and kind of have a little bit more of that late momentum. Obviously close there with Mambrino, who was a part of the early pace, but it was key to get the number 2 Canuto on the front end, and that's just what Chantel Sutherland did in this run.
Results forthcoming. Back to Aqueduct. Belmont at the Big A. Featured Paradise Creek is next. Hello, Acacia.
Hey, Lafitte. Great to hear your voice and happy to be reunited up here with Andy Sterling. Did
what
you
am I,
miss
chopped
me?
liver? I don't even get a hello from Lafitte.
I know. Well, you've been here already.
Whatever.
It's your
I
old
missed
news
you.
at this stage.
I'm glad to get rid of those 2 losers who are up here with me. I mean,
I was
seriously.
going to say, you missed me while you were up here.
I miss you all the time, but our offices are near each other, so
that's true.
We do manage to see
we
each other.
We get to gossip together. We're paying tribute to an incredibly talented racehorse in Paradise Creek. We're taking a look back at the 1994 Manhattan here. He was good.
Feels like that's like one of those Pat Kelly horses, like Solar Splendor or somebody second. To look that up. He was the goods. You know, there are a lot of horses that you'll hear. People talk about how good they were, and they were okay and whatever. He wasn't okay. He was much, much better than okay. I mean, you look back and like, who are some of the great American, the turf horses, the Kitten's Joys, the Artie Schillers, Theatrical. Theatrical wasn't a U.S.-based horse, but Paradise Creek was. Tremendous racehorse.
Trained by Belmont, 1994 champion grass horse. 9 graded stakes wins, 4 grade 1s. A pretty impressive record there for sure. And Paradise Creek is namesake race coming up for the 3-year-olds sprinting on the grass here. And glad that the rain has largely held off, just light showers falling. Intricate Spirit right now, the 2-1 favorite in the Paradise Creek as we head down, get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at your favorite. That is number 3, Intricate Spirit, who is coming off the back of a trouble trip, to say the least, there at Keeneland in that Palisades, in which he just got checked severely at about the 5/16 to the quarter pole. And when you do that going the 5.5 furlongs, well, pretty likely you're not going to be able to recover after that. Now, he's a horse that has run fast enough as a 2-year-old to win here. So I feel as though he hasn't gotten a true opportunity to show that he can improve from that 2-year-old form in his 2 starts thus far. Obviously rained off in the Texas Glitter and had to participate on the synthetic, and then last time with the trouble trip. To my eye, he has grown. He has filled out. He was an impressive 2-year-old. very good looking, very mature in his physical form, but I feel as though there has been some physical progression with him too, as he does add a fairly large set of cheater cut blinkers. You know, it's about 1.5 to 2 inches coming out from his eye. So he is getting closed in a bit from that line of sight directly behind him. So there is a bit of a change in there, and he does wear a figure 8 and a Houghton bit. So some pretty progressive equipment on Intricate Spirit as well for a horse that was a little hard to handle. And I'm hoping that we do see him a bit more forward now going the 6 furlongs as opposed to in his last start at the 5.5. Next, we'll check in on a horse who is a big price as of now on the outside with number 8 at 13 to 1. Was not expecting to see double digits on this guy, Twilight Delight, as yes, he does have to overcome the layoff here for Danny Leach, whose biggest win so far in his career came here in the matron with Lady Apple, I believe was her name. And looking at Twilight Delight here in the paddock, I like what I see. I mean, this guy is a true out-and-out turf sprinter when it comes to the way he's put together. He comes in here well-conditioned, he's strong, he's fit. I don't have anything to compare him off of from his 2-year-old form, but I do like what I'm seeing from him in the paddock. Now, however, watching his workouts, which you can do on that Kentucky Horsemen's Association website, in his last work that was in a pair on the turf at Keeneland, he was with a stakes winner who's also a 4-year-old, so has an edge on him as far as age and accomplishments, by the name Plenza, who is for Rusty Arnold. Now, he could not hold a match to Plenza in that workout. He tried, but he was under a lot of encouragement to stay with him. Ultimately, he would finish about 3/4 of a length behind him. Again, it could be apples to oranges, but Acacia, I really like what I'm seeing from this horse in the paddock, and you gotta like even more what you see on the board at that big odds, which I'm sure Andy is excited about.
Getting a nice price, 12 to 1 for sure. And Andy, you thought this horse would offer some value in here.
Yeah, this was the one time in 20 times that I disagree with the morning line, and I happen to be right. When I picked the 8, I never thought he'd be a short price. I assumed he'd be in the 6 to 8 to 1 range. One of the reasons I like Twilight, first of all, I have no argument against the 3. I'll give him a pass for last time, though he is the favorite off a bad performance. And I agree, he should be more forward. I just didn't want to take him at a super short price. And in a competitive field, I wanted a horse at a slightly better price.
Let's meet the whole field, beginning with the one Chasing Freedom, who wired the fields at Fairgrounds last time.
In a tough spot, breaking from the inside, because Dylan kind of has to go, and there's other speed in this race that may just be better.
Speaking of speed, this guy's quick, Track Tiger.
Yeah, Maggie and I were talking about this in the show. The pace projector from Time From US does not have him in the top 3. We wonder how forward he'll be. He has California speed.
And going down the hill as well, so cutback in distance for him. Intricate Spirit, he showed speed as a 2-year-old.
I imagine your husband, who managed to negotiate the subway getting out here, probably told Manny, try not to be as far back as he was last time.
Don't know why his speed wasn't
Manny
used
didn't
in his
ride him,
most
by the way.
recent start. Exactly. Kappa Naparo gets back to the turf.
Lost to a pretty good horse who came back with a nice win and a stake at Kentucky Downs in his one turf race. But I wonder almost if Rick Dutrow thought, why don't I take a shot in the turf and maybe it rains off.
Yeah, could have been. Bronze Bullet cuts back on the turf.
Won in this race for Jose D'Angelo. I didn't really love his races down in Florida. I preferred others, and I don't know if he's really a sprinter.
Here's Asizam, second off the layoff here.
Yeah, I mean, if you think the race is going to fall apart, he's probably a horse that you want to use, and I thought he ran okay last time.
Glorious Boy, first start since the Kitten's Joy in January at Gulfstream.
Maggie made a decent case for this horse having a shot at a price. You know, his race here in the fall, the last time he sprinted, was okay.
Yeah, he's the only one to make up ground in
a lot
the
of money,
award.
too.
Yeah, 5 to 1 right now
Carlos
with John
was
Velasquez in the saddle. There's Twilight Delight, now 9 to 1.
Yeah, I think he's coming out of an extremely tough race, the Speakeasy, last time out, and I like his chances in a good stalking spot outside.
And It's a Lock, who was far back early in that Palisades.
That's a ballsy name for a horse. It's a Lock.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if I'd really want to go that far.
Strong name.
Horse who start out in maiden claiming races in synthetic. He's improved. He's okay. I just prefer others. But he didn't finish far behind Azizam with a similar trip last time.
I finished 4th in that race. So want to remind everybody, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. at Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code Belmont25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. That's the field for our featured race today in the Paradise Creek. We'll take a look at Intricate Spirit. This is his win in the Futurity, where he punched his ticket to go to the Breeders' Cup, and he was dominant in this race. He also used his speed that day, and wondering if he is going to get back to going that. And I think Maggie's point about a little bit more distance in here too, also well taken.
Yeah, I mean, he got a little run off his feet, the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf sprint. It happens in that race. It's a funny race. Last time out, I don't know what why he was as far back and he did steady in there. But if you look at him, you look at the races that he's run well, he has been forward in every single one of them. So why you would want to take him out of that, I don't know. So I think he'll be forward. The only thing I would say is he really a 9-to-5 shot? And the way he's getting bet, you wonder if he's even going to go lower. Now, imagine he only doesn't have the last 3 races, and his last race is a Futurity with an 83 buyer. I'd be saying, well, he ran an 83 as a 2-year-old. That could easily be a 93 here, which is probably going to demolish this field, in which case 9-to-5 is probably an overlay. So I can understand why people like him, and I have no argument. He is the horse to beat.
And some questions to answer, though. As your favorite, as horses finish up their warm-ups, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with a horse who I believe will be the speed. I could be wrong. Pace projector oftentimes beats me in that respect, but I think number 2 in here, Track Tiger, will be the speed, as he's also just very sharp. Like we've often talked about, California speed is a whole other animal. Whether it's turf or dirt, those horses just go faster, and they go faster earlier, and they bring that speed when they ship eastward. Like I said, he was very forward in the paddock. He has been on the muscle since hitting the racetrack. He is a bigger type, though, so he's not built like your out-and-out speedball. So he's not, really built downhill. He doesn't have those massive hindquarters to him. He's got a little bit more scope to his frame. But again, this is 6 furlongs. If this was 5 or 5.5, I'd be a little bit more concerned about his chances and his ability to show his early speed. But I think he will be the most forward one in here. As we'll move on to number 6, Azizam, whom is your second choice in here. And I'm sorry, it's George Weaver, and he thrives in these types of conditions, these turf sprints, but I don't really get this horse at a short price. Let's put it this way. He's nearly half the price of the 8. And the 8 has run just as fast as Azizam as a 2-year-old. We already saw what Azizam can do as a 3-year-old, in which, yeah, he was a little out sprinted last time in the Palisades. But overall, I thought he had a decent trip. He ran on fine. He's very tiny, too. I would venture a guess that he has not grown or changed much from 2 to 3. So if you like him, fine. He just was not for me. I do find number 7, Glorious Boy, a bit interesting, too. It feels like he has steadily progressed in his buyer speed figures. Now, whether that was a function of the distance, that's yet to be determined. But his 2 2-year-old races sprinting were good enough. He did come in a little washed out when he first arrived in the paddock, which sometimes I don't mind because you want them sharp for this turn back in distance. But after he was saddled, he actually cooled out and looked pretty good. So I think he's an interesting player and is taking a lot of money, as Andy pointed out. Acacia?
Taking attention at 5-1, Glorious Boy, 3-2. Wow, for a moment on Intricate Spirit as they go in. Final thoughts for the Paradise Creek?
I mean, I don't have a problem with the 3. As I said, I like the 8, who I think's run some good races. I think it's a fun race, and frankly, I'm just glad we're able to run these races on the grass, given what the forecasts look by. I hope we do well, and good luck to you with Intricate Spirit, but I'm just glad we're able to run these races, because this is a really fun race.
It is very competitive.
It got rained off.
Yes, it would have been, and we have just a couple left to load. Our feature race of the day, the Paradise Creek, coming up. Belmont at the Big A on the turf. Chris Griffin has the call.
Twilight Delight. It's a lock to the outside. All set for the Paradise Creek. And they're off. Twilight Delight broke sharply, and so did Intricate Spirit, just towards the inside. Intricate Spirit with a half length in front. Twilight Delight's going to be a settling second at the rail. Moving forward, that's Chasing Freedom. Behind them, that's Track Tiger in the 4th spot in front of Capanaparo in 5th. Out wider in 6th is It's a Lock. In 7th, in between horses, Bronze Bullet. Towards the back end of the field, that's Azizam and the Triller. Glorious Boy. They speed up the backstretch, and Intricate Spirit is in front in full command. 23.02, the opening quarter mile. Manny Franco looking over his right shoulder to see who's there. It's Twilight Delight, the stalking second at the rail, Chasing Freedom. Intricate Spirit. Track Tigers in 4th, trying to make up some ground, and down towards the inside, Capanaparo. That's the 5 of them as they approach the top of the lane. Intricate Spirit has been there throughout, is well settled up front, and reaches the top of the lane. Intricate Spirit now gets the cue to kick away from the field and responds. Chasing Freedom towards the inside is making up some ground at the rail, and Twilight Delight still chasing. From far out of it, Azizam is launching late. Intricate Spirit approaching the final 16th. Azizam and also Capanaparo making up late ground with Chasing Freedom, but no stopping Intricate Spirit, dominant in the Paradise Creek. Capanaparo up for 2nd, then came Chasing Freedom and a photo for 4th.
Intricate Spirit takes them gate to wire back to his preferred running style, using his speed. Manny Franco was not messing around today.
Yeah, and we'll assume these fractions were correct. We're dealing with it's listed as firm, but it's a good turf course. And Manny did the right thing. He put him on the front end, and he's just too good for these horses. I mean, this was a race. I know it was a little different for you because you feel you're personally invested in him, but I think anybody watching this race didn't feel like there was ever a point he was going to win. As I said, while I thought the price was a little bit short, based on that race to the Utility last year, there was a chance that he was an overlay at that price. As it turned out, he was.
Gets back to his preferred running style, his preferred trip, as well as he stays, gets another win and stays undefeated here, Belmont at the Big A.
Longest shot on the board, second, 39-1, the 4.
Big price, wow, yeah. As 8-5, no doubt about it. With the winner there, I love this horse. He's a bit of a goofball to be around.
I'll tell you something.
Quirky individual.
He buried this field. I mean, there are probably other shooters out there that are pretty good, but based on this effort, he's going to be a handful to beat in the sprint stakes going forward throughout the year. This is a very, very dominating win for this horse. I mean, you don't see turf sprinters, especially in stakes. He crushed these horses.
Intricate Spirit with the win. As you mentioned, Capanaparo underneath at 39-1, getting back to the turf. He did appreciate the surface switch again. He finished 2nd over Chasing Freedom and Azizam. Intricate Spirit with the win. I imagine after the harrowing subway journey today, this was a sweet victory for Miguel Camon, who's standing by with Maggie.
And if this training thing doesn't work out, he's got a career as an umbrella boy. Well done, Miguel. I like that. Thank you very much. Obviously, the training's working out very well here, but back to the Big A, back to the lead, and Intricate Spirit back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, without a doubt. He dazzled us all winter long. Draw a line through Keeneland. I don't know how we got it wrong, but we messed up, and came back in winning ways today, so it's great.
Talk about the ultimate decision to put the blinkers on here.
That was by default. I thought he was training great at Payson, and he ran an absolute clunker with us at Keeneland. So I decided to go blinkers on, and my only instruction to Manny is to break, go forward. His best races is when he's forwardly placed, so let's not complicate things. Just jump out and come out running.
And it resulted in a big win today. Is this, as you're saying, he's impressed you all winter. I mean, is this on to bigger and better things throughout this 3-year-old campaign?
Yeah, without a doubt. He disappointed us a bit in the Breeders' Cup, but he was at the back of the pack, and I'm not sure that he quite fancies that. Came back, ran a good race at Gulfstream off a layoff. Disappointed us again at Keeneland, but I've always been very, very high on him, and hopefully onwards and upwards.
As you should be, and back to being forwardly placed. Acacia, that's where he wants to run, and he delivers big in this Paradise Creek.
Using that speed, Intricate Spirit back to the winner's circle, picks up the 2nd stakes win of his career and gets the victory here today. Some pats from Manny Franco, well deserved. Exciting about the summer with this guy.
And the pace projector got it right.
Yeah, very good point as well. He was on the front end, on the lead there with the blinkers on. 3-4-1-6 in the Paradise Creek, as we'll bring you prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Our featured race in the books, as this Winter Circle lead-in is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July selected Horses of Racing Age sale, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your race horses today. Intricate Spirit gets back to the Winner's Circle, a place he likes to be here at Aqueduct, and after being on the lead, another place he likes to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's a better horse forward. And I just never understand the idea of taking horses out of their preferred running style, especially when they're forward. Good things happen when you go to the lead. Not always, but frequently. We've seen it earlier today. The ride Ricardo gave Jockey the Joker, and he's a pretty good horse. The turf course is changing from the rain. I don't think it's in bad shape, but you think about comparing this to the maiden claimer for Ray Handel earlier today, who was very impressive winning. But that horse went, I think, about 3/5 of a second faster. Intricate Spirit's a better horse. That horse freaked out. So the course is changing a little bit, and this turf course should be listed as good.
Taking the Winner's Circle picture following the Paradise Creek 540 for Intricate Spirit over. As you said, some long shots, big prices underneath with Capanaparo getting back to the turf and chasing Freedom, who was right there on the rail as well. We'll take a look at the cross-country pick 5 sequence. Intricate Spirit, a short price, not quite as short as Canuto. We'll see if there are some better prices throughout the rest of the sequence.
Yeah, I don't think that Intricate Spirit at 540, though, is going to save our pick 6, which figures to carry him to tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good point. Big prices for there. Take a look at the field for race 8. This is kind of a fun race as well. Class Assist the favorite right now to the outside, but you've got some horses with some back class, and wondering how this race will play out and who might take a step forward.
Well, I like Legree to wire the field. He's going to be closer to his 5-2 morning line. He's going to be the 7-1 he is now, as he's a clear-cut second choice in the double. I thought Legree could wire the field. I always like Whittington Park a little bit. I'm scared of Class Assist. His race 2 back was good enough to win it. His last race disappointing, though.
A horse that has the talent, Class Assist, just maybe not a horse that can always seal the deal with getting the win. Horses stepping on the track, though, for race 8 at Monmouth Park. So head it back over to Lafitte and Megan.
Where the, thus far, cross-country pick 4, yes, the results have been rather chalky. See if that trend continues in this featured event. 8th and final Monmouth Park. It is off the turf on the main track. This 5.5 furlong sprint, and Paco Lopez. He was on the favorite defected, pivotal moment. So he winds up on Thunder Chuck, main track only, 7-5, 5 minutes to post.
Thunder Chuck's recent races have been bad, but he's been running in stakes company against the likes of Commandment, Ewing. He is the overwhelming class of this field. Makes a lot of sense. We'll see if he can revitalize some of that back form, kind of coming off of some disappointing efforts.
Already announced, Megan, tomorrow's races, Monmouth Park off the turf as well. The Sunday turf races, we're off the turf for tomorrow's program.
And that was a huge dent, as there was a pretty solid, salty field of turf runners that we were expecting now will likely be scratched down. But maybe the rain hasn't been a total washout, you could say. So
Just
maybe
steady.
on Monday, maybe we could get on the turf. We shall see. But tomorrow we are off.
Fingers crossed. Memorial Day racing here on FS2 live coverage continuing from Monmouth Park. We meet the field for the nightcap. There's Bootleg Runner representing Inside Speed.
Speed on the inside and also freshened, and we'll see if he can carry that all the way this time around up there at 9-1.
The Poly Factor. This is too easy.
This is too easy. Not only a food truck, but now a horse poly. You're welcome. Comes out of a race last time out on the turf. Now off the layoff for Amelia Green.
Beware of Pride, good third, sprinting on dirt, opening weekend. Then Maximatch, 2 wins, both on grass.
I like this horse. It's been training well, a fast last work. Wasn't a good field he beat last summer in an off-the-turf race on a fast track, but we shall see getting back to it.
That was See the Truth. There is Thunder Chuck.
Again, class of the group from his back races, but his March races at Gulfstream were bad.
You saw Sociably Johnny, then Carnaby galloped last 2 main track sprints.
I mean, then you see him, his Parks form has honestly not terrible, but that was against a lot weaker of foes. We'll see if he can carry that in here now getting back to the dirt.
That's the field for this 8th and final, 3rd leg of the cross-country pick 5. Paco Lopez tried Thunder Chuck here. Paco, of course, right now, the first name that comes to mind in terms of terrific horses he's ridden, Napoleon Solo Preakness winner, but not the only top-class thoroughbred he's ridden. Enter Bookham Dano, 2025 Eclipse Award-winning sprinter. Friday, eve of the Belmont Stakes. Bookham Dano out to defend his title in the True North.
It's going to be an incredible week of racing. I get goosebumps thinking about it with the Atlantic 6 partners, of course, have just made such the kindest group. They're incredibly fun and enthusiastic about this game. Bookham Dano is a horse that just everybody can root for. But, I mean, come on. Look at that
That's Friday.
slate.
That's the day before the Belmont. Look at that.
It's incredible. Kind of the Oaks Day to the Derby Day, right? This is the Ladies' Day. We've got the Acorn, of course, that Ogden Phipps Grade 1 and in New York, which I am particularly excited about. But it's going to be so much fun. Sociably Johnny in this race, though, kind of sentimental defeat. This was actually when I was in the paddock when this horse broke the maiden, named after their late friend Johnny, who passed away. So kind of a sweet story. But, I mean, just can't wait for all of the fun ahead of us in Saratoga. But we got to finish it out strong here at Monmouth Park.
Paco Lopez looking to finish it out strong here at Monmouth Park, seeking a 4th victory on the afternoon. He rides Thunder Chuck. 2 minutes out, we check in with Paulie Trackside.
Yeah, I thought this was actually a confusing race, obviously off the turf in here. And you obviously might think I might pick the Paulie factor. I'm just not going to go there. But let's go with the trainer of Bookham Dano, Derek Ryan, who has a 10 in here. I thought this horse looked absolutely tremendous coming out on the racetrack. The blinkers do go on. I just think this horse is going to enlighten more speed into this race. Right now at 10-1, that Sociable Johnny comes in with a nice bullet drill. The horse looked compact and looked ready to go. And I think one of the horses to beat in here. The one in here, as on your screen right now, is a horse that has a ton of speed, Bootleg Runner. You know, you look at the 1, the 2 has some pace in here. I think the 10 is going to inject a lot of pace. I think Paco, cutting back in distance, will probably lay back a little bit with the 9 Thunder Chuck. And that's where Megan lands. That's the horse to beat in here for Lay Farms and Jorge Delgado, who's gotten off to just a tremendous start to this meet. But cutting back in distance, on the dirt, and this horse last time went spring the 6.5 was a good second, and that race would probably win this race. You know, I landed on the 7 in here, See the Truth, for Kelly Breen. You know, most of the time I want to see Paco on Kelly's horses. I thought this horse looked tremendous. If you look back at this horse's dirt races, they're kind of hidden in here. Does have a win in a second, does have a good race on a wet surface, Lafitte. I just think there's so much pace in here. Someone's going to launch from off the pace, and I'm hoping it's the 7 in the last.
See the Truth. Look out for him in the stretch. 10-1 for anything trained by Kelly Breen here at Monmouth the first few days.
And I agree with some of Paulie's points about him. But I also, I mean, if you go back to September the 7th, that was a sloppy sealed surface, is getting to a fast dirt surface, so different. That was a merry-go-round where there was a 3-horse field, and it was literally 1, 2, 3. So I don't find that's a conducive race to his form. I wasn't up for betting him on his dirt races, but his figures are incredibly comparable if he can take it to this distance, and also contends with the layoff, which I'm interested to see. Oftentimes, sometimes with Kelly Breen's horses, I find they're better with their races.
Let's see how he performs. Thunder Chuck favored 8-5, 2 stalls to his outside. Carnaby, how do you, picking through his form, his last 2 races, the turf sprints, his last 2 main track sprints, he galloped. 2 wins by a combined 14 lengths. That was at Parks. Those efforts, how do you equate that form, those 2 races, to the competition he's facing here today?
He's a Parks horse. His best form is against really cheap fields in Pennsylvania, which is totally his niche, and he fares better. He's got those inflated figures going against much weaker competition where he's been able to be kind of versatile as far as his running style. So I do find the pace to me is going to be moderate. I don't know if it's going to be fast here. I know the inside wants to go.
Bootleg Runner goes.
Bootleg Runner goes. The Paulie factor will be
goes
forward. But, I mean, 2 horses up on the lead. We'll see how Sociably Johnny reacts to the blinkers, but Carnaby will probably be coming from off of things. I don't think he's faster than the horses we just described, and also I think that kind of leaves room for Thunder Chuck to get the perfect settling, tracking off of those horses to his inside kind of trip.
Paul going with the closer, and See the Truth, number 7. You went with Thunder Chuck, who is the favorite, 8-5. Matt Dunderman, one final time, the featured 8th race live from Monmouth on Fox Sports 2.
Two back. Maxi match. Carnaby to the outside. Live racing resumes tomorrow, first post 12:50. And per track officials, we are off the turf tomorrow. So when you do your handicapping, horse players, handicap for the dirt tomorrow. We're ready to go in the finale. And we're off. In the nightcap, bad stumble for See the Truth. Jose Gomez did a good job to stay aboard, but he's well out of it after that stumble at the break. Bootleg Runner shooting from the inside to the front at once here. The Poly Factor a half length behind in second. Thunderchuck not far away. Carnaby on the far outside, 4 deep. Maxi Match the Gray now level 4th on a hole. East Keen 2.5 behind. 3 clear of Sociably Johnny. Another 5 to Beware of Pride. Second to last, See the Truth at the back with 3 furlongs to go. Contentious battle on the lead. It's a 3-way go. Bootleg Runner, the Poly Factor between horses. Thunderchuck 3 wide rounding the turn, and Carnaby gets a breather. Comes on now on the 4 path, sent upon 4 wide, approaching the top of the lane with Maxi Match right behind him, getting farther out as they come off the turn. Carnaby making a blitz to the front, pushes by Thunderchuck. Bootleg Runner weakens, so does the Poly Factor. Maxi Match on the grandstand side. He's second, has to catch Carnaby, who has 1/16 to go. He's clear by 2 and going strong, drifting out late, but Carnaby clear under Eliseo Ruiz. It's Carnaby to get the money. Thunderchuck second, Maxi Match third, Beware of Pride fourth on the nightcap.
Three for his last 3, sprinting on the main track. Carnaby in the nightcap at Monmouth Park, closing at 3-1.
I would never have bet this horse at 3-1 versus the likes of Thunderchuck, who was 3 wide on that contentious pace, though Carnaby got it done. He was impressive. He carried that Parks form right here to Monmouth, and I was wrong on this one as he surprised me a little bit with some of that Parks form, as I mentioned, translating in this one.
Any excuses, Thunderchuck?
I mean,
There he is.
I didn't really find any other than the fact that he was chasing wide and it was a contentious pace, but I mean, they didn't fly. So it wasn't as if it was that kind of just hot, contentious kind of pace. But a horse that's kind of lacked some of his prior form, just hasn't really taken a step forward.
Eliseo Ruiz, Serranos Racing Stables, Carnaby by Derby winner Street Sense in the 8th, Monmouth Park. Back to Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A Acacia with horses in the paddock, and the rain continues to fall.
Light rain falling at Lafitte. Luckily, we were able to get through our feature race today. Hopefully, so far so good. Not too much rain, and we have a few more turf races on the card. But this one on the main track, and that's a look at your favorite in Class Assist as we head down and get a paddock report from Maggie, who is braving out the elements as always.
No, I'm not. Not really, Acacia. I am undercover here. The brilliant thing about the Aqueduct Paddock is you can find some shelter. Yeah, oh, here comes the camera. Look at my rain-soaked hair. It's so fun. As we'll take a look here. You can put me off, take me off. No, a number 7 Class Assist is coming off a disappointing effort, but I do think he's a horse that benefits from the addition of Lasix, which he will be back on today for trainer Todd Pletcher, as he also takes the blinkers off. And yes, there does feel as though there's some other speed in here, but he draws outside. And while that can be detrimental going the 2 turns here, I think he'll feel comfortable out there, possibly stalking the pace, and who knows, maybe Johnny can work some of his magic and get him to tuck in a little bit if he lets horses like Legree go on ahead of him. Physically, he looks great. He's the last time I saw him, which to be fair was last year, so it's been a while. He did get hot in the paddock that day. That's not the case here. He's very laid back. He's very confident and calm in his demeanor and really well muscled. So I like him in this spot here. I am defaulting a little bit to the favorite here. Wish I could be a little bit more creative, as there is a venerable New York bred in the mix with number 5, Whittington Park, whom I've always been a fan of. I always am a big fan of his when he shows up in the paddock. He always looks the part here. He is extremely pace dependent, but like I said, there are a few horses that look as though they could go here. In addition to Legree, there's also Otello and Classicist. So maybe he does get a little bit of some pace to run at, but yet again, looks as though he's doing well enough for Rudy Rodriguez. And, you know, looking at his last two Beyer speed figures, Acacia, they do put him somewhat in the mix here. So if he can continue with keeping that good form, I think maybe he is a little live at a decent price.
You have some Whittington Park fans up here on the desk as well. As Maggie said, though, it is pace dependent typically, and we'll see how it does play out in this race.
I agree. And also, just want to talk about the weather. It always looks worse in some of the TV shots. It makes it look worse. They have the main track harrowed. The rain is not affecting the track. It's affected the turf a little bit to slow it down, but the weather we've had today has been insignificant at the very least.
We've been very lucky. We've dodged some of the projected weather the last couple of weeks, and we're very thankful for that. Over at Monmouth, into the winner's circle, Carnaby pulling an upset. Lafitte and Megan, great job as always throughout this afternoon.
Yeah, appreciate it, Acacia. And not quite as fortunate here today. No turf racing this afternoon, no tomorrow at Monmouth Park, but on the main track where Carnaby has been thriving.
He has. He is definitely not as talented of a turf runner as that's where he's been in his last two starts, where there was a contentious pace, wasn't an overtly fast one that Thunder Truck was a part of 3 wide. But Carnaby, those $7,500 claiming races at Parks translated to the jump in class in this one.
11.95 in the end. Carnaby over Thunder Chuck. Maxi match in the 8th and final here at Monmouth Park. 5:10 and change for that pick 5 here at Monmouth. In cross country, pick 5, what we've seen thus far, are rather formful throughout the first 3 legs.
Especially for the Monmouth races, but Intricate Spirit, that was impressive. The way he powered away in the stretch, one of my favorite performances I've seen last couple of weeks. So he should be incredibly formful as we look to some of those turf stakes there for the Clement Barn. They are loaded, I should say.
And here at Monmouth with the 8th in the books, pleasure as always to have you on set, Megan, and look forward again to having you up here tomorrow.
I lost sleep last night because I was so excited Lafitte was coming to town. And I'll get a good night's rest now that he's here with us for the weekend.
Megan Burgess, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. For Paul LaDuca, the little Sicilian truck. Again, there's no way that just happened. No way that was a coincidence. Riders up, Aqueduct, back to Belmont at the Big A with Acacia and Andy with a couple of races. 3 races left on the Saturday program. Guys.
Hopefully we can get Lafitte a jacket for tomorrow at least.
Now I know why I had trouble sleeping last night. I was probably excited about Lafitte coming too.
Let's meet the field for race 8. Waitlist kicks things off.
He has races that are good enough, but last time was the time when he was an overlay at 15-1 against slightly lesser.
I know you have some interest in Legree.
He's the speed of the speed, and thing I know about Flavian Pratt, he ain't raiding speed horses.
There is Otello, finished 3rd last time out.
He should be somewhat forwardly placed as well. Whether or not he's good enough remains to be seen.
Dreamlike coming up next, the other Linda Rice.
The faster they go, the better it is for him. The one thing that concerns me is he's not really a winning type with 9 seconds and just 3 wins.
A long time since he's seen the winner's circle. Generous price on Whittington Park.
Yeah, we always love the old pro Whittington Park, who seems to put in his run more often than not. He needs a little pace help.
Next will be Kinetic. First off, the claim for Mike Maselli.
I'm a big Mike Maselli fan. On the other hand, claiming away from Brad Cox, not easy. But this horse ran okay last time. I just think this is a tougher spot.
Did get a fast figure for it. Race was dominated up front, and Classicist your favorite to the outside.
If he runs his race 2 back, he's a major player. He runs his last race, not so good. We'll see. He can certainly win. I think 3-2 is an underlay, however.
He's a short price right now to the outside. He does have some tactical speed as well. We'll see where he is positioned in the running of this race. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus using promo code Belmont25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. That's a nice look at Legree. He's posing for you, Andy, as he will try try to take them every step of the way.
Yeah, I imagine he'll be the second choice by post time, and I think he should be. I don't think you're going to see Flavien be unaggressive, and I think that they allowed themselves to be intimidated. This is race 2 back when he finished ahead of Dreamlike and behind Winstock, who ran huge that day. I think they were a little intimidated last time by the presence of the stakes-winning Phileas Fogg, and everybody just kind of abdicated to him and let him waltz around the front end. Well, Legree isn't winning races that way. His race 2 back, the one we're looking at now, I thought he ran very well despite being on the pace. He was able to hold off the closer Dreamlike. And while Otello has some speed, the 7 Classicist has some speed, even Connecticut's not that slow. Legree is inside of those horses, and he has a rider that's made it very clear that he is not afraid to be aggressive, and that's paid off with 2 Eclipse Awards for him and a whole lot of wins. So I don't think you're going to see Flavien sort of namby-pamby out of the gate and let others engage him. And I think Rudy, a rider who was aggressive when he rode, they understand the value of speed. I think you're better off with this horse maybe even going a little bit too fast to establish the lead rather than rate and let everybody else into the game. Just go. Try to bottom them out. Try to show you're the best horse up front. Make them come and get you. And I believe if he uses that style, he can beat this field.
He's 7-2 right now on the board. Legree, what is he showing you on the track, Maggie?
Well, he is getting that aggressive warm-up from Flavien Prat to suggest that, yes, they will try to use that speed. But, Acacia, and I could be totally wrong here, and I do think he's dangerous from a dynamic standpoint. I just wish he looked a little bit better. You know, you look at him compared to Rudy's other horse in Whittington Park, and I just, at least physically, prefer the appearance of Whittington Park. Just thought he could be carrying a little bit more conditioning overall. So we'll see how Legree does. And the horse that has just continued to turn my head back to him throughout these preliminaries is a horse that kind of have to be a little suspect of on form. That's number 6, Kinetic. And I say that because it's very hard to claim off of Brad Cox. So Mike Maselli's going to try to do it here. And he desperately won that photo when dropping to the 55,000 last time as Mike picked him up out of there the first time he was offered for a tag, and he was coming in off of 3 very disappointing efforts after showing so much promise early on in his career. He is moving he's just floating, and he has so much self-carriage. You know, a lot of times with racehorses, they're really kind of on their forehand and pulling forward. No, he's really using himself from behind, really pushing well. And in the paddock, my eye just kept getting drawn back to him. He could be complete fool's gold here because, like I said, it's tough to take and improve a horse from Brad Cox. But also, I do think he might be better getting back out to this 2-turn configuration at the 9 furlongs, Acacia, which, yes, the rain hasn't been bad, but let me tell you, it has dropped like 10 degrees, so it's very cold now.
It's a warm up here either.
It's been a cold spring here in New York. Not really many warm, nice spring days to speak of. Kinetic 7-1. He's a price if you like him. And as Maggie said, he has done some of his best running at a further distance.
No, I don't think. Listen, the 6 is 6-1. You can say it's tough to claim for Brad Cox, but all those things become irrelevant based on the price. Everything is price dependent. Nobody would want to bet him if he was 5-2 or 3-1 in here, but 6-1 is a perfectly acceptable price. I don't particularly like him. I don't think he's good enough to win this race. I don't think he works on the right trip with other speeds. And given his post and all those things, he's inside the 7. I don't see him working out the winning trip. But if you like him, 6-1 is an extremely good price on him, and you should bet him. I mean, he's not my cup of tea in this race, but I can understand liking him.
6-5, though, on the favorite to the outside, Classicist, as he comes out of the Excelsior Tribe. Blinkers coming off today. He's your favorite with the outside post. Chris Griffin standing by the call. Race 8.
Goes in, all set. And they're off. Legree is asked for speed, and there's Otello in the early mix. Is not going to get to the front as Legree and Flavien Prat, they're quickest, and they move towards that turn. Otello will apply the pressure, and 3 wide, that's Classicist, is now 3rd. Down at the rail, towards the inside is Kinetic, and in behind them, that's Dreamlike. Second to last, Weightless gets off the rail, is out in the center of the portion of the racetrack, and Whittington Park is the trailer. They're working to the backstretch, and Legree has got the lead. Legris front running in 24.20 for that opening quarter mile. Otello within a half length of the leader, a stalking second. Kinetic picking up a spot is in third. Just to the outside, Classicus is a comfortable fourth, and Dreamlike and Kendrick Carmouche patiently ridden in behind them in fifth. Then comes Whittington Park and Waitlist. The trailer gets the hurry up there at the back end of the field as Legris still shows the way. Legris in front. Otello has not gone away, and Kinetic is riding the rail here in third. Classicus losing some ground is now back to fifth as Dreamlike is splitting rivals, is now taking a challenging fourth. They approach a half mile left to go and 48.4 for the half mile time. Legris been there the entire journey. Otello ready to challenge to the outside. Kinetic has to do more, and Dreamlike in between horses. Classicus is 3 wide, has been wide throughout, starts to chase the top duo. Then comes Waitlist, and far back, Whittington Park. The leader is Otello. Otello now puts a nose in front. Battling on is Legris towards the inside. Classicus with every shot, center portion of the racetrack with Dreamlike, and at the rail, Kinetic. They reach the top of the stretch, and Otello and Legris, who's come right back to the inside. These two noses apart. Classicus is commencing that rally, and here comes John Velasquez on Classicus to push on by. They're approaching a final 16th. Classicus in front. Dreamlike with a late challenge to the outside. Dreamlike, Classicus down to the line. Classicus holds on. Dreamlike second, then came Otello and Legris.
Got a bit close there at the wire, but Classicus, the favorite, dug in and held on with John Velasquez in the saddle. Always seemed to be traveling well and held off Dreamlike in the final jumps.
Yeah, he's the kind of horse that could have gone either way off this, but he went the right way and he got it done. Fortunately for him, it was Dreamlike coming after him at the end, and Dreamlike is not particularly enamored with passing horses in the late stages.
That's very true.
He settled for his favorite position, now 10 for 23 second with 3 wins and 5/3. He is an awfully consistent, cool horse. Who doesn't like to win, but Classicus, the heavy favorite, gets it done.
Classicus with the win at 6-5, 7-4, 3-2. The pace largely held together. Otello pressing Legris. They both dug in late. It's a big effort.
They did. I mean, it wasn't a particularly quick pace, and you know, Otello was really, we were talking about in the race, he was going better than Legris was around the turn. He actually ran much, much better than you would have expected. He ran a big race for Rob Atras, and man, he sat outside the 2. Flavio did everything right with Legris. He's not good enough.
Classicus gets the victory with the blinkers off, getting Lasix back. Victory for St. Elias Stable and Todd Fletcher. Bring you prices and more when we come back. A few more races to go here on America's Day at the Races.
Look at these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Crude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Give it any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Classicist heads into the winner's circle. He was the favorite, and he delivered, holding off a late closing Dreamlike in the final stages.
Got a number of texts from friends of mine saying to me, how is this horse 7-5 in here? And I'm not going to disagree with him. He got it done. He ran fine. He was wide the whole way, and he still won the race. I cannot argue. He ran the best race. I mean, the 4 maybe got a little trouble, but the 7 has more speed than the 4, so it'll be more forwardly placed, and the 4 doesn't want to win. I don't know how this horse is 6-5, but they were right. He got the money.
7-4-3-2 in race 8. Classicist hit the front, just holding on over Dreamlike, who, as you mentioned, Dreamlike now has 10 second place finishes. He's picked up a lot of checks in his day and very consistent, though not a winning type. Just went official. Classicist gets the win in race 7. Now that is our final carded dirt race of the day. Do note we are still on the turf for the final late double here, which is great news, and we're very thankful to have avoided the worst of the weather this afternoon. 468 for Classicist in race 8 as we take a look at the field for race 9, a mile and a 16th on the turf. Non-winners of 2 in life for this claiming race. It's a big field. It's a really competitive field. I thought a fun race.
I think the board reflects that. You look through, you look at the prices. The favorite right now is Kark Brothers. It's very hard to know what to do with that horse's one race, which was a blowout win at a big price, first time out at Fairgrounds, second place finisher, came back to win, but he wanted the dirt. I mean, I think Kid Cairo right now, who's the morning line favorite, is a big price of 7-1. He had quite the trip last time. Middle Market, the 5 is interesting. He's 12-1. Board of Directors, not impossible, 8-1 right now with Flavian. This is a wildly competitive race.
Yeah, you'll get some prices if you have a strong opinion here in race 9. We'll talk about it in more detail when we come back. We'll also look ahead to the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes coming up, and all the big names will be there. Golden Tempo, Renegade, Chief Wallaby, horses putting in their final tune-ups leading in to the Belmont Stakes. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get closer and closer, just 2 weeks from today, in fact, to the Belmont Stakes, with the whole Belmont Stakes Racing Festival take place up in Saratoga for the third and final time. Tickets are on sale. Check out belmontstakes.com/tickets. It's going to be an excellent week of racing. We kick off on Wednesday with the New York Breds, which is always a really fun day, and then each afternoon, of course, highlighted by Saturday with the Belmont Stakes, just full of stakes action and a lot of fun racing.
Keep our fingers crossed that we get nice weather. Unlike last year where the weather report was horrendous this far out. It's actually pretty good, but it's early.
Here's a look at the probables for the Belmont Stakes, the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown, to be run on June 6th at 1.25 miles. And looking like we will get a chance to see the top 2 finishers, potentially the top 4, coming back into the Belmont Stakes from the Kentucky Derby. But the Golden Tempo and Renegade rematch, they said right after the Derby, we're waiting for the Belmont. Deep closers, Chief Wallaby, a horse that went right up to Saratoga in his training, and we'll see if Oselli decides to run.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously it was an exciting Derby, but from my point of view, you want to bet against the horses like Oselli, but also like Renegade, as well as the winner, Golden Tempo, that came from far, far back. They got the perfect meltdown circumstances, whereas a horse like Chief Wallaby, he was a little bit closer in this race, and I thought Junior gave him a very good ride. Some would be critical of getting in traffic in this stretch, but Junior had to make a decision. I can try to circle around the field and lose all that ground, or I can save ground and maybe get a little traffic. I think overall he made the right choice, and he was probably just a lot closer to the pace that in that race benefited him. I believe his running style is going to be much more beneficial into the Belmont Stakes, and in my opinion, whether I pick him or not, I think Chief Wallaby is the horse to beat in here. But I think Commandment will probably run better. A rider that can be a little bit over-aggressive in those races, in a race where you just wanted to sit back. I also believe Emerging Market, not Flavien Prat's best decision to be as close to the pace as he was in that race. I think this Belmont Stakes will be more conducive to his running style.
All right, very excited to see who ends up, of course, in the gate and to see how it does play out. But Maggie, we saw some of the top contenders putting in some works this morning in preparation for the Belmont Stakes.
That's right. Your Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo, putting in his penultimate work before the Belmont Stakes attempt, as he is at his home base here at Keeneland, where he is working on the inside, as he typically does, of an older stablemate by the name So Sandy. He ran second in our Curlin last year, but he, beneath Jose Ortiz, is very much well within himself to cover the 5/8 in the minute and 1/5. This just looks easy for him. And when Cherie had tweeted a picture of this guy a couple days before the Kentucky Derby, it really looked as though he had filled out, he had put on weight and conditioning, and it continues to appear that way. I mean, look, that's a 4-year-old he's with. He looks every bit as big, if not bigger, than that older mate. So I really think that Golden Tempo is a horse that maybe is hitting his right stride at the right moment. I agree with Andy that his running style doesn't always lend itself well to a lot of success. It happened to do so in this year's Kentucky Derby. Who knows what will play out in the Belmont Stakes up at Saratoga, but a horse that has proven to be able to lay a bit closer, as you guys were just discussing, Chief Wallaby. And I even thought he encountered some trouble, some traffic trouble and some bumping in the stretch in that Kentucky Derby. Now you're just going to check out his stretch run here in his last workout, which happened today up at Saratoga. It was over the Oklahoma training track for Bill Mott. He was with a horse by the name Gilded Bandit, who just kind of seemed like a chaperone around there. Not real competition. It felt as though he was there just to give Chief Wallaby some confidence, as he was kind of asked a bit more than his workmate, but really moving well up there. He would cover the 5/8 in the minute and 4/5. So it appears as though these two very logical horses that would appear to be taking money in this year's Belmont Stakes are hitting on all cylinders in their preparations come this first Saturday in June. Acacia?
We can't wait to see them. Fun following these workouts. Of course, next weekend, several of us The two on the set included will be up in Saratoga, so I'm sure we'll get a chance to see some of the final works, and you can feel that energy building leading into the Belmont Stakes.
What time are those final works?
Oh, you'll be there, right? First set?
I'll be sound asleep when those horses are working. One of the reasons I don't like to bother people for their information trainers is they get up early in the morning while I'm sleeping. Obviously, these are very good horses, trained by very good trainers. If they're not doing well heading the Belmont Stakes, that's a problem. So you expect them all to be doing well. I think Chief Wallaby should be favored in here. I don't understand why Renegade has been anointed as the favorite in these races. He's a good horse, but with his running style, for the most part, he's going to be a bit compromised in these races. And if he couldn't win last time, I'm not sure why you're supposed to love him in the next race. I don't agree with the people who believe that it was the start that caused the problems. Yes. Irad tried to come out, and the other riders let him come out. Yes, Martin Garcia took a left turn out of the gate and fouled about 6 horses in there. But I don't think he took that much abuse, and if you look at it, he came out of it okay. He drops back after the problem, but dropping back was good in that race. Being in the back of the pack was the right place to be. And I also think with deep closers, especially when you get into races that are meltdowns, I don't really care that much what happened to start. A horse breaks a length slow. It doesn't matter as much as a speed horse who needs to get that position. I'm not saying Renegade can't win. I'm also not certain he's getting better with more distance. I'm not sure that Chief Wallaby's getting better with more distance. I don't love how he finished in the Derby, but I think I prefer him because he was more forward in that race. So I think you want horses that were more forward. Emerging Market, Commandment, Chief Wallaby, they to me are the ones that are the more likely winners of this race. We'll see how it plays out that way.
It'll be a very fun handicapping puzzle for sure. The post position draw to take place on June 1st. And we'll get a chance to see who's going to line up in the starting gate. The late double coming up from Belmont at the Big A.
I'm just very happy that you did the draws and not me now, so enjoy yourself.
I'll be hosting the draw. Late double coming up in the Belmont at the Big A. That was a look at the number 3 board of directors. We'll talk more about it after this.
The classic sire.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on this Saturday afternoon as we are on the turf for race 9. I know, I keep forgetting it's Saturday because we started our week yesterday
Yes,
because
it
we're
is.
running Monday from
Keeping
Memorial
track
Day.
of what day it is never
know.
easy in these weeks. When we were talking about it, Board of Directors is currently the 3-1 favorite. I think
That's
that
surprising.
Flavien Prat could ride an iguana and they'd make that horse the favorite. I'm not saying Board of Directors can't win, but how is this horse under 8-1?
I've seen some iguanas in my community
Quick.
in Florida that are about as big as a horse. So, so I thought it was a crocodile at first. Board of Directors, the favorite for the 9th race as we welcome back to the show Richard Migliori to give us a paddock report. Hey, Richie.
Yeah, paddock report, but I got to tell you, I did get hit in the head by a frozen iguana one day, fell out of a tree in Fort Lauderdale and hit me smack on top of the head. A pretty unsettling experience, to say the least. We'll start down on the inside, the one, Coolapat. Coolapat is a horse that was not on my radar on paper when I handicapped the races. I'm looking at form, and then what I do looking at horses in the paddock is try to match up the horses I like at the double check mark, right? That you like them physically and you like them on paper to begin with. I did not like Coolapat on paper, but I will tell you from a physical perspective, he is a standout here in the paddock. A lot of Mike Maker's horses look tremendous, but again, he doesn't get the dual check mark. Two horses that do get the dual check mark are the 10, Freaky, a horse that I liked a bit. He's a horse that can create his own trip, get a nice stalking spot, and he just looks outstanding here in the paddock. And then the 11, Kark Brothers, who I thought would be your favorite, and maybe eventually he'll tick down the favoritism off of that big effort first time out. Got that huge buyer figure. I guess you have to trust that Fairgrounds form, and I maybe it's a better question for Andy, how he thinks that Fairgrounds form will translate here to Aqueduct, but he looks fantastic. He hasn't run since January 4th, got that big figure going gate to wire. The outside draw probably gives him some options as far as being able to stalk a little bit. And he looks very fit to me, very sinewy. He looks like he's ready to crack again. He did win first time out, so it shouldn't be a tough task for him to win again. I just thought he'd be taking a bit more money, guys.
Richie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out for this 9th race. 3-1 still on Board of Directors. He does get a drop in class. I mean, he did no running last time out, though. And I know it was off of a big layoff at Tampa, but
I don't even think IRAD would have been 3-1 on this horse when they were massively overbetting him, and it's the curse of success. But my God, this horse is 3-1.
we'll start things off with Coolapat. Another one, he did no running last time out. Can he turn things around second time?
Richie liked what he saw in the paddock, but those of us that watched his last race, layoff or not, have a very difficult time giving him a pass.
There is Board of Directors, your favorite.
I was going to say, you know, you want to throw him in at 8 or 10-1. He feels like a horse that's unexposed, and maybe he can move forward, but not at this price.
Big price on the number 4, Good Bali, who gets back to the turf.
Yeah, he's a big price if you like him. I'm not knocking 53-1 shots.
Horse that did show speed last time out, gets blinkers on, middle market.
And it's not the only decent race he's run on the turf. Believe it or not, he's a much better turf horse than dirt horse. And he's 11-1. Why is he 11-1 and the 3 is 3-1?
I don't know. To be
Chad
fair,
Brown,
I always
Flavien
thought
Prat.
he looks more like a turf horse as well.
He is a
middle
turf
market.
horse.
Kid Cairo dropping class, coming up from Gulfstream.
What a nightmare trip for Edgar Zayas last time out. I'm sure he's looking to get another chance on this horse. He got in trouble on multiple occasions. He should be the favorite.
Yeah, he is way too big a price at 7-1. Madagascar 10-1 right now in the dropping class.
I respect Maggie, who made a case for this horse. I didn't agree with it, but out of respect for Maggie, I can understand throwing him in.
Noble One, a big price. Got that dead heat win last time out. That was a wild race.
That was one of the wildest races we've run in New York in years. I like when he came back in the stretch. That was my favorite part.
So game. It's amazing. Take a stance, stretching out in distance.
Well, I guess Michelle's got to check another box.
Is trying going long. He's a big price on the board right now. Next will be Freaky. He's somewhere out there. There he is. Dropping classes. He broke his maiden for 35, 2 back.
Just did no running last time. He just sat in the rail. He got a little bit shuffled, but he just had no horse.
Now your favorite, 2-1 on Kark Brothers. He was impressive first time at Fairgrounds. It was back in January. He's somewhere out there. Can he do it again?
Took no money first time. He's another slumber that ran. The fig might be a little on the high side, but it still might not be that high, and it's way better than these. We're talking about the 11 Kark Brothers, who's hiding in shame at being 2-1 in this race. He's a terrible gamble, in my opinion, because I don't know if he makes the lead. I don't know what kind of horse he is, but I'm not going to be surprised when he wins. I just would never bet him at that price.
He's 2-1 right now. Do we have the 12?
Well, I think part of the problem is that our director, Mitchell Elias, can't count past 10, so he got confused when we got to the 10.
It's very difficult.
It's
There's
late in the day,
12,
too, you know?
There's Mo Spice back to the turf since his debut.
Well, he hasn't failed yet going long on the turf, so there's that.
Trying something new today. We never did see the 11, but he is your favorite. There he is out there on the track. As you said, homebred for Saul Koeman's Head of Plains by Slumber. A lot of them are runners. He did debut for maiden 30, is protected today.
And he was scratched earlier at the meet. He was entered and scratched about a month ago. Listen, he was impressive winning it. I'm not going to deny it. I don't know what to do with him. He is a total wild card. Maybe he's fast and he'll just be better than these horses.
He was a big price on debut, too.
I will not be surprised if I lose because he wins this race, but I'm also not going to be surprised when he runs 6th and you're saying, really, you wanted to take a short price on him out of a race at Fairgrounds? And, you know, the second horse came back to win. Yes, he won on the dirt at 1-2. I don't know. I would guess the fig's a little on the high side, but I don't know if it's that high. I mean, let's face it, he ran an 88 buyer. If he ran an 83 buyer, he may win this race.
He's 5-2 right now on the board. Manny Franco looking for another one on the day as we head back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, guys, not a lot changed from my first impressions from the paddock. The 6-horse Kid Cairo is the one horse that I would add to the list. Watching him warm up, like what I saw. Did have a horrible trip last time, just with a cleaner trip. Should be more competitive here, and he looks great from a physical perspective. The 10 Freaky, he's going to be my top selection. I liked him on paper a bit, although I agree, I thought his last race was a little bit hungry, but they're flesh and blood, and sometimes they don't show up with their best effort. But watching him warm up today, I certainly liked what I saw, and ultimately that's where I landed on the 10. The 11 makes a lot of sense to me, too. He has ticked down to your favoritism now. I just honestly don't have a great handle on that Fairgrounds form. And as the favorite, I'll take a little bit of a shot with the 4-1 Freaky as opposed to the 5-2 Kark Brothers.
Freaky right now at 4-1. Richie, thank you for Kendra Carmouche and Todd Pletcher. Let's head back over to the 6, Kid Cairo, who, Indiana, you have some interest in, and both agree this horse, he's coming out a little bit now to 5-1, but he's a generous price for one that had a legitimate trip last time.
Yeah, one of the concerns with him is his lack of speed.
Right.
And, you know, that can be problematic in general. It could be problematic on this course, but he has run races as fast, if not faster, than pretty much everybody in this race. He's run against better horses, and he got about as ridiculous a trip as you could get last time. I know you watched it, Acacia, and I'm not blaming Edgar Zayas. I just feel like this was one where it's kind of one of those things where it's like no matter what he did, it turned out to be the wrong decision.
Everything went wrong at every turn.
That's race riding. You know, you have to make split-second decisions, and the best riders in the world sometimes make the wrong decision. And I don't think Edgar did anything wrong, per se. He just kept getting unlucky time and time again and getting into trouble in that race. He was also coming off of a 6+ month layoff. Now he has that race under his belt. I know it was almost 2 months ago, but he has the race under his belt. He's got fast enough races. He's come down to 9-2, so he's not a particularly great bargain right now, but I think he's an extremely dangerous horse.
See if he gets a better trip today. Can only go up. I was going to say,
might lose, but it won't be that much worse
from what he experienced last time. Big field on the turf coming up for race 9. See if Kark Brothers can do it again. He's 5-2 right now, trying to go 2 for 2, and he is currently your favorite in this competitive 9th race. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Kark Brothers. Manny Franco. Going forward. Mo Spice will be last to load. Rider off the 5, middle market. Back aboard. Mo Spice is in. All set. And they're off. Middle market flashes speed from in between horses. Here's Take a Stance in the purple cap. Now joining those leaders, and Take a Stance will assert. It's Take a Stance who's in front, and Kark Brothers is a close-up second. 3 wide, that's Mo Spice. That's the top trio. Middle market is now back to 4th, moving towards their outside and moving forward. is Kid Cairo in that early mix. As they work towards that turn, it's Take a Stance. Free running, and Take a Stance is tugging here. It's up by 2.5. Corners wide, but Take a Stance is a clear leader. Then Kark Brothers, Mo Spice is in third. Middle market, Kid Cairo. Just behind them, 3 wide is Madagascar. Now in 6th, and 7th at the rail, that's Kulipat. Back in 8th is Board of Directors. They're followed by Freaky towards the tail end of the field, Noble One, and the trailer, Good Bali. They work to the backstretch in 23.40, the opening quarter mile. Take a Stance at a huge number is up by a full length. Kark Brothers is a comfortable second. Mo Spice still 3 wide. Middle market's at the rail in 4th, and in between horses, here comes Kid Cairo with the first move. Kid Cairo is in between rivals through a 49.48 half-mile time. Still in 6th. Out wide is Madagascar, is followed to the inside by Kulipat, who will need room. Then moving forward, here comes Freaky, who's on the move. Board of Directors, not handling things right now. It's Board of Directors towards the back end of the field, Noble One, and Good Bali. 49.48 was that half-mile time. Take a Stance is still there. It's Take a Stance trying to fend them off. They reach the top of the lane. Relu Gutierrez and Take a Stance, but here comes Kark Brothers to the outside, and Kark Brothers is now taking the lead. It's Kark Brothers who's up by a length and a half. Take a Stance is still holding on to second. Middle market, late run here on the outside by Madagascar, but Kark Brothers just strutting stuff right now. It is all Kark Brothers. Manny Franco will tally another one, and this is a dominant victory. Kark Brothers, no doubt. Middle market there in a photo for second over the oncoming Madagascar and Take a Stance.
Kark Brothers with the win. He delivered, and he does remain undefeated, and turns out he was just better than his competition.
Yeah, well, we talked about it. There was a chance that he was better than these horses. I wouldn't bet him at 2-1 if they ran the race again. But he crushed this field. I mean, the reality was, I guess I probably would, actually, 2-1. Given how easily he won, he stalked, he pounced, he galloped. 5 got a very nice ride, as is usually the case with Jose Lizcano, to get second. The 7 horse improved. Maggie was not wrong. That horse did run much better, beating a photo for second, but a winner of this race. I mean, weird horse. These slumbers are funny. I mean, this is a homebred for Saul Kuhlman, you know, his head of Plain Stables, and this horse, he's not bad, this horse.
Yeah.
Wish I claimed him for $30,000 first time out. I was just $29,995 short.
There you go. I know the slumbers, they're not, you know, the most exciting, sexy kind of pedigree, but a lot of them are just runners. It's pretty impressive.
He won by about 6 lengths, this horse. I mean, he just absolutely destroyed this field. This horse is okay. You know, it's funny with Slumber, and Slumber's a funny story because, you know, he came over here for Juddmonte to Belmont, and he had a couple of minor wins, but he went nowhere for Juddmonte. They put him in the sale, and Chad Brown, you know, who had worked for Bobby Frankel, but had never trained for Juddmonte, he bought him at the sale, and he said to me, I'm going to show Juddmonte they need to start giving me horses. Well, he proceeded to win multiple grade 1s, and he did show to Juddmonte, and they called him and said, we got it. And he started getting horses because of Slumber. So he's a horse that's kind of an interesting story going along, and nobody wanted to stand him, and he hasn't been a great stallion, but he's been okay for a horse that basically was probably standing in Sal's backyard.
As you said, probably standing.
He's in New York now, right?
Well supported by Saul, and rightfully so. He's gotten a lot of fluffy socks. Was the slumber that he had?
We won a lot of. He's standing in New York, right? I'm not. Is it sequel? Is he? I'm not.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure where he's standing. Regardless of that, we run a lot of turf races for New York breds.
Yeah.
He's at Rockridge. Thank you very much for that. And from Richie. And I mean, these are open company horses, and he made them look like 10 claimers. And I'm not saying it was a great field. It wasn't a bad field. And he made them look bad. This horse is not running in a claiming race again. This horse will be going into a non-winners of 1 New York bred race next. And I'm going to tell you something. They better have their running shoes on. This guy can run.
He was impressive today. Just 2 claims out of this race. The 7 and the 10 both claimed. Kark Brothers with the win, though, and Manny Franco, 3 wins on the card today. It's been a good Saturday for him. 11, 5, 7, 9 in race 9. Belmont at the Big A. We'll bring you prices and more when we get back on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. We just saw some performance in race 9, not exactly what you anticipate seeing in a non-winners of 2, but Kark Brothers, who was protected, debuted for $30,000 at Fairgrounds, and he came back with another stellar performance.
You know, you look at that first win, you say, first of all, how is he that priced the way he won? And it's not like Rob doesn't win a lot of races. And then you think, it's probably just Fairgrounds, you know? And then he runs this race. I mean, I'm not saying this was a stakes field, but they weren't that bad. He made them look bad. Yeah. You just don't see horses win by these kind of margins, and the way he just destroyed. I mean, look the way he just opens up on these horses. And we were talking about the turf course. Obviously, it's on the good side, 144 and 3/5. Having said that, I don't think it's this boggy course, you know, where it's sort of creating big spreads in them. I think it's probably more wet than anything else that's making the races slower. This horse, he's going to go, you got to think he's going to go in a non-winners of 1 New York bred race next. After that, if he runs well enough, you know, you look for non-winners of 2, you start thinking about stakes. I don't know how good he ultimately is. He's too good for these horses, I'll tell you that.
For sure. I would imagine bigger and better things on the plan for Kark Brothers. Excited to see where he ends up next, like you said. And he's still, being a New York bred, has a lot of conditions and a lot of options, places to go.
And he's a fun horse. You know, you get a homebred for Saul, and he's, you know, he's a slumber. And we all have a little, we kind of like these slumbers. You like these stallions that, you know, they didn't get a chance and he's turning out to be okay. This horse could really run.
$650 for Kark Brothers as he gets the victory, and decisively so, to round out the cross-country pick 5. Pretty formful. Maybe Carnaby, kind of the head scratcher in the sequence.
About 30, so you got 100. So the parlay in this thing was around $240. That was for $2, and it paid $254 for 50 cents.
Not too bad.
So look at all those short prices, and you got 4 times the parlay. So to those people out there in Twitterland that tell you to bet against favorites and pick 5s,
Here is a perfect example of how it pays off. We'll take a look at the nightcap from Belmont at the Big A. I'm glad we get a chance to run this race on the turf because this is a really competitive race. We did get 2 late scratches in, the 4 Macedo and the 9 Innate, announced before the previous race, scratched out of the 10th here. But even still, you can see it on the board with a 7-2 favorite right now in Cyclonite. Very competitive field.
2-1 favorite Quando. You missed. I wonder if Quando, who I actually like, he looks like a second choice looking at the multis. You wonder if the moisture in the course makes Quando even more dangerous because he is the speed in here, and he's pretty good also. But sometimes when you get a little bit of give like this, being forward is an advantage, so that probably helps Quando. But your husband's got a couple of live horses in here in both No Evidence and Pivotal Moment. And how is Pivotal Moment? No, he's gone down to 6-1. He was a much bigger price.
I think some people are forgetting about him in that also eligible list, as he does draw in with the scratches to the outside. We'll talk a bit more about this fun 10th race when we come back. We'll also look back at Championship Day at the Big A, the 1985 Breeders' Cup, hosted right here at Aqueduct as we celebrate some of the big moments to take place here at the Big A.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick 5s, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
As we continue celebrating the Big A, we turn back the clock to a day when the spotlight of the racing world shined on Queens. In 1985, the Breeders' Cup brought championship racing and a host of memorable races to Aqueduct Racetrack. In just the second Breeders' Cup ever, 42,000 fans witnessed 7 races and the best horses from around the world. The juvenile fillies led off the card with Twilight Ridge for Hall of Fame trainer D. Wayne Lucas. And the juvenile Tasso nosed out Stormcat with Lafitte Pinkai aboard for Neil Drysdale. Chris McCarron guided the multi-talented Hall of Famer precisionist to a score in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
What a finish! Here comes Precisionist to snatch the victory in the final strides.
In the mile, the brilliant Gray Cozine helped secure his Eclipse Award as champion turf horse.
Cozine powers up now to take the lead, and it's going to be Cozine to win it, and a flawless ride by a jubilant Walter Guerra.
The turf marked the first win in the Breeders' Cup for a British-trained horse when the 4-year-old filly Pebbles bested Strawberry Road.
Pebbles is game and determined. Strawberry Road driving hard. They're running out of ground. England Super Filly. Pebbles has won it.
Life's Magic added another championship moment, capturing the distaff.
Life's Magic has left the field behind in the wake of a devastating performance.
And the $3 million Classic, the richest race in the world at the time, Proud Truth surged to victory for trainer John Veach.
Proud Truth ahead, Gate Dancer, those two a driving finish. Proud Truth has won it.
For one spectacular autumn day, the championships of racing belong to the Big A, and the 1985 Breeders' Cup remains one of the most memorable moments in the rich history of Aqueduct.
On those performances, and I especially love hearing Andy give a little extra narration next to me and where he was at those moments and watching some spectacular horses running. I mean, you look back at some of the big names there throughout that Breeders' Cup.
I was in the midst of a very good Grateful Dead, the Fall 85 tour, the Fox Theater in Atlanta, Halloween in South Carolina, and the Richmond shows, but we all watched the races in the hotel room and watched those races, and there were so many good performances. I loved Stormcat, was heartbroken when he got nailed at the wire in that race. Precisionist was such an incredible racehorse who could compete at the highest level from 6 furlongs to 1.25 miles. The Pebbles race over Strawberry Road, ridden by Steve Cawthon. Cozine, who was such a cool horse, and seeing John Veach, of course. And a great story about Proud Truth, who was considered one of the top horses, didn't have a great trip in the Kentucky Derby. He won the Peter Pan, and then he got hurt. He got a condylar fracture. He brought him back, and believe it or not, in his return race, he finished second to a pretty well-known Breeders' Cup horse in Wild Again, who had won the Classic the year before. Then he won the Discovery for John Veach here, and a week later, he came back and won the Breeders' Cup Classic over some very good horses in there, including Turkoman, I believe, was in that race as well. Gate Dancer, really good field, really good horses, cool races. Yeah.
That is very cool. I doubt you'll see a move like that nowadays.
No. John, let me tell you, John was not afraid to run him back, and for the many people that knew John at all, one of my favorite people around the racetrack, and we miss John.
We'll say farewell to Aqueduct the end of June, and we have a couple of pretty special events going on, Caribbean themed party, live music and rum tasting on Saturday, and then the first 1,000 fans to come on Sunday, closing day, get a jar of the track surface. Pretty special memento at that. Tough to shift gears, but we do have some sad news and to pay tribute to somebody that many of us knew around the racetrack as Michael Gerard, Mike Feistinger. Many of us knew him as Duke around the track, based at Oaklawn Park, which of course we cover throughout the winter as their stakes coordinator. I personally got to know him quite well as the paddock judge down at Gulfstream Park during many of my years there. We lost Mike on May 14th at the age of 66 in his home in Arkansas. One thing he was most proud of was his daughter and his grandchildren. Our deepest condolences to his friends and family, both at the racetrack and outside of horse racing. He will be missed. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get ready for the nightcap on the turf, sprinting. A really competitive race. You've got a tepid 3-1 favorite right now in Quando, who is the speed. There's your co-favorite in Cyclonite. Look, he's run some fast races, and I like this horse, Andy, but he is yet to win a race here in America.
He's good enough to win this race, but he's a bit of an equine chandelier.
We'll see if today is the day as we head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, guys, the one Cyclonite has yet to win a race in North America. He's accumulated a bunch of seconds and thirds, which is problematic to me, no doubt. But he picks up John Velasquez, Hall of Famer. He gets a good inside draw. He's got to work out a trip. Son of Buchero. Buchero standing now up in Schuylerville, Iron Horse stud. But I think he's very, very live here. I do agree, though. 2 wins, 6 seconds, not the thing of confidence for sure. Kind of same thing you can be said with the 3 Quando, who's a speed horse. 1 win, 7 seconds. So he does kind of cough it up. I was talking with Bruce Levine, his conditioner. I said he ran so well off the bench, kind of trying to ascertain if he could step forward off of that effort. And he looked me dead in the eye and he said, I had him really, really fit. So I don't know that you're going to get any improvement. Maybe you don't need it. I have a soft spot for this horse despite the 1 win, 7 seconds. I'm just a fan. I like him a lot, and he's going to create his own trip because he has natural speed. I'm also a big fan of Bruce Levine. The 8 horse, No Evidence, really making an outstanding physical impression. Like everything I'm seeing here, he shipped down first from Payson to Saratoga to Miguel Coman's home base. And he comes out of a sharp pace, 5 furlong race, run completely different than a 6 furlong turf race here at Aqueduct. And I thought No Evidence was very, very interesting here.
Me too.
Andy's top pick, right?
Yeah, I think both of the horses for Miguel, it's sad to say, I think both of them are alive in this race. Pivotal Moment got a bit of a ridiculous trip in his last start, and I thought that No Evidence is a horse that had a little bit of a trip last time as well, and I thought both of these horses. Now, Maggie made a good point about No Evidence to me. She said, you take out the race in the Mahoney, and he is a little bit slow. And you look at the horses spiced up, Governor Sam, they've never run back to that big figure, and I thought that was a valid point. I still picked him. He's 8-1. I'm not going to change my mind. But I don't think that Pivotal Moment's supposed to be 13-1. Pivotal Moment right now is the longest shot on the board. How is that possible?
Now, don't forget, he does draw in. Let's meet the field, beginning with the number 1, Cyclonite, who's been knocking on the door.
Listen, he draws inside. He's got Johnny. He should get a good trip. He's just not a winning type.
There's Niagara Skyline, Flavian Pratt.
I'm just looking for his turf races I can find recently that are good enough, and he just hasn't been good enough lately.
Quando has the speed.
Yeah, he's the one to catch, and in a lot of ways the one to beat.
There's Forgiving Spirit, switched to turf last time.
He had a trip last time. If he hadn't been blocked behind horses and got to the outside, he might have rolled by everybody. He can win.
Shape Note gets back to the grass.
It's another horse who can win. Now, he's run well in the grass before, but they're usually shorter races, which I don't love.
There's No Evidence.
Yeah, we made the case for No Evidence. I think he's dangerous, and he's a very square price.
8-1 right now on the board. There is the number 10, soon to be King, who switched to grass last time.
I would have loved him if he was on the dirt.
Yeah.
And he didn't run badly in his first turf start, and he picks up Javier Castellano, which doesn't hurt. It's a big price. I could see him.
And Pivotal Moment, still a big price.
I don't understand how this horse is 11-1. It's the old also eligible gets in. What is there not to like about his turf efforts? I'm not saying he's supposed to be 3-1. He's probably supposed to be about 6-1.
I like both of Miguel's horses, but I did name Pivotal Moment, so I'm a little bit biased to him.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very important. Acacia named Senbei. Senbei was your big name.
Yes. Well,
Acacia gets very mad at me if I say anything negative about Senbei. I have to be very nice to Senbei. And even though Acacia guaranteed me he'd run big in the turf, we bet him in that turf debut, and he got beat at the wire at 6-1. Remember when he lost that 7? No, you were right. Yeah, no, it was a brutal beat. You were dead right. It was just a brutal. No, I'm not over it, Mitch.
Yeah, no,
I never get over it.
He became a graded stakes winner on turf, as
we
a matter
love
of
Senbei.
fact. For more on the horses warming up on track, let's go back to Richie.
Well, guys, as the horses hit the track, I'm only going to talk about one horse because I had kind of an epiphany, if you will. The 10 horse, soon to be King, made an outstanding physical impression. Honestly, I completely forgot to talk about him in the paddock, but watching him warm up, he is my top selection, soon to be King. I thought his first turf race was good. He was beaten about a half a length by Cyclonite. Cyclonite's 9-5. He's 9-1. He also goes to Javier Castellano, who I feel is a major rider upgrade, and I thought he had probably too much to do last time. I'm all about the 10 here, soon to be King, who I think is way too big a price.
Richie, thank you. He's a nice price at 9-1, soon to be King, who did effectively switch to the grass. I'm with you. I wonder if they were secretly kind of hoping a little bit this race would come off and then they'd have a really big chance in the main track. Though he did run okay on the grass.
He ran fine last time, but to be fair, it's a big half length, to be honest. Now, I don't disagree. Javier is a rider, unlike the last one, who likes to drop the anchor, that is not going to be as far back as that horse was. But he's still not a horse with speed. Yeah. And I don't think there's anything Javi can do to get him contentious early. But I agree with Richie. It's hard to believe he's going to be 10 or more lengths behind the first quarter in this race. I don't know. I've always loved Soon to be King. I would have liked him on the dirt in this race. I just think he's a neat horse, and he's the kind of horse that's ran well last time because he always seems to run well. Having said that, he didn't really finish. And King for a Day, I believe, is still looking for his first turf winner. Is that correct?
I believe so.
I don't believe he's ever sired a turf winner. So maybe, Richie, you've got the magic touch.
8-1 on that one, 2-1 on Cyclonite, and you've got some big prices on the board beyond that. Race 10, finale, sprinting on the grass from Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Pivotal moment. Goes in. 10th and final. All set. And they're off. Shape Note. Good beginning from in between horses. Here comes No Evidence to the outside of stalking second. At the inside, Quando joins that early mix. That's the top trio. In between horses will be Forgiving Spirit in fourth, as now Quando takes the lead away. Shape Note is back to second. Just outside of them, that's No Evidence in third. At the rail moving forward, Niagara Skyline, and in fifth, in between horses still, Forgiving Spirit. Just behind them is Cyclonite, who's trying to get rolling from the back end of the field. Then comes Pivotal Moment and Soon to Be King in the blue cap, the trailer. 23.11, the pressured opening quarter mile for Quando. Quando's in front, but Shape Note has battled right back to put a neck in front. Trying to catch them is No Evidence from third. At the rail, that's Niagara Skyline as they reach the top of the lane. Shape Note is trying to put away Quando, and these two continue to go at it. It's Shape Note out of the center of the course. Niagara Skyline was saving ground, but Flavien Prat moves towards the outside as Shape Note tries to kick away. Here running on, late on the far outside, Cyclonite, and still Niagara Skyline giving chase. It's Shape Note in front, who's approaching a final 16th. Shape Note still with a comfortable margin, and inside that final 16th, Dylan Davis with another one. Shape Note will win it. Shape Note over Niagara Skyline, then came Cyclonite and Soon to Be King.
Shape Note with the win gets back onto the turf. He had a string there where he was running a lot of fast races on a multitude of surfaces and effective sprinting back on the grass again.
I don't think you would have expected him to be dueling with Quando and put that one away, but he broke so sharply, and Dylan did the right thing. Did not take that speed away from him, and as you've seen, being forward with a little bit of rain is not a bad thing out there, as he just annihilated this field. Another big margin in here. Nice race from Niagara Skyline. Got a good ride from Flavien. He was just second best here. And Cyclonite, I don't care. There's nothing Johnny can do. He does not want to pass horses, you know. And Soon to Be King ran his usual decent race running fourth. He made up the most ground in here. Just not, you know, not the right style for these turf sprints, probably on this turf course. But I got a soft spot for Soon to Be King because he never doesn't run a decent race. You know, he's always out there trying hard, which is not an easy thing. You look at his record now, right? He's always run competitively.
Oh, you have to appreciate a horse like that. That shows up every time. But Shape Note gets the victory here at 5-1, 6-2, 110 for this turf sprinter.
And, of course, getting a little bit more rain, 112-1, even slower than Intricate Spirit, who won quite easily. But these are older horses, so this course is taking some rain. You know, it doesn't feel likely to be on the turf tomorrow, which may not be the worst thing in the world. There's at least one turf sprint in the car that is a much better race if it gets rained off.
There's quite a few main track only entrants tomorrow.
And there's at least 2 out of 6 in the body that are dirt horses.
Yes, yeah, you're absolutely right. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But as far as today, glad we got a chance to run these races on the grass. They were fun ones. A Shape Note with the victory, though. He was much the best and definitely handled the course today in race 10 at 5-1. Bring you prices when we come back, and we'll wrap up the day. Look ahead to the Belmont Stakes when we come back after this on America's Day at the Races.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026. Champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase. Named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Gratefully, and Saratoga Special nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully, Saratoga Special, gratefully, would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Come back. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRABet. To bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. In the nightcap, it went to Shape Note, who was best in here. He pulled away from this field at 5-1 with Dylan Davis in the saddle, and he's a horse that runs well on dirt, on synthetic, and on turf as well.
No, he did run very well, and I don't mean this to take away from any of the winners today, but I think especially later in the card, the last 3 turf races, every single one of them was an open leg victory, and we saw very strung out fields. You just don't see that much in turf racing. So I think it's fair to attribute that at least a little bit to the weather. I think there were probably some horses that are better than they ran, and I think this is a day to remember, and I in no way am taking anything with the winners who ran very, very well. We saw some terrific performances, but I think there are horses in here that you might want to forgive a little bit, that may not have loved the way the going was. Not that the course is in bad shape, it just seemed to be a bit wet. You can see from the times, and I think if you like some horses today and you want to try them the next time, maybe give them another chance, because I think some horses just didn't run their races today.
Yeah, very good point. Something to watch moving forward. 1340 for Shape Note, and as you said, pick 6 carryover into Sunday, 33,000.
And I also should say that my partner on Talking Horses today, Maggie, I believe she had a sensational day today. I feel like she picked a bunch of winners.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well done, Maggie.
Good prices, too. I think she had this horse. Wasn't this horse her second choice when they scratched the 9? So I think she did very, very well.
Well
today.
done,
So
Maggie.
congrats
Good
to
call
her.
there. Shape Note gets the victory from Mike Maker. As, of course, we look ahead to the Belmont Stakes coming up. BelmontStakes.com/tickets to come and be part of the action. The third and final jewel of the Triple Crown, but, of course, not just the Belmont. So many great races to look forward to that entire week of racing.
No, it's going to be a really, really fun time up there. You know, thankfully, the last Belmont in Saratoga, and not that we don't enjoy going up there, but it's a race that belongs at its home at 1.5 miles at Belmont Park, and we'll be returning to the new Belmont next year, but want to take advantage of that last Belmont Stakes, looking like a fun race, an open race, a lot of possible winners, and as you said, going to be an amazing week of racing.
That's a look at the potential starters for the Belmont Stakes. Chad Brown could have a strong hand, as we'll take a look at Growth Equity. He won the local prep in the Peter Pan. Going into the Belmont Stakes, as I know that right after the race, Chad was maybe a little bit hesitant about stretching out in distance, but looking like he is going to point to the Belmont. He worked at Belmont Park this morning in company with his stablemate Otinho. They went 44 furlongs in 49-4. Curious to see what Growth Equity does, as he seems to be continually stepping forward.
Yeah, I mean, Chad was talking about how he's gotten good. He looks at the Ragozin sheets. I don't. He's gotten good numbers in those races. He's an improving horse. Whether or not he's this good or whether or not he gets 1.25 miles, those are massive question marks. And unless you want to take him on the road and take him to Thistledown for the Ohio Derby, there just aren't that many spots for him. So maybe you take a shot in here. Who might argue with Chad? He's got to improve to do it, but it's not as though he's untalented. He's lightly raced. We'll see if he can take a step forward and be competitive in here. He's the lesser Herald one of the. I mean, I think he and Attino are sitting behind Emerging Market.
Right. Does seem to be that way for sure. But he has continually stepped forward in his last couple of races and handled all that has been thrown at him. This is him and Otinho working this morning at Belmont Park, getting their penultimate work in as well. They're still here downstate, while Emerging Market based up in Saratoga right now.
Yeah, they were asking me yesterday to find out when they were going to Saratoga, and I asked Chad, and he said sometime next week.
Right.
So,
yeah, everybody's going to travel at some
Sometime
point
next
to
week.
getting close. But speaking of Emerging Market, he won the Louisiana Derby and then went into the Kentucky Derby. And as you said, and you pointed out, he was a lot closer in the Kentucky Derby than we might have anticipated. And he really fought for this victory in the Louisiana Derby just off the back of a maiden bid.
yeah, to stretch out to a mile and 3/16 off that win and run as well as he did in here is a real feather in his cap. You think about Power Shift, who hit the, was in the wire with him in the maiden win, and he didn't run well in the Tampa Bay Derby his next start, and then ran very well to break his maiden. We're talking about taking a shot with him as well. And he was also getting badly fouled in the stretch. The second place finisher was bearing out and carrying him out in the stretch. It was a nice win. I don't think he ran it badly in the Derby for a horse making his third start. Flavien had him too close to the pace. I don't know how much throwing shows really matter, but in this case, Chad said he came back, his foot was sore after the race, so it might have really affected his performance. This is the race for him to show up and put up or shut up in this Belmont Stakes, and I think he'll be a handful.
Yeah, like you said, it's kind of fun to see the rematch of that live maiden race at Tampa between him and Power Shift. But here's his work this morning. He's outside Hadrian's Wall. They went 4 furlongs at Saratoga in 49-4 as well. So putting in the big moves, so to speak. And he's a horse that I think has a lot of talent and ability.
I'm laughing because Hadrian's Wall, I told Chad he was my Derby horse for him last fall. He's still a maiden. So I don't know what Derby he's going to win, but it's definitely maybe Oklahoma.
Aren't you? Yeah.
I was right on top of him. He's only run 2 or 3 times, to be fair. I'm not a complete idiot, just a partial idiot. Listen, I'm a fan of Emerging Market. I'm a fan of Hadrian's Wall as well. We'll see what happens. It's a fun race, and I think there are people going to draw comparisons with Power Shift because of Mind Frame. Because he broke his maiden in a 2-turn. He broke his maiden in a 2-turn race on Derby Day. Yeah. Mind Frame had won an allowance race on Derby Day. It's a big ask going forward, but he's a very good horse. Power Shift. It's just a question if he's ready for a race like this in his 4th start, but. He's good. He's very talented.
Seems he did not handle that jump into the Tampa Bay Derby, and it was too quick for him.
It was too quick. He came back in 4 weeks. Emerging Market was 6 weeks.
Waited in a little bit.
It was just a little bit impatient on their part, but his other 2 races have both been very. He's very good. Yeah. Whether or not he's ready to win a race like this remains to be seen, but. Don't discount his talent.
He's another exciting and interesting layer into this group.
I'm not sure he's not more talented than Renegade, to be honest with you. He's got more speed. He's more positional. I think Power Shift is a very good horse.
Excited to see what he can do. And, of course, we will see Renegade back as he's one of the top 4 from the Kentucky Derby that could potentially be moving on to the Belmont Stakes. The late closing Golden Tempo, Renegade, Oselli, Chief Wallaby, as you pointed out, the one that was more kind of into the race early on, along with Emerging Market.
Yeah, and you can see him between horses, trying to find that room, turning his head, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to die on the hill of betting against the horses that closed in the Derby. I'm going to die on that hill of betting against the winner, Golden Tempo, betting against Renegade. They're both talented horses. I could be wrong, but I'm going to play against them, and I'm going to lean towards more horses to be forward. Horses like Chief Wallaby, like Emerging Market. And Commandment is, he's an enigma in this race because he had run so well in Florida. I thought he didn't get the best of rides in the Derby.
I agree.
But I also don't think he ran very well.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to put up or shut up in this race.
Yeah, he won the Florida Derby very impressively. So we'll see what happens as he's due to ship up to Saratoga around June 1st and prepare for the Belmont Stakes. Andy, it was a pleasure as always.
Is.
A lot of fun. Thank you for joining us throughout. Glad we got to run on the turf. We'll be back tomorrow at 12:30, but we saw some nice performances today, including Intricate Spirit, who took them gate to wire in our feature in the Paradise Creek. Back tomorrow on FS1 from 12:30 to 5:30 for Sunday. Don't forget we're running on Monday as well for our special Memorial Day coverage. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, for our entire team. We'll see you tomorrow on America's Day at the Races.